clouds falling away. Tell me now the fortune of the realm. Come on, I sing now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom echoes of pain. Vi sörger, cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you see. guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps, feel our malice. Fire every soul they took away. Rearm and take our aim. Rain down the fire like rain. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away. odds move closer, but with a deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last to the edge of death and back again. We've seen the walls come down, but here we all still stand. We're not afraid, we feel like the final round. They try to extinguish us, we are done lasting death. Hear the awakened world, scream glory and scream courage, for here we stand in the path of victory. We made it through the fires, to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain.
Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to eternal power, lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glorious Fighting shadows in their haunting eyes, smiting the wicked morrow when knowledge might when we face our final hour in the darkest rift. Come on, everybody, out in the depth of yours. After channeling our power, your end will be swift. Now there's nothing in my way. You feel my death grasp. Crashing minions.
变革轰然来袭，峡谷已是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营，驰歌试马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Welcome everybody to the LPL. It's day number 8 of the first week of the LPL because we're really good at counting over here. But yeah, we're ready to jump into some more action at Munchables. I'm joined by Nymera, and Nymera, I'm going to be honest, I've got a big feeling this is going to be 6 games today. I can feel it somewhere deep down in my gut. This is going to be 6 games.
Oh yeah, I looked at these 2 series we have on the docket for today and I was thinking, yeah, we could go the distance in both of these. I think for mixed reasons. We'll see what happens in the second series and about that kind of cleanliness, level of clean play.
That
cleanliness. Yeah, cleanliness. We'll see what happens to that. But either way, I'm excited to see a lot more LPL on the screens again. Again, day 8 of day 1. We do unprecedented things here, apparently.
Yeah, we're changing the schedule of the world right now. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday in the LPL as we had an on-paper banger, I would say. An on-paper banger, but whether or not it was actually a banger, is sort of up for debate. Top Esports versus LNG, ending in a 2-0 fashion. I think LNG doing well in the early games, but some mid-game mistakes punished pretty hard by Top Esports, and JDG managing to look pretty decent as well against TT.
Yeah, I think Kanavi in particular looking absolutely awesome on JDG right now, and Flandre I think is also again getting back up to speed. Second series, yeah, I'm going to echo your sentiments on that, where LNG, we are going to see them have to ramp up for, of course, the second matchup between these two teams in groups whenever that happens in the second round robin. We have those nowadays in the group stage.
Oh yeah.
And then on the tickets for today, as we said, these two series could actually be quite close.
Yes, NIP versus AL, both of these teams really wanting to prove themselves and cement themselves towards the top of their group. And then Ultra Prime versus Weibo. And both teams 1-1. Weibo, in theory, should be way higher on the power rankings. I had them in my top 4 before any games were played this split. They do not look like a top 4 team, guys. That is not the Weibo we're looking at right now.
If there is anything we can encapsulate this team with, this one line we just keep going back to. Consistently inconsistent. I am never in my life believing in Weibo for more than one game at a time. They'll do great in one game, and then after that, all bets are off.
The thing is, 2/5 of the team changed coming into this split. How does it still look so weird? Oh, I don't know.
Do you see a change in the team logo? I don't.
Let's take a look at the groups as things are starting to settle down a little bit. Teams are starting to separate themselves. You can see JDG, Top Esports, WE all 2-0 at the tops of their groups. Obviously BLG, they've played less games, they've got time to catch up. But Group D is the one I'm most interested in right now. Partly just because we've got games coming from that group today, but partly as well because honestly, it's pretty difficult to call when you see teams like Weibo really struggling, when you see teams like Ultra Prime actually showing some good stuff. I'm cautiously optimistic that there'll be more shenanigans, but also the order of those top 3 teams, really difficult to call.
When you have 4 teams in that group with roster changes coming into a new split, it's really hard to benchmark that. We're getting into that process now where we start to see, okay, well actually who are the winners from the slight off season we have between spring and summer. It's not quite as easy as that, but we're getting to a point now where we're looking, you know, Anyone's Legend, I think they're a bit of a dark horse, which kind of mirrors what NIP did in spring, where they kind of climbed up the rankings after kind of sliding down in the second half of things. I really feel like Group D, not just because it's the bigger group, 5 teams compared to 4, has a lot to offer.
Yeah, it certainly does, and I think it's just an exciting group, right? Because the teams are closer than a lot of the other groups. But NIP on your screen, obviously these guys managing to make it to top 4 in spring, and like, I think a lot of people were hopeful for that at the start of spring, and then saw a lot of spring's games and didn't believe, and then they got to playoffs and they made it anyway.
Yeah.
Definitely a couple of weaknesses within the roster when it comes to performance so far, and when we're talking, I mean, me and you were just talking about Aki in the current meta, right? Like, how is he going to do on carry jungles? But then equally, there have been teams that have just sort of ignored the carry jungle meta. We're still seeing a lot of Xin Zhao, we're seeing a lot of Lee Sin in the meta. We've even seen some Jarvan coming through, so it's possible that you can find ways around it. But that becomes especially hard during Fearless Draft, so we'll see how NIP look today in that regard.
Oh yeah, I think that's going to be a continual topic, and we're going to start seeing teams with players that used to hinge on singular picks. Shanji was definitely under the microscope for that at points. You know, was he just a Cassante player, or was Aki just the Viego player, or just the Vi player, or something like that? You can't really do that at this stage in the tournament, so we get to learn a lot more about the flexibility of these teams. And you know, on the other side, for Anyone's Legend, I feel like this team is starting to take up that mantle of Dark Horse. Realistically, they could have been that in spring, but I think particularly with Ala coming in to that top lane, every single lane has actually some pretty decent names on it for an LPL caliber.
Dude, what Ala did to Qingtian in the top lane,
it was not legal, actually.
Was just, I mean, there's no other word. It was just a massacre. It was absolutely disgusting. Honestly, one of the most, like, destructive 1v1s I think I've ever seen. Qingtian couldn't get a hit on Ala. I mean, I could talk about that all day. I won't just focus on that. Ala looking good is the point coming into this one. Shanks and Hope, obviously, kind of the mainstay carry duo coming over from WE this year, and looking good as a pair still. I feel like there's a lot of good things to talk about with this roster. It's just a question of when they come against better teams, how well do they hold up? Are they just going to be diffed? Is it just a matter of like pound for pound quality of players? And NIP is a great team as like a kind of meter stick for that question.
I know, I think it's a great yardstick for a lot of players. I think for Shanks is a player that has verged on being the kind of part of that elite cream of the crop when it comes to the top level mid laners within the LPL. There is no better player really to test that out in this group than against Rookie. Rookie has been solo killing on cooldown. He got truly the better of Xiaohu in their series versus Weibo in their first series of the group stage. So yeah, I think this is probably the most important match we have so far in regards to figuring out where these kind of teams which could crest into those top teams are starting off.
Does feel like an angle. You see some of the players with the fans out. It is the Dragon Boat Festival has begun, as you can see. With the, I think that's a Hanfu, if I'm not mistaken. I don't, you know, my Dragon Boat Festival terminology, not exactly up to snuff, but yeah, exciting. I can't even remember
Where do I get one of those?
I actually have a Hanfu somewhere. Maybe,
you do?
Maybe I can find it for the second series. Depends how long the break is. Yeah, that'll be good fun. From what I've heard, we're going to have a bit of a ceremony later on once we move to Shanghai. First series will be in Shenzhen, which is NIP's arena. So we'll be in Shenzhen first. Second series, we'll move over to Shanghai, and we'll have a little look at the Dragon Boat Festival.
Funny you mentioned that too, because after the first series, which NIP walked away with a 2-1 with, but it was not clean. It was a wild series. There was the Nexus defense where Weibo ran it from one Nexus to the other. Go back and watch it in your own time. Be prepared for some emotional support by you as well. On either side of things, it was a difficult series for everyone involved, I think. But in the winner's interview from NIP, because of the way this works, because we have double round robin now for each of the groups. Of course, you're not playing every team in the LPL in a single round robin. You just have everyone in a group. You're playing them twice in this phase of the tournament. NIP have away games now. They're not just playing home games. The only time that would happen otherwise was when you were playing against another team in the home arena, and you'd have to travel to them. And they said, yeah, actually not being in the home arena kind of rattled us a little bit, which I found a little strange. And I hope that doesn't get to them too much in some of their other away games. Now that they're at home, maybe we actually get to see a rare example in League of Legends of actual home field advantage.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, I definitely agree that these teams should have to travel sometimes. It does seem unfair.
Absolutely,
it's like
they
we
should.
bought the stadium, therefore we don't have to travel for games. Seems a little unfair. I remember thinking that with JDG when it was like prime JDG,
Playoffs.
you know, and they're like they're the gods of the league, and everyone else has to like come into their castle. It's like they're Bowser sat on top. They've got Princess Peach, and every other team is Mario entering the castle, entering their arena with a home field advantage. All of the audience on their side.
Oh, we should actually stop referring to each of the arenas by their name and just call it like level 1-1 or 1-3 or whatever the like Mario terminology is for the
we'll
levels.
have to go find out the names of the castles in Mario.
Yeah.
Just as name each one of them.
I've probably got a better chance of figuring out the Mario Kart tracks rather than the Mario levels, but we'll get to that.
Well, only one of them is Bowser's Castle, to be fair, but yeah. Either way, we'll be in Bowser's Castle today, which is Shenzhen, and then we'll figure out the names of the other ones as we go. I am excited for this series, though. I do feel like, especially the jungle matchup is going to be interesting. Like we mentioned before, how many carries going to come out versus these kind of setup junglers, but also how they interact with the mid lane, because I do feel like every time Rookie plays, we've got to talk about Rookie coming in. But Shanks has been a big player on the other side for AL. I'm excited for that 1v1, but I'm not sure it will just be a 1v1.
Oh, it very rarely is. I do think that right now, mid lane is finding itself with more periods where it's isolated. You can get solo kills than we've had for a long time. I think it helps that we have stuff like the very bursty Corki coming through with the Halo Blades, and of course Rookie showed the other variant, the Triforce, as well on the Corki. The Yone is something which of course Rookie's been prone to pick up as well. And I'm looking to see how both of those players that make the most of things. Of course we're expecting similar things from top lane as well, between Shanji and Arlo as well. It feels like this is such a great yardstick. We'll have to keep returning to that, because I just want to see how individually everyone racks up.
Yeah, honestly, I'm excited for this one. I feel like across the board we've got some pretty banging matchups, and I feel like in terms of expectations for these two teams as well, it's kind of similar for me, where I want AL to be like top end of the middle of the table. That's where I'm sort of expecting this team to end up by the end of the split. And for NIP, they managed to get 4th place in the previous split. There's some serious competition up there. So it's very possible, if they fall out of the top 4, that they are at the top of the middle of the table, which means they'll be right next to AL. So my expectations are fairly similar. It feels crazy to say that, but they are.
Buddy, Joe, I'm actually going to one-up you here. I think that AL could be a dark horse for a top team. I think that you look at the players with Tave on the roster as well, coming through to coach them. I think that AL has all of the ingredients to do what NIP did in spring and crack potentially that top 5, top 4. That's the best case scenario. Now that's when everything goes well. Need to see if they can start off well and put themselves on that trajectory.
Just going to throw in there, for NIP, top 4 was just a nice finish. For AL, a top 4 now, that's Worlds. You make it to top 4 at this point, you've got a very good chance of making it to the World Championship. So big deal if they could break into that top 4 spot. Anyway, NIP stepping out onto the stage. See Shanji going to be the first one out. And I will say, when we were looking at the footage of them backstage before we got onto the stage here, Rookie was looking pretty deep in thought. I wonder what the atmosphere is like within the team. I mean, he's got a grin on his face now. He's got his fan out ready for the Dragon Boat Festival. Maybe I'm overreading the facial expressions.
Well, the thing is, Joe, when it comes to the vibe check, I would turn to you first and foremost as master of that, as it feels like the whole team of NIP and the home arena all smiles as well. So backstage might be one thing, on the stage, all smiles always.
Yeah, I've become the LPL Mojo merchant over the years.
Yes.
It's, I mean, look, AL are one of the OG Mojo squads. You know, everyone thinks about top esports for Mojo, but back when me and Lyric invented Mojo, it was about top esports and it was about Rogue Warriors. That was the matchup where Mojo came into being. AL are what Rogue Warriors became. Maybe there's still power there. Maybe there is still Mojo within those halls. We'll have to. I mean, Juo is definitely part of that Mojo legacy, right? He was on top esports, I'm pretty sure, when that word came into being.
And the thing is, when we kind of revisit that kind of history, though, then you have to start questioning of, like, how long do you have to look back? Because AL, one of the biggest features of them is that we've seen this team be in the bottom echelons for a long time. This year, they have really tried to step things up again. And I think you could say the same for NIP coming in here as well. Of course, last year they came in to replace the V5 organization. NOS Legends, of course, did the same for Rogue Warriors a while before that as well. Both of these teams had to be in the trenches for a while. NOS Legend, I think, for a significantly longer time than NIP in this current iteration as well. I think now this feels like it is the revelation year for both of these teams.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? And, you know, if we're talking history as well, NIP...
I'll go on then, a little bit.
Previously V5, I will say, they just had a really good split. Back in the times of V5, if you had a good split, it meant the next split was going to be the worst in the history of the league. So maybe we're about to see a catastrophic drop-off from NIP.
There is... So one of my favorite kind of conspiracy theories across all of League of Legends is that... So while V5 were a team, there was also a team called V3 Esports, and they were in the LJLs, they were over in Japan. And when V5 was the best team in the world, well, rather, V3 won the LGL while V5 were the worst, and then they flipped over. So you had the worst LPL split from V5, and then LGL, V3, had the worst split in League of Legends history ever. They went on a 45-game loss streak, beating even V5s there. I'm just saying, if you want to look into, like, random conspiracy theories, that's the one which I actually believe. The V-Team curse. There's something up about that.
Never put victory in the name. It's just... it's like the cast a curse for yourself. It's the org curse, I guess. I don't know.
Anyway, so that's why our casting duo shall now be known as the Victory Duo. Yeah.
Never making finals again. Yeah, I do just want to quickly mention as well, you know, I was talking about Mojo before with Juo being on that top esports roster, and like another team that I would say had oodles of Mojo was OMG back when, you know, it was the Cream and Shanji iteration. Well, we got Shanji and Aki on this NIP roster, but I have to say, since they joined NIP, I don't feel like Aki and Shanji are oozing Mojo. Like, when you think about when Shanji joined the league, he was bringing out his Shyvana top and his Rumble every game and, like, solo killing everyone. I don't feel like we're looking at the same top laner these days. I feel like he's matured as a player in terms of what he plays, but I don't necessarily feel he's having more impact than he used to have. I feel like, honestly, he's having less impact in the top lane than he used to.
Definitely less frequent in terms of the pop-off games. When he was on OMG, it felt like it was every game that Shanji would be doing something spectacular. And I think when you look back to playoffs, there were still moments. I think what comes to mind is the Leandries into Randuin's Rumble, where he'd go conquer a battle Rumble and just sit on the AD carry the entire team fight with Flamespitter. Yeah. That was hilarious. I love that. But that was one game or a couple of games out of so many. It really has to come, particularly in Fearless Draft, more consistent and more variable. We know that because Shanji exists. We know that his Rumble exists as well. And we know for Aki, has these incredible Vi games from time to time, has these incredible Viego games from time to time as well. But it just has to become more reliable and more variable at the same time to match what is happening, particularly from that mid lane from Rookie, who keeps the ship going.
See if he can keep the ship going. And just one last little note on Shanji. I believe it was him that brought out that Lilia top to try and counter Udyr last year.
It was,
There's
yes.
definitely some creativity still in the tank there. Okay, let's get into the bans. Lucian, Camille, Jax banned away. Allah having carries taken out of his hands.
It is, and what this means is that maybe Shanji can't just blind pick something tanky. We know that the Skarn is a huge pick right now. I don't know whether Shanji will be going towards that one against Arla, who is that carry top laner right now, and he won't even get the chance. The Skarn is banned away. Tristana maybe first pick, I'd imagine.
I'm scared of like early pick Skarners these days. Mordekaiser, it seems like he's in an insane position right now. Every time I see Mordekaiser, I'm terrified for the team on the receiving end of it. But Tristana is wide open, Corki is wide open, Kalista is wide open. Lots of powerful picks. It looks like NIP will lean towards that. I feel like this has been the standard B1.
Oh, it's so easy to play around is the thing. One of the reasons why the meta has changed is because, of course, AP junglers are so good, but you need AD mid laners to support them. The Corki comes in, that's AD as well. Crocker locks in one of those AP junglers. This is one of the biggest parts of the meta right now, and this is the question to all mid laners and junglers. Can mid laners play AD champions? Can junglers play AP ones? Aki hasn't shown one of these AP junglers so far. It's not really something I'd say is his comfort picks within that jungle. He might have to go towards that style, though, because the meta demands it.
And you expect he's been practicing, right? Certainly a player with hands. Let's see if he can pilot this Karthus. And then it's going to be the Twisted Fate locked in as well, you assume, for Shanji there. And this becomes difficult for Allah. What are you going to pick? Because the Jax that you'd like is gone, the Rumble is gone, the Camille is gone. Suddenly the matchups don't look so good.
Yeah, Allah, he needs to dig deep to have something which can have some lane pressure topside. Might have to leave that a little later into the draft and have a think about that one. But NIP already have one of the strongest top laners in the game. It's hard to find a winning lane up there from anyone's legend. Tristana, basically no counters in the mid lane right now. So they have winning lanes topside. That helps the Karthus against the Nidalee, which has been locked in for Croco. Anyone's legend on the other side say, okay, we'll lock in the Varus. If we can't secure winning mid or top lane right now, we'll go for that strong bot lane of that Varus.
So, powerful AD carry locked in there. Still a little bit of flexibility for NIP as well. Stuff like the Tristana, stuff like the Twisted Fate can technically flex into AD carry, although you don't really expect that to be the case in the current meta. Kalista going to be taken off the board by AL, focusing on that bottom lane. Wouldn't be too surprised to see some support bans coming out from NIP.
I think that Leona and Nautilus are very, very strong right now. What we have seen is Varus, Nautilus, particularly with the Nidalee as well, they will kill the first target very, very quickly. So I think that should be banned out. I think there's also a chance that anyone's legend on the other side could potentially blind away something like a Blitzcrank. I think Blitzcrank has been very good into these Varus lanes too. Wouldn't be surprised to see that being another support hit, but this time from the side of AL, whereas NIP, I'd imagine the Nautilus will be the second ban.
So Senna going to be taken off the board by AL. Obviously, Senna kind of a Photic classic, but also you've got very, very strong laners in mid and top, so it would be very nice to have that quote-unquote weak side Senna available, although this Senna's not really part of the weak side. Senna usually just abandons
she
the
actually
weak
just
side.
leaves it.
She just goes and joins in with the fun on the top side of the map.
So they expect one of us in the bracket, brother, leaves the ship.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Ziggs. That has been something that we keep on seeing crop up and can do very well at pushing while everything else is happening in the top side.
I am surprised that NIP let the Nautilus go through. Varus Nautilus, very, very strong. I think you can deal with the Varus Ashe as well. You still have your full bot lane to pick in. You could pick in something like, I mean, obviously Pyke's the very aggressive thing. You could look to draw to pick up something like the Blitzcrank instead. And now you've also banned away the Leona. The Nautilus is gone too. If you do lock in something like that, Ziggs, you don't have the best hard CC option to go alongside it, and that's why they don't lock it in, and we go towards the Sivir. Photic has occasionally picked this one out.
I love Sivir at the minute. I feel like Sivir's quite an underrated pick. A lot of damage in those team fights later on. You do take a long time to scale into things. I will say, There's a static Shiv build that is really obnoxious, where you just
this with the
one-shot
first strike?
minion waves. Yes, it is. And you just farm first strike gold on everyone.
You know who invented that? I'm a cutie pie. The legend himself. I actually can't believe this dude is still innovating after all these years.
Yep. I don't know if that's a 1411 build, if it works on 1410 or not. I assume it does, to be honest. But either way, Malphite looked in for Allah. He's like, you know what? You're going to go for an AD range top laner. I'm just going to play full armor. There's nothing you can do about it.
But I feel like this Malphite might actually end up being a really awkward situation now developing for Anyone's Legend, where you have losing mid, losing top, you have loads of tank-killing AD carries from NIP. Yes, you have a lot of armor, but I feel like at 1 to 2 items, Allah is going to be behind a lot of gold and dying very, very quickly. You're going to have to bail out this Malphite somehow. If you get one good gank onto Twisted Fate to secure the laning phase, maybe a good roam from Kyle, something like that going towards topside, maybe that can solve things for the Malphite. But if this Malphite is left to their own devices, I think they're going to be shoved so far behind in gold, they're going to be absolutely shut out of the game.
Tava just nearly went to rejoin the team again, realizing he's got to leave the stage.
As brought from you from the same person that ran onto stage before the Nexus fell at MSI.
Tava, he needs a map of the stage. He needs someone, you know, sat there with Google Maps. I say Google Maps, can't even use Google Maps in China. Never mind, he'll have to figure that one out later. Look, he's in a new stadium, okay? He's used to being in Shanghai, he's not used to being in Shenzhen. The stage may be almost exactly the same, but either way, Shanji up in the top lane against Allah. That's a matchup that, in theory, I'm excited for, except Allah picked Malphite, and he's going to be an absolute shambles because Corrupting Pot no longer exists. So your Comet Spam Scorch Corrupting Pot Malphite sort of accidentally nerfed there by Riot. This should be a bit of a banger. We got carries across the board on both sides. I'm hoping we can see a glow up here for AL, but they're up against a top 4 team in NIP.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
I want to point out something very interesting.
Yeah.
If you look at the spectator right now,
Okay,
I just saw that Allah and Shanks just switched. Okay, I'm no longer going to point out something interesting. Thinking, hang on a second, what's happened here? The Malphite's going into the Tristana. How do they know that? It isn't even the same players changing them out. That's something that we used to see. We used to see that in earlier seasons of play, where sometimes you'd have role swaps from the team. I remember Soaz playing mid lane and Peke playing top lane, and them flexing Ziggs around in season 4 or something. It's been a while since we've had that in earnest, though.
A little old while. That said, the lane swap's kind of a flavour of that. As Joel going to take a spear. And AL just going to start in the enemy jungle. Procs blast code, so Joel's sent away. Aki takes a chunk.
Right.
This is a nice start for AL.
It is, because the Nidalee needs to get ahead of the Karthus. You have very strong level 1. Fotic, Draw, Aki all trying to contest this, but they don't have the strong level 1 compared to Nautilus and compared to Nidalee. So that's going to be the majority of a quadrant being taken away from Aki already. We need to see if he can get over to the other side of the map. Because you have winning top and winning mid lane, Aki should be able to get access to Kroko's red side jungle. So it looks like it's going to be the vertical jungling rather than any kind of lane swap shenanigans.
Nice timing there for Allah. Waits for the passive shield to come up as Rookie hits level 2, immediately trades, but Shanks hit level 2 as well, and he's going to flash forward. Rookie might just go down. Shanks solo kills the best mid laner in the LPL.
We said this was a benchmark. We said that Shanks could be one of those elite mid laners, but how can you tell given the level of AL from last split? That's how you can tell right now, though. Solo kills Rookie at level 2 in the AD carry v AD carry matchup.
Nicely done by Shanks. Great punish, Kroko. Fotic actually takes the big one. It's not that much gold anymore. They did nerf how much gold that does quite a while ago, but still.
And it's still level 3 for Kroko. Kyle does have that. Look, Fotic not going to get hit by that spear, so any dive potential is completely off after that point. But we need to really see what's going to happen with these jungle pathings now, because Aki does get himself into the enemy jungle. He's been slowed down a little bit, and Rookie hits level 2. We've got to see what happens with Shanks here. How does he hit level 2? Does he just walk back in range just for that last minion to die? I think he does. Rookie maybe just misjudging the amount of health left on his own minions, so Shanks could get that level up.
I think maybe overestimating the presence of Aki there. Aki was obviously on enemy chickens, but the thing is, this is Tristana versus Corki. The deaths come fast in that kind of matchup. Shanji gets a stun. Aki just dropping those Skittles behind the turret as well. Oh, Ala, this is pain. All top laners across the world watching this and feeling Ala's pain.
Shanji?
There's so little he can do. Ghost pop by Shanji. Are they going to complete the dive? There we go. Stun comes in. Oh, 1 HP.
Oh, it's attacking!
Moves back up, and he doesn't tank the tower.
It takes 3 gold cards. Where was he hiding them up his sleeves, man? He gets all of them all the same. Just puts down first dive, doesn't quite kill him. Oh, we'll go again. Oh, why not a second? Why not a third dive? Takes a while, but this is the problem we said about the Malphite. You are going to be left on your own to dry in this top lane matchup. First kill goes over to Shanji. Need to see that stabilized from anyone's Legend, because Malphite, you don't want to see them just fall behind this game too far.
Typically, when a player's shown 2 yellow cards, they're off the pitch. But Ala, refusing the rules, takes 3 before he's gone. There's a big trade in the bottom side as well. Croco getting the chickens, going for more invades. We talked about Karthus versus Nidalee so far. Croco off to a pretty good lead.
Yeah, Croco needs to be off to that lead, though. It's one of the things that we have seen is that Nidalee has risen in priority because it's good. Yes, versus the early skirmishing junglers in some ways because you can still fight them well, but very good versus the farming AP junglers because if a single gold card, not a gold card, or a single spear hits them in the enemy jungler, they effectively just die. So you need to be very respectful of the Nidalee, and you can't just snooze your way into a kind of a farm lead on something like a Karthus or a Lilia or what have you. The Nidalee's very good at shutting down the current meta AP junglers.
See how Croco does, but we're talking about Aki before the game, talking about these AP junglers and how he'll perform in this meta. I'm excited to see the rest of this game, to see what he can do. Obviously, great start for him going up towards that top side and punishing this very weak side pick of the Malphite up against Shanji's Twisted Fate. You see almost a 20 CS lead up top already. Ala should hopefully be able to clean up some of these minions, but getting to those ranged minions can be difficult in this kind of matchup.
I'm kind of worried what's going to happen with turret plates as well, because Shanji should be able to hit 1 or 2 of them. Shanji's using the stacked stack there, stacking up the empowered autos and getting as much as you can there. Ala went for the Comet plus Doran's. Shanji actually messing up a little bit there, because he has the Swifties. He should be able to walk out of the Comet when it hits on that cube, because it can deny some of the slow from it, so it should deny some of that Comet value and deny Ala some of the trading potential, which he's itemized into. Remember, he kind of foregoed the Doran's shield to try and get that poke instead.
And it can be valuable on the Malphite, but you do need a couple of levels in the queue before it really starts to hit. Croco moving up
level
top.
6.
Shanji's level 6, looking potentially for a gold card any second. Croco not even going to try for the spear, just going to abandon ship on that one. Azaki, that's 2 grubs taken, but everybody else converging on the play. AL want to contest.
Shanji.
The spike comes through. Croco gets that one. Shanji TP's onto Shanks, and there's the crash down on top. Rookie, much happier with this one. Not a 1v1, but he still gets revenge.
No flash from that level 1, as you were talking about the 1v1, which of course Shanks got away with. Means that he's down tools to work there. AD carries left in a 1v1 towards bot side, and they are very happily farming that one out. Shanji, no flash, no ult. There is actually a weakness here to be exploited now, though, from anyone's Legend. Ala does have that flash. That's a level 6 hit from Ho. Good damage, though. The Varus really chunking through.
Oh, he's going to go for more flashes into it. Photic dodges the Q. Keeps himself under tower and will survive. Spell Shield should be coming up shortly, too. At which point, Photic is pretty unkillable for the lethality Varus.
Yeah, and also worth remembering, for those of you that haven't seen Sivir for a while, you now get a small heal when you successfully spell shield something as well. Not like that, Photic. You could have given a great example there. That would have been great. We talked about this, Photic. You should have told us the spell shield.
It's possible it was still on cooldown. They've not clicked on Sivir in a while. I don't know if he used it before we went there, and it is a massive cooldown early on in the game. It's like 17 seconds or something. So
Yeah, for sure.
it's possible it was on cooldown. Maybe I set him up to fail there, but Photic gonna head back to base, hit that level 6. I mean, at level 6, this is where your Ricochet starts to get really good. Your ultimate means that Ricochet increases your attack speed once you use it, so you can clear those waves even more efficiently. But also, it's good for setting up CS. You have that auto reset and that increased attack speed. So good for CSing with the tower.
Yeah. And also at this point too, when you get levels in your queue, you can actually trade back in the short trades quite well against someone like the Varus if you're just trading skill for skill. You got the spell shield on the other side too. So I think if you are here as NIP, you're actually pretty okay with how Photic has been working here. One thing which I am interested in as the game goes longer as well is that Photic, I have had some issues with how he's positioned in team fights. Going to call that one out early. I think that the Sivir can help you reposition like that. Rookie will quickly reposition away from this mid lane at the same time. But that Sivir ult can be very, very important to maybe allow Photic the ability to just get himself in a safe spot. And Shanji might not be in such a safe spot. Remember, he doesn't have flash.
Oh, Crocker. Alan just flashes to find the engage. Oh, but Shanji's alive. The gold card. And not enough. Oh, Crocco's going to take another shot. And he didn't reset off the primal switch, but now there's lasers from this guy. Oh, and he's alive. It's an emotional roller coaster.
Oh, I don't know if it's a tragedy in 3 parts. I don't know really who's the hero of this story, but Crocco makes it out alive. We call that Shanks using the flash earlier for the 1v1, but then dying in the bigger fights. Shanji does exactly the same thing. Uses the flash and the ult to get that kill just around the grubs. Doesn't have that summoner available then to keep himself safe. And we said that was a weakness to be exploited. Very nearly turned back though. Ark, if you just had a little bit more damage, you don't get that 1-3. He had the Dog Harvest though. It's not on him. He had the right runes for that situation.
Let's take another look. I can't believe Shanji survived this initial play, honestly.
Yeah, same here, because he ends up getting up. He top decks a gold card. Just quickly locks that one in. That's what makes it much quicker. If that had been a blue card or a red card, wouldn't have come through so close. Crocco gets the level up!
Oh,
it's the level up, which
God.
gets him to survive. I didn't even catch that in the heat of the play. I was watching his heal. I was watching that health bar go so low. Level up MVP.
I mean, honestly, Crocco, he played that pretty damn well. The fact that the top deck gold card extends the play is scary, but the primal surge at the last possible second to heal away from the turret shot. And then, like, you could see them really rushing to clear the wave. They must have realized that he was close to a level up. That is some really heads-up play from Crocco.
Are you a TCG player at all, Joe? Have we talked about this before? You play many card games?
I've been known to dabble in cardboard crack.
Could you imagine if you... Could you imagine if you had like the top deck kind of like opening hand for the 1-turn kill like you have with the artifact decks in MTG? That would be absolutely hilarious. Remember we were talking about the Lichbane instant killing Karthus? I feel like this should also be there. We'll see what's happening here as well though in the river. Crocco jumped on.
Crocco forced away. Rookie trying to escape. And looks like he may have activated Shanji's trap card here.
Yeah.
Looks like he won't actually contest, so I've just completely wasted that line, haven't I? Nightmare.
If you say it again louder later, maybe people will forget.
Yeah, everyone will forget,
to
right?
say that because we've got a fight coming through. Draw a quartz.
Comes through. Oh my god, he's gone, and then it's a double knock-up on top. Ala unstoppable and forceful, if you will. 5-2 now. Now we 3 groups, Raya.
And you might have some paper cards in the top lane, but they're not there at the fight, and that means they can't counter the rock in the fight. Ala, this guy coming into anyone's legend, made me really excited about this team. 2-mana ult sets up AL for a really good phase of play. They get themselves some important kills, they get themselves an evening in the grubs as well, and of course Ala gets himself some gold on the board. Fantastic moment to get Malphite into the game. It starts with a bit of a lazy approach from NIP though, puts down the board, and then their engage is just completely obliterated. Good thank Exodia for that one, I suppose. And this is a great follow-up from Ala.
And I feel like, you know, this is one of the downsides of Rel. When you get engaged on, if the CC chain is long enough, you just can't use your CC in response. You just get stuck to the floor. You can never use that crash down. You can't get the flick back. Oh, Rookie sends Shanks backwards. Honestly, I thought Rookie was screwed there. I can't believe he's going out so healthy.
Yeah, Crocco, the ambush predator in the water. Almost gets himself with that spear on target. I think Crocco was a bit surprised he jumped in as well. It's like, okay, It doesn't quite land that spear there. Can't quite blame him, but, you know, this is kind of what Rookie is reduced to at this point, losing the early 1v1 in a very unexpected way, because this guy's been playing through lane in a dominant way, which we don't see that much in the LPL right now. If you think of the way that a lot of our best mid laners play, it's not through crushing lane leads which snowball the game out of control that often. But Rookie is one of the few people that can do that, and he's behind 2,000 gold to Shanks.
Not a bad little showing from Shanks, a player that has been up and coming in the LPL for quite a while now. He was the franchise player on WE. Ala's going to face check though, and he's going to be a disenfranchised player after this one. Shanji trying to get the gold card, but honestly, yeah, it's Malphite. Never mind, you just can't kill him. He's got to that point. He's got to the Malphite stage now.
This is what we were saying. All you need is one good gank into a Malphite's lane, and then you're completely okay. I think that potentially both could be in danger here too. Hook gets spell shielded, but the ult after.
It's good spell shield, but the flash means that he gets out to safety. In the meantime, though, double AD carry onto this tower. It's not going to be long for the world. So tier 1 going to be taken by NIP in the top side. Hope trying to answer, but that's a lethality Varus. He does not exactly take towers quick.
No, but if he's going to be left down there for an extended period of time, it's going to go down anyway. It just means that you don't get the first turret bonus at the end of things all the way through that. So extra resources put into Shanji. That's kind of important. You need that Twisted Fate to be ahead of the Malphite. Hope, as we said, will be taking this bot side turret. But I'm starting to get quite worried for this top lane matchup in some ways, even though there's a 1,000 gold lead with that turret down. Allah's Malphite, he has that one item with that Frozen Heart. He's going to be useful now. We've already seen him be that engaged bot.
Like, I'm not sure I've ever seen a game where Frozen Heart gets more value than this. There are literally 3 AD carries on NIP's side. Allah's slowing the attacks of all of them. Also, I don't know if this works. Does the auto slow proc off of Ricochet? Because I'm pretty sure, like, Ricochet could crit and everything. I don't actually know.
I thought that Frozen Heart was... I thought it was the radius around it which procced it, so I thought you have to be within a certain range of enemy champions rather than hitting it, because then you have a couple of the on-hit items for tanks, but I think Frozen Heart... I mean, it's obviously very easy for Malphite because he has a great way to get into your personal space. You love your own personal space. Malphite also loves your personal space.
If Allah misses an ult, we'll just say that he's trying to get into Frozen Heart range. It wasn't about the knockup. It was about activating his Frozen Heart.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yes, that's fantastic. Truly, you see the mind of an LPL player as we see the Fog of War at the same time, and NIP swiftly removed that. I love that so much. That's great. A new excuse. Babe, wake up. New excuse just drops.
We'll see how it goes. Allah absolutely chilling though. He's closed the 20 CS gap that came out of the laning phase. He's got some armor. He's just going to become unkillable. Let's actually talk about these compositions a little bit and how they're going to function later on, because I feel like it's been quite an action-packed early game. It's all got a little bit silly, but ultimately 380 carries, you're going to scale quite well. But the Malphite does kind of ruin things.
Yeah, it kind of blue balls you a little bit in the team comp, because you start like, wow, we're going to kill everyone with all this huge damage. The front line's going to be down like 1,000,000 gold and they can't play, so all our AD carries will kill them. That's not the case, and because Malphite can actually enter these fights and Shanks is winning his lane so hard, AL can push in some lanes, they're pushing in mid lane with the Varus as well, and that's going to allow Malphite entrance into fights which maybe you wouldn't if you were further behind. And that means that Karthus, without Flash, is going to be absolutely terrified for these fights. I think that Rookie needs to be scared because he's not particularly strong either. Yes, he can buffer out of the engage, but just the damage coming through from everything can be really potent. I think that NIP need to be very careful about Shanks getting control of one side of the map and allowing Allah free entrance into big fights. So they need to make sure they're not blindly walking up into a Malphite who can engage onto them.
Oh, Rookie's looking for the 1v1. He wants revenge for the laning phase. Oh, but he can't quite find it. Yes, he can, because it's not a 1v. Wait, Aki got interrupted. What happened to Aki? I didn't see that one, but Rookie now trying to escape on the top side. Croco flashing, but the spear goes wide. Oh, it's unfortunate. The pounce forward, the slow from the smite. The E comes in, and he finishes the job in the end. Shanks to take the kill, but here comes Shanji to try and ruin the play. TP up to the top side, but it's matched by Shanji's destiny. Croco being taken down by Chwo. In the meantime, Shanji's gone too deep, and he's just taken down.
I mean, ninjas really are in pajamas in this one because they're getting put to sleep. They are being put into bed by anyone's legend. What the heck happened in this phase of play? I think Kyle ended up flashing forward to cancel out Aki's ult, and that's exactly what happened. That hitbox is disgusting. Clips around the corner, even though Aki had hidden there to try and get his ult off. That is one of the most disgusting hitboxes I've seen and its ramifications.
But to be fair to Kale, knowing that Nautilus's hitboxes are absolutely obscene, here's that shot. While his hitbox may be obscene, I bet a lot of you guys at home couldn't hit that hook. So fair play to Kale. Yeah. I'll give him credit for that one.
Yeah, just to revisit this, champions are bigger in terms of their hitbox than they look in terms of their model just about, and it means that they can just hide a little bit, they can kind of just slip a little bit beyond what you expect, and particularly there are some cases too where, because a champion's hitbox is larger than a minion, you can look to be stood just behind a minion but still get hit. You can do what's called a hitbox snipe that way as well. And of course, Nautilus is one of the biggest proponents of that because the hook, it has such a large kind of check for champion radius on it as well that you can pull off stuff like this. We've seen it for years at this point. I'm sure you all know about this one already. Aki has received a grim reminder of this fact.
Which seems appropriate, a grim reminder for Karthus. That sounds like a name of one of his abilities. Aki, going to be slowed up here, and I mean this, what can you do? What can you do as Karthus versus Malphite?
It's
Not
just
be there,
yeah,
actually, is the answer.
Yeah,
Not be in
it's
that
not
position.
yeah. I mean, that's about it. He doesn't have flash. He has no business being on the same screen as Ala, and this is the problem. When Malphite gets into the game, the 1.6k individual gold lead does not matter at all, because Ala can just go onto any flashless target, and they feel really, really bad. Whether that's Shanji or Aki, I think those are the two primary targets when they don't have flash. Neither of them get to feel kind of good about that. And, you know, coming out of draft, I thought that NIP had some options to really shut down this top lane. I really think that Shanji maybe messed up by using his flash alongside his ult around that Grubs fight, and I think that started off the snowball. I think if you go back and review, using that flash to get that one kill onto Shanks set him up to lose a lot of the pressure he could have had against Ala, which allowed Ala back into the game with that topside gank. Manuel's Legend, credit to them for finding those opportunities to get it their new top laner. This top laner we're also excited to see slot into this roster on the board.
And I love watching Croco continue to punish Aki across this one. And once again, let's revisit expectations here. This is NIP, this is a top 4 team in the LPL. And AL, a team that just picked up Ala, who we all know is an incredible top laner, but showing that he is integrated at this point, showing that AL are going to be a contender in this split. They're going to be a team that you said that there's a real chance that they can contend for top 4. Well, they're up against literally the 4th place team in LPL last split, and they're looking pretty good right now.
In game 1, we have to see if Fearless takes its toll later on into this series as well. Can they pull this off with different champions? Can they do what they're doing with Croco and the Nidalee right now? Very unique champion in the way that it functions. Same with the Malphite. It's quite unique in the way that it works too in regards to that team fight backline access. These are a lot of good picks for them. The Malphite, you wouldn't see it in many drafts. That's not an S tier one. That's actually quite important because you can use a lot of other picks that way. But the other 4 picks that AL have, they won't have them for the rest of the series. And that's one of the big things that we have to put onto these teams. Yeah, you got to double tap. You can't just leave it at 1.
Yeah, you certainly can't. You know, you're talking about Malphite being on the tier list. He's definitely not S tier, but Malph is high. Hope is going to be pulled in as I'm desperately trying to force a terrible burn. Hope goes down. Good start for NIP. Ricochets bouncing around the team, but Ala trades it. Rookie finishing another 2 for 1. And NIP can move towards Baron.
Yeah, that's a really good play from NIP. Ala doesn't get a big ult onto the backline in the way that he needed to. Shanji dies, yes, but Aki and Shanji both have flash now, and they walk away with a 2 for 1. They can walk into another fight after this point. Flash is still available, as which we said were very, very important, and that maybe relieves some of the pressure from NIP. Turns out that Malph was not in that fight.
He certainly wasn't. Nice.
I appreciate the effort for what it's worth.
I know.
I appreciate that you went for it.
The joke was terrible, but I'm willing to force terrible jokes. The problem was the timing, because I kind of just missed the start of the fight. Juo, though, trying to start it off alongside Shanji. Does get a double knockup.
Yeah, you know, Shanji gets the gold, and then Ala gets the Fool's Gold. He gets the Pyrite, because he doesn't really get much after this point. He goes on to the support for the 1 for 1, and then they go straight back towards the Baron. But remember, there are a lot of flashes here for NIP if they get the fight after.
Nip win the fight, and so AL grab themselves the Baron. That doesn't seem fair to me, but you know, that's how tempo works.
Yeah, I mean, NIP, I thought that last fight should have been able to buy them a reprieve in terms of pressure, a reprieve in regards to the lanes that they had, but they must have just slipped that somehow. I'm really sad that we had the replay come up over that now, because they all just must have pounced on poor resets coming out from NIP and take a free Baron. That's a really awkward moment for them. This Baron buff will now tide them over to Infernal Soul Point. We barely even talked about the objectives, because it's been more about the Malphite and the team composition that way, but AL, they've been confidently stacking up through the winning bot side of the Varus in terms of the push and getting towards those dragons. They're on Soul Point, and they're a huge gold lead ahead too. NIP, they're in an awful spot now.
Really, really tough one for NIP. And theoretically, they scale well, but I just struggle to see the teamfight scenario where this Malphite is literally killable at all for the side of NIP. And that ultimate is just such a threat, isn't it? It's so difficult to get away with that one. A lot of it will be down to how control can be wrestled, because the Rel, you know, if you can find yourself a little pocket of vision and set up for a big engage, there's solid follow-up on that fact. It's just whether or not you can find that moment.
And I think, talking about the Rel and then follow-up, I'm going to pose it like this. I think that Rel should be engaging to stop the follow-up of AL, largely. It's one of the LPL specialties, which is the full contact team fighting. Your teammates getting engaged on, well, you engage back and stop them from completing it. If Joao manages to get onto Hope, Shanks, Croco, even Kyle or whatever, as Malphite goes in or someone else, maybe you can break open the combo long enough for the carries to get themselves into that pocket, stood behind the Rel and being kept safe by that CC. That's going to be hard to do so. We've seen that AL are very confident at just hooking in that Rel and killing them straight up.
Full contact League of Legends. So we're saying LPL is rugby? Is that the direction we're going with this one?
Well, that's my preferred sport. So you know what? I'll take it.
And whichever league pauses the most, that's American football. Stoppage of play. They love it. They love an advert. They just love an advert, don't they? AL setting up here with Baron. Soul point spawning in 2 seconds.
Hello?
TPing to topside river, and in the meantime, Kale just... NIP were confused as well, and they just take the opportunity. Great spell shield from Photic, blocks Ala's ultimate, but it doesn't really matter.
He thought he was coming out from Vision. Shanji hadn't even popped the ult, so Ala was actually on Fog of War. He tries to hands check Photic pretty much, but can't quite get away with it. If he gets that ult, though, it pretty much would have been a game-ending play where you have the end of that Baron buff, and you could go into the... Well, either way, you're going into the Infernal Soul. Anyone's Legends take the one kill. They'll take the Dragon afterwards, and that one is a heck of a big strategic gain for Anyone's Legend.
Great engage coming out from Kale, and honestly, it might be a game-ending play anyway. Like Infernal Soul with Lethality, Varus, and a Corki. That feels pretty good, and an Italy. Almost forgot Croco for a second there. Let's take another look, because, I mean, how did Kale just find this angle? I mean, just walked into it.
He has Flash, by the way. He has Flash here. You are a Karthus, and this is one of the worries we had about Aki. Coming through into the split. Ala was spotted going into... Okay, so that he tried to get out of vision. Maybe just misjudged the vision radius there. But yeah, one of the worries I had about Aki was how he was going to transition over to carry AP-oriented junglers. And this game has not been awesome. He's had a couple of very close salts. He had the cancelled one. Maybe that one is not his fault. I think that the hitbox of Nautilus is a truly special thing. But that team fight there is really quite something. And Rookie's been hiding this pressure for a while. He's spotted up by Shanks.
He's got a radar somewhere hidden on that seal, manatee, whatever the hell Earth is. Joao going to be hooked in, and that's enough to find a pick. And one pick can snowball into a fight. Aki knocked up. Now not quite in range for the... Oh my god, that spear on Photic, that's ridiculous.
That reminds me of the... Oh, he gets the kill!
Well. Croco the sniper throwing the javelins. Call him Hercules at this point. Forced away, and that'll be a top tier 2.
I mean, is this Croco or is this like Season 3 Faker or something? The poke Nidalee mid makes itself a return, a shadow of old from that one. And AL, they're going to be pushing in with the Infernal Soul, and they look for the hook. They miss, but they're looking for the end.
Looking to try and finish things off. Shield across the team. Shanchi looking for more as Joao gets the engage onto Kale. He's fairly squishy, and this is where the AD carries come alive. Photic moving forward. Ala blocking for the rest of his team. But in the meantime, Croco's dived in, and it's 2 for AL. Photic moving forward. Looking for Hope here, but Hope survives. And NIP crumble. Photic desperately kiting away. The Ricochet's doing some damage. Here comes the space laser, but it's not enough. Ala burns. Shanks will survive.
Just about survives, but buddy, I think there was some foul play involved in that. The yellow card was shown to a minion. It could have killed Hope for easy, but the gold card after the teleport goes onto a minion, and NIP, maybe they're going to be shown the sin bin after that one. It feels like that was the fight that they could have taken. Joao manages to get his engage. They managed to survive, but they are crippled in the base beyond this. We'll look through this once again. We can see that the hook misses onto Shanji. That's a big moment. He gets to walk back with the gold card. Yes, even with the QSS, the good damage comes down onto Shanks. This is what we're talking about with the Rel. If you can actually pin the first target and stop the follow-up, Joao has big value. Yes, he dies, but his job's done. This is where things get difficult. Croco going in around things. And this is the gold card of the century.
Good.
Just
press C.
Shanji, buddy.
Just press C, you know?
Yeah, that's... Yeah. What do you say?
It's a toughie. It's a toughie. There have been some awkward moments in this one. So, two return kills from Aki. That is, I mean, one thing. There is a Karthus in this game. There are 3 AD carries in this game. Ultimately, NIP, yes, they are very far behind. Yes, it does feel pretty much one for AL. But if AL do slip up a couple of times, like with the ricochets coming across the team, the bombs from Rookie, and then a laser on top, it does feel like these fights, if they're not played well by L, can go a little bit awkward.
That being said, what's going to really help them is that there is not a single flash on NIP, and Ala has his. And you've even got the Hex Flash on Kyle. So AL, they should have the pick of the litter when it comes through to finding their engages. NIP, they don't even want to work with this. They know they don't have the flashes. They just have to sit and farm. They have to scale. Rookie's pushing out a side lane. They need those summoners. In this game, flash economy is maybe the most important thing we can talk about.
I think maybe me trying to set up NIP, potentially winning a fight, is just into the category of turbo copium at this stage. AL, I mean, they're just so far ahead. It just feels so impossible. Let's come back. Rookie hunting. I feel like all through this game, Rookie has been trying to find angles in these brushes. He doesn't know, but can they kill him? He's damn tanky. It's taking a little while and just dashes away, flashes for the laser, the burn.
Leandres?
Oh, the scene! Again, Croco finds a heal. He was doing it under the tower at the start of the game. He's doing it again.
Croco has a death cap and he's become Soraka. Heals his top laner. Shanji pops the ult just to make sure that they're safe on the retreat, but Croco, he's an assassin, he's an enchanter. He can do it all on this Nidalee. 7-0 and 5 and saving his teammates. What more could you want?
I feel like I need to calm down in this one. This game is just ridiculous. I feel like there's been so many extremely close scenarios. But AL coming in. And I'm just so excited to see AL showing the potential we've been talking about. You know, last split, I feel like we saw whispers of this. Ala joining the squad feels like the ticket that AL needed to really become something special. We already knew Shanks and Hope had a lot of potential to them. We've seen Kale having some really good games last split. We've seen Croco having some good games last split too. And it feels like this team is coming alive and they are on the cusp of taking game one against NIP.
What a result that would be for them. They need to see that series out, of course, but it's been a good showing from them so far. They've largely been in control of this game. They've had one slip up around that base, which got a little bit dicey for them, but they're pushing in right now. You can see the siege, you can see the threat of the engage. Flash is not quite up for NIP as well. The timing window for them to find an engage without those summoners up. Again, the flash economy is just still available for them.
An engage in this flash economy? I don't think so. AL moving towards a second in him as Joao just chunked by a big one from Shanks.
Are you ready for the mouth of Wall Street?
Where did Rookie go? That was bullish to say the least. AL looking to finish things off here. But they're out of minions. They don't actually have any way to... Oh,
no flash!
They've got a way to find their way in here. Shanji taken down. Another spear with a rocket on top. I mean, NIP, they're just... This isn't war. This is pest control, to quote the Garlics. Joel going to fall as well. And that is just a massacre. An absolute massacre. AL just beautiful game here.
This composition, we had some worries about what could happen in the early game. They get one good gank onto the Malphite and the team comp is set up for success. It's a holistic performance. I think that everyone played through into it. Mid lane, unexpectedly won by Shanks after an early solo kill. And that's not to, you know, dunk on Shanks or something. It's just that Rookie is that good. The fact that he came out with that huge advantage changed the game. The fact that they got away with that top lane play worked out to their advantage too. And it really felt like, to me, AL had a bead on this composition. They'd really drawn in exactly the aim they wanted to go for, and they played out the engages really well.
Yeah, which is ironic because Tristana's on the other team. She's meant to be the one drawing a bead, not AL. Fantastic stuff coming out from them. And honestly, Croco's spear accuracy this game has left Jankos in shambles. I don't know why I'm just randomly flaming Jankos. Sorry, dude, there was no need for that. But yeah, ridiculous stuff coming out from Croco.
You know, there's actually a Chinese community meme that if you don't hit the spears, you're known as a Soraka player as a Nidalee because you're just healing people in the jungle. He did both.
Yeah. It was the Soraka Nidalee combo coming out. Let's head into a break and then see what on earth NIP are going to do about this in their own arena.
fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand, lost in the dark. We've come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last
Welcome back to the LPL, everyone. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Nymira as we head to Game 2 between AL and NIP. And I said at the start of the day that I've got a feeling we're going to 6 games today, and I hope that still is true. However, Anyone's Legend, not even looking close to NIP here. They destroyed them, they dismantled them, they took over this game, and not to mention, Shanks solo killed Rookie during the laning phase, and he will be our MVP as such.
Shanks had such a great performance here, and we said this is an important series for him. AL in spring, because of their kind of ups and downs as a team, I don't think that Shanks really got to confidently say he was that elite mid laner, which we know he can be. I think if Ala's playing like he is, and I think that if the way the team is playing around Croco and the rest of the team as well, Shanks has a great platform to show exactly how good he can be. We've known he's been good for a while, just how good though, we're starting to find the ceiling of.
I mean, transit of properties. If he killed Rookie and Rookie was the best player in the league, maybe Shanks is the best mid laner in the entire LPL now, or maybe that's just what Corki does. We'll have to wait and see, because it's Fearless Draft, so he can't play Corki again. Let's see what else comes out. I will say, I loved the artillery draft that came out from AL,
yes.
though, with the Nidalee, the Corki, the Lethality Varus. Later on in the game, it felt like Rookie, Photic, Aki, there was nowhere to move. You just get one shot.
It's like, do you remember Halo Wars when you could play as Cutter and you could just send in all the ODSTs and spin up the backgrounds and just everything comes from orbit? It's exactly what it felt here, and you're just like, poor NIP stood there like, if they didn't have Flash, they just sat there thinking, well, this is the end. Welcome me into Valhalla.
Yeah, it's like Prophet with the orbital laser on the other side,
yes.
But unfortunately, just wasn't powerful enough. Do you know what? I was about to go further into the Halo Wars references, but I feel like that is such a niche part of our audience. I'll probably just move on instead.
Dude, it can get worse. I noticed you mentioned Dingo Dial and Crash Bash the other day, and that unlocked childhood memories for me. If I didn't know I trusted you before, now I know that you played Dingo Dial and hit game Crash Bash. Now I do, Joe.
Well, for context for everyone at home there, I did a VOD review with Captain Flowers on stream the other day, which was great fun, and shout outs to Flowers for doing that with me. But I went on holiday to LA, I think it was the end of 2021 or something, with Dagda and Mizel and with Lyric as well, and we went and visited Flowers, and we played Crash Bash basically all night.
Wonderful.
It was awesome. Let's talk draft though. AL versus NIP. AL winning game number 1, banning the Corki. Shanks played it, he won with it, he doesn't want to go against it.
Yeah, I think this is what we're seeing. In Fearless Draft, one of the things you've got to get to the speed is with that, if you have played a champion, the enemy team still can in this subsequent draft, but if you ban it, you're not banning it for yourself, it's already gone. So it's kind of a complete net gain. You're not removing anything from yourself if you were planning to use that as well. On the same side, NIP banning away the Karthus from Croco. I think Croco had a fantastic first game on the Nidalee. We'll see if Aki wants to go towards something like that himself. Honestly, I just feel like we might see a Viego coming in from him or something like that. It feels like that is one of the better kind of early skirmishing junglers, which is still within Aki's pool. So expect that one to crop up. And on the other side, maybe Shanks gets himself a Tristana if that's not banned as well.
Also stuff like the Zin's out. Still seeing plenty of Zin's out coming on through. I wouldn't hate that for Aki. I feel like that's it's a very solid, stable jungler that you can rely on, that relatively easy in the grand scheme of things, and gives so much value to a composition if you use that Crescent Guard efficiently. It's going to be a little Blanc banned away. It's the final one here. So Tristana open and available if AL just want to take that style away.
Feels like a pretty easy lock, and like we said, there's not much for steals there. Maybe Rookie says, I'll play the Talia into the Tristana, so we're happy to take that matchup, but he doesn't really want to deal with the lane dominance and the snowballing potential of something like that. Blanc. We've talked a lot about the mid lane champions. Ashe is still strong. I don't know whether Ashe is first pickable. This is the easy one to lock in.
The thing is, right, you don't need to first pick Tristana, though. Like, you can pick Tristana third. It's not like NIP can pick it. You might as well pick something else that you want alongside it, or something that you don't want NIP to have, because you don't need to prioritize this in the same way in Fearless.
That's actually a very good point. And again, so while these teams are adapting to Fearless, so are we actually on the casting desk. No, we saw a lot of it within LDL, and we spent some time watching that, and my brother particularly was updating me on what was happening with a lot of those players down there. Of course, you didn't have to look in that Tristana because NIP couldn't take it away anyway. It does mean that Rookie gets to see that mid lane matchup, and as we said, it's the expected counter pick of pseudo counter pick of the Talia going into Tristana. It feels like Tristana still gets that push and can deal with that lane completely fine. And in the center locked alongside as well, as you were saying in Game 1's draft, this is a classic for Photic.
So Photic gets his comfort in that of the center. He's one of the best centers in the world, I would argue. even though he's not been on a team that's like really at that upper echelon. Well, I guess they're top 4, right? It's not a bad team, but not been at internationals with the Senna recently. But we'll see if he's still in form with that one. Hope going to go for the Ziggs, and the Leona comes out from Kale. So again, kind of weak side on both bot lanes.
And Kale does a lot of work on this Leona. I remember him playing a lot of Leona in the past, back in the LCK. And this is a great combination with the Ziggs. One of the big changes that came between MSI and now is that a lot of tenacity is also gone from the likes of Runes and similar. It feels like it's harder to escape the Leona and the oppressive amount of CC that she can throw at you. The Ornn can press W, can build Merc Treads, but even then, Ornn can have a lot of issues against Tristana and Ziggs, which is a composition we saw last summer very heavily too. If AL ever get access to an open turret, if they ever get Grubs, if they ever get Herald, NIP will lose entire swathes of the map to the double Demolitionists. Need to be very careful not to get caught sleeping in similar ways in the way they did in Game 1.
The Yordle demo squad out once again. Let's see if they can set those charges. NIP, though, once again going to start banning out Ala. We saw the Jax and the Camille banned last game. That Camille taken off the board. Wouldn't be too surprised to see the Jax as well. Ala's just such a force on these carry top laners. I mean, there's still plenty of options for him. See what he ends up going with. Obviously, he can't pick the Malphite again. I'm sure he's absolutely gutted about that.
That's a very good point. What this signals to me is that, well, NIP, what are they going to do? They get a double ban top and then lock in a tank so there's no counter picks, or do they just want to last pick top lane? I mean, if they wanted to last pick top lane, they could have just ended up picking, not banning out the top laners themselves and just picking on 5 anyway, because it would have been counter pick the Shanji all the same. So expect we could just go for something like a Cassante on 4 for Shanji. It's a very confident pick for him. Of course, he doesn't have the Rumble, which is one of his other specialties. Maybe just banning out some of the fighters, which could do better against that pick.
It's also possible that you go for your jungle here, because technically the Ornn is a flex. It's possible that you go for like a Nautilus, which hasn't been banned, to go alongside the Senna and send the Ornn up towards the top side, depending on what Ala ends up locking in. And it turns out they will go for Aki's pick here. We talked about the carry junglers. You mentioned the Viego. Nocturne being hovered too. Feels like Aki does want to go for something potent. And Diana would certainly be potent. Okay, Viego in the end.
We did say that Aki will look way more comfortable and stuff like the Shinsei, which has been banned, and then also the Viego as well, which is locked in on 4 here. So it will be counter pick for Shanji in that top side. Ala will be blind picking towards that one. The Viego has still found a place within the meta. It feels like the Crafter Slayer changes, amongst other things, have done him a lot of good. He doesn't really care about losing the crit chance. He does like having the extra movement speed and everything else from that item too. And he farms very well for an AD early skirmishing jungler. He farms better than the likes of other things. Not the best matchup into the brand though, because if you have to dive into this guy, you do get burned up very quickly.
I like the brand pick here for Croco. A confident pick, absolutely carrying on the Nidalee in game number 1. Locks in another AP carry for the second game of the series. And Ala just going back to tried and true, right? You've got an AP jungler, AD in the top side, Renekton, reasonably safe in terms of those blind picks.
Yeah, if you want a blind pick, yep. Croc. You've got Croc on your team as well, so that one's always the confusing one. But
the double Croc combo.
Double Croc combo. Shen has been finding himself weirdly back in some bits of solo queue. I've not seen a pro game of that for forever. I'd expect the Cassante. I think it works really well for the team. The Shen Hover, though, made me think about some of the posts we've seen about that one recently. Relatively tanky team coming out of NIP with the Senna buffing people up. And also, important thing to note, they have 3 forms of unstoppable. The Cassante W going backwards, the Ornn W going wherever it wants, and of course, the Viego being able to ult out of a play as well. AL, they want to be pinning that first target down and nuking them with the double Demolitionists and the brand burning them as well. But NIP do have a lot of options to escape that first play. 3 champions on their roster are pretty good at disengaging from these big plays.
Not too bad at starting a fight either with the Ornn. I mean, Ornn is like a cheat code for starting fights, honestly.
Yes.
The Call of the Forge got such a potent ability, but the Talia Weaver's Wall, you can expect a lot from Rookie in terms of finding that right position, finding the flip backs off the back of initial CC. See if he can have a better game. Honestly, the fact that Rookie went down in the laning phase, I'm still over the moon on behalf of Shanks here. Shanks showing up for anyone's legend. It's a different matchup in the mid lane. Let's see how it goes this time around.
with NIP as well. Rookie, the 3 picks which we leveled towards him that were game-changing. You never let him have them were the Aurelion Sol, the Talia, and the Ari. And of course, the Talia has been a mainstay coming into summer as well. Yet to see the other 2 from the player. Would like to see them prop up at some other point too, where he's just very good at just getting control of a lane, shoving, and then roaming elsewhere too. It's hard to roam against the Tristana, I will say though. If Shanks is playing as well in laning phase as he did in game 1, maybe Rookie on this roaming pick will also be just penned in a little bit.
Game number 2 here, AL in NIP's arena, winning game 1. Let's see if they can do it again.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场。
I feel like AL on the cusp of making a mark on the league right here. I feel like this would be kind of a watershed moment for them as a team, because I think a lot of people are excited about this team. A lot of people see the potential of this team, but now we need to see the results, and this would be a hell of a way to do it, wouldn't it? Imagine if you contend for first seed in your group when you've got NIP, when you've got Weibo in that group as well. Anyone's Legend, if they win this game, will be 2-0 in the group. Not just that, they'll be 4-0 in games. This would be an unbelievable start to the league.
And the thing which is holding AL back, I guess, in community perception is that they're just not a big-name team. This isn't one of those big, old organizations which has had huge results or world championships or something like that. We have a lot of them in the LPL, so it's quite hard to overcome some of those names. This could be the split where they can make a name for themselves amongst all of those great ones too. We'll see how far they can go.
And I will say, like, on that topic, like, first off, they did bring in Allah. He's like, they've added a big name, so it starts to become more believable for the fans. But importantly, a split where you don't have that many big names and you do have big pop-off performances, that's where the big names start to exist, right? That's where players like Shanks, players like Hope, that have been around the league for a long time, haven't really reached that upper echelon. These are the kind of splits where they can start to separate themselves from the pack.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Hope was on the JDG roster, which won back in 22 Summer. So, again, you look at some of these players like, oh yeah, there's some nice names about the place. But you just look at the logo on the team and it's like, wait, but I don't recognize this team if you kind of flitted in and about the LPL. NIP, I think after last split, again, they started to go up in expectations. And then, of course, being the older brand from V5 with an LPL scope, they had themselves some great moments there too, where they were briefly, and I think again that was in 2022, one of the best teams in the whole damn league for parts of spring. But yeah, it's an interesting conversation, particularly in LPL when it comes to brand and kind of the aura around teams.
Yeah, and I want to mention that point on Hope as well. You mentioned the fact that, you know, was on that JDG roster. Was replaced by Ruler, you know, one of the very best AD carries in the world. Like,
sorry, buddy.
Sorry, like, you're pretty good, Hope, but you're not Ruler good. Before that, he was on EDG. And you know who he was replaced by? Viper. Like, this guy just, anytime he's on your team, you're immediately going to get one of the best Korean AD carries in the world, I guess. Yeah, Hope, I feel like, has had a pretty hard run of it in regards to who he's been replaced by. Well, certainly has looked good over the years. He's a player that I do think is a little underrated, but still, we need to see him performing on a team like this, because those previous 2 teams we mentioned, the EDG and the JDG, both had a lot of really powerful pieces in the roster. Maybe this is a moment where Hope can be that powerful piece.
And speaking about kind of the here and now, well, actually, we have to talk about mid lane briefly, because we've got a bit of a collapse down here. Shanks has jump, he can get out of this. He's probably just going to buffer out of that stun, and that's going to fizzle out. But Hope has gone for the first strike onto Ziggs. God, is this going to stop now? We're going to finally end this?
Good bit of positioning there from Shanks, dodges away from the flick back. That hits, it's a guaranteed kill. 3 players committed for NIP, and you can see it's a similar thing on the side of AL, so nothing comes out of it in the end, not even a summoner used.
So when it comes to this early game, of course the Viego can make some plays happen. It's a little bit weird thinking about jungle's role within this meta, because when you have you know, Karthus Nidalee, gets a little bit different compared to when you do have Viego, Brand maybe less so in this kind of archetype. But you know, we've seen a lot of Xin Zhao Lee Sin for a little while now, and we kind of knew what they do. They turn up bot side at level 3, they get some fights at level 4 and 5. You don't really get that necessarily from your Nidalees within lanes. You get get that within the jungle. And stuff like with the Karthus too, it's changed the nature of jungles quite a lot. I think it's meant that a lot of like their muscle memory jungle pathing so it changes. Ala does get locked up a little bit under turret there. Kashanji doing some work already.
Yeah, little bit of a fumble from Ala as well, to be honest. I think quite greedy for the Demolish Rock and the stun from the W.
Who here has not been greeted for Los Platos at least once in their life? I too would do this.
I do this on a regular basis, except I don't get away with it. I don't just lose my flash. I lose my flash and my heal and my life. And then I run it for the rest of the game.
Trade deal. You receive my life. I receive Los Platos.
Yeah. And then it's, you know, the full EU West experience at that point. Everyone just loses their mind. AL, looking pretty good so far. Ala punished though. Shanji perhaps with an opportunity. He is on the Kazante though, not exactly a champion that you can like really leverage your 1v1 lead necessarily. Much more of a pick for later on in the game.
This is the time where in this matchup you can do something. Because level 6, he doesn't have flash, you have ghost. Maybe you can make something work if Ala misposition on the bot side, draw a quartz, just about gets out.
Some bombs coming out from Hope as well. I will say Ziggs doesn't do that much just yet, but still has a lot of zone control. It's quite difficult to move into the river against all of those bombs flying your way, the satchel charge, the Hextech minefield. AL move into the river once more. We just got an extended 4v4 face-off where everyone just looks at each other. It's a triple route coming out from Photic, but doesn't lead to anything. Aki, stun over the wall, goes wide. Photic engaged upon by Kale, and that's going to be Photic gone. The burn ticking away on Dwo, and recess for Shanks as well. Aki flashes out and will get away with his life.
Oh, we mentioned Bowser's Castle earlier. Shanks doing a bit of a Goomba stomp there. Gets the triple jump in that play. As you can see, Photic caught out by Kyle on the Leona. We said that's important for him. Kyle, of course, has no flash here. Wouldn't really be able to force that much. It's going to be the Dominus. But he doesn't have any cooldowns left now. Shanji should just be able to walk away.
Yeah, he does have boots over Shanji, so you can see he's actually closing the gap, still getting a bit of damage down with the Dominus. Won't be able to finish the job, but really, really nice fight around the Dragon from AL. They're almost 2,000 gold up off the back of it, and I love the decisive engage from Kale. Like, he is so confident to go in, so confident that his team will follow up. I'm going to hold that thought.
No ult, no flash.
Yeah, Ala is in big trouble. Croco's here though, and so is Kale. Actually, it's turning around. And guess what? Aki doesn't have flash either. Pyroclasm comes out, but only hits 2 targets and can't find the stun.
Okay, so NIP very nearly buy into a fight that they would have lost pretty handedly. Leona coming back to the LPL is fantastic for our region, in case you weren't aware of the level of Leona players in here. Kyle, we brought him over for a course from the LCK, so that was a bit of an adopted talent, but oh my word, the Zenith play is incredible. It follows through after the flash, and Photic just caught out again. I feel like Photic has had a couple of positioning errors. This one is less on him and more about the Leona just going absolute psycho into the backline. Gets really good value out of that one.
Yeah. Really nice Zenith as well in that it goes through Dwo and then hits Photic as well. So even if you miss on Photic, you're still getting the CC down onto the front line. You're
Team fight delivery secured.
Exactly, exactly. And ultimately, that is the 101 for Kale this game, is be the guy that goes in and hope that Ala is on a flank or can follow you in some regard. Because the rest of the team sure as heck ain't. They're going to be standing at range and blasting away.
Funnily enough, I actually think that Chemtech Dragon First is quite important for NIP with regards to that. For the base stats, so we don't think about it that much, but the base stats of some dragons are actually really important. Now what Chemtech gives is it gives you some tenacity as part of it. It gives some other stats as well, but the tenacity against this team from AL is actually quite big. So if NIP get a hold of that one, that might be quite noticeable as we get into the game, if it stacks up with stuff like the Mercury Spirit as well.
Could be something valuable for them if they can towards that Drake. I mean, we saw the 4v4 standoff for Drake. It feels like both teams are sort of positioning for a similar thing again. We could well have a scrap over this objective. Photic finds a route, just going to look for a soul there. It's Kale. Croco starting off the red buff. Kale just using the Drake to get a bit of harassment to NIP.
Go forth, my minion! Strike them down!
He reckons he's one, Kaiser.
Gosh, remember that? That was such a weird iteration of that one. We once again have a converging of forces coming towards this bot side of the map. Dwo has ult, has flash. You can't stand too close to walls with this on.
Croco's moved into the pit, doesn't have flash. This could be... Oh, Dwo! I thought he was going to miss the ult for a second there. Kale standing on the front line, but Shanks has just walked into them. and dies. In the meantime, they get the Drake. Shanks sacrificing himself. Oh, Rookie denied on the wall. It's a kill for a Drake. I don't know which team wins, honestly.
I mean, it's a lot kind of invested from NIP across multiple lanes. I feel like they dropped a couple of waves to get towards that Dragon too. Didn't quite see what was happening exactly in mid lane. Shanks getting caught out, that's good for NIP though. We know that Tristana is a champion that wants to really be ahead of the game, and we saw that Rookie really struggled with that in the last game to be as valuable as we know this champion can be. So getting a kill onto them at least stops that Tristana pulling off into the distance.
Croco getting a little bit sneaky with it. There is a ward in that next brush, but he's just going to go for the reset, looking for any potential windows. It's Ala, Dominus, Rookie trying to set up the dive. The seismic shove goes wide, and Ala is absolutely chilling.
I think realistically with ult and flash, you're only ever looking to force ult and maybe flash, but now the ult is down, the wave's not quite cleared out. Shanji has ult. I think Ala's just overstayed here.
I don't know, it's nice from Ala at least to clear that wave. Rookie tanking the tower here. Ala tries to flash on, but it's not going to work out in the end. 3-man play top, and it works for NIP.
It's a bit of an extended play though, and that means you've left Ziggs alone on a turret who can satchel it down. If you ever play away from a Tristana or a Ziggs, they get huge tower damage. We saw BLG play this pick the other day and just play away from the Ziggs. I actually think that was a huge mistake, because this champion in the early game gives you 3 plates. Draw couldn't quite get himself the huge knock up onto the brand, but while all this is happening, Shanks kind of sees the engage coming on one side of the fight, feels like he has to step up, and then just puts himself into his own grey screen, unfortunately, after that point. Rookie gets hit by the Satch, also gets taken off the wall, so well played from Hope on that one too.
Shanks sort of sacrificing himself for the Drake there. I think maybe the thought process being, they can't go on me, or they won't be able to contest Drake. And then people are like, well, screw the Drake, we'll just kill Shanks.
What's that bit in Titanic like? But the ship can't sink? Well, yep, we have figured out, in fact, that is completely incorrect.
Yeah, something like that. He definitely sank in that one. Down into the depths of the river. Tom Kench waiting beneath the waves. 2-2 on the scoreboard. And honestly, it's a pretty sizable gold lead for AL. They're looking good for the advantage in the second game. And Photic has been caught out. That's his cleanse, and now a solar flare lands on top. Croco easily finishes the job.
Okay,
I mean, that's
but
just egregious.
We have to talk about this. This is not isolated. Look back at the end of spring. Look back at what happened in their first series as well. Photic's positioning has been quite dire at points, and it is important that he goes down here. Can't even use his ult. He can use it from base now, at least as he's respawned. That might be what NIP are hinging on.
Hope feeling inspired by Photic there, forced to flash, and now bomb over the team. And this is the beauty of it. Leona locks someone up, all of the skill shots immediately collapse on top, and the health bars are just eradicated. Rookie taken down, and AL, honestly, looking fantastic in this series.
They look so much more decisive. So much more decisive. In game 1, I think it was Croco and then Italy being very active around the map. On the brand, you don't always have the tools to do exactly the same thing, but Leona very much does. And on the other side now, I mean, reminder folks, this is a Senna with the farming Ornn. Why is the Ornn behind in gold? Kyle has got involved, did a lot of kills, but is therefore ahead even in the economy against the support, which is meant to be farming better than them.
And I just want to mention, once again, you talked about it, Tristana left alone with a tower, boom, 2 plates gone.
6 scrubs.
Instantly, maybe 3 plates if he feels like he can stick around. I don't know if he'll get away with that one. But yeah, just gold flying in. And once again, like, expectations for this are NIP are the favourite. 2 games in a row now, AL come out to a flying start. They are 4,000 gold up at 13 minutes against a top 4 LPL team. This is a massive performance from AL, and quite possibly the beginning of something beautiful this year.
So in case anyone was wondering where this excitement was coming from, it's from this, by the way. This team looks like they have a lot to work with. Should also mention the fact that, yes, Ala's hit on the Rift. Tabe came in off the Rift as well. I think that sometimes coaching staff have an overstated role within teams. Tabe, I think, is one of the few which is a real exception to that. We saw what he did with BLG last year on their run from spring into being a truly elite team. And, of course, LPL champions just as he left that roster as well in this last spring. He's joined anyone's legend with a team of promising players. I really want to see what they can do together as a combined unit. And in this game, with this gold lead, I think they're just going to keep forcing plays, and I think NIP are going to really struggle to hold their battle lines, even with the disengaged champions they have.
Dude, how excited a feat are you for a best of 5 between AL and BLG towards the end of the year?
Yes.
We get to see the Tabe's old team versus Tabe's new team. That would be something to watch for sure, especially if this is a kind of performance that they can consistently do. Obviously, this is only their second series of the split. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. But even still, it's a great little start. And I think that the reason I'm excited is because the style that AL are playing is not just crazy hand-stiffing or anything like that. This feels like a style that they consistently pull out.
That is the real key. I love that you bring that up because it's replicable. It's replicable. They have the systems in place. Their early games have looked good. They've noticed their win conditions about flashes in the last game and how they shut down the enemy jungler. In this one, they've gotten their demolitionists ahead. They've got huge damage on that Ziggs now with the Ludens completed already. The first strike has accelerated them towards that. Yes, NIP will get the Herald, but they have lost so many objectives before this. It feels like AL, with also an inroad onto mid lane, might be able to force it. NIP will probably have to try and counter-engage to keep the turret alive, and that's what they're doing.
Whoa. Oh, the satchel charge knocks Chuo, so he can't get the ultimate off. And now Rookie is going to be locked up. Flash available. Doesn't need to use it. Keeps alive, even with the bomb ticking on his head. AL can't find much, but they do still find a tower on the bottom side.
But I love the mind game of this. Like, NIP are taking the Heralds. AL want to push mid, but they know that NIP will engage onto them if they push mid. So they back off enough, they bring out the engage, no ultimates left, mid tower for free. Great play with Demolitionists. They have 6 grubs, they have all the tools in the world, and the ultimates are still down. This is a great phase of play from AL.
AL is threatening a dive, and you've got a Ziggs with 6 grubs, so they're going to finish this tower. This is a 3-turret play from AL in trade of 1 Herald. That's only half a tower. That's not even a finished off objective. Like, this is insane from AL. They are calling NIP's bluff.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. They base out all the engaged tools, so they know that NIP are afraid of losing their mid lane out of turret. So AL back off, they blow all of those summoners, and they take 2 turrets when they're down. Rookie has to teleport to a side lane to pick up some wave somewhere across the map, because while all this is happening, NIP have no cross maps. They have a Herald now, but where are they going to use that? If they use it top lane, we saw Kyle's up there with ult and flash available. Unless they get a good trade on Shanks, I really don't think they can force this one down. And I feel like AL have absolutely monstered the last phase of play.
I know it's only their second series, but I'm getting so excited about AL at this point. I'm like opening up the second tab to order a jersey. Rookie taken down. Kale, has he missed a solar flare yet?
I don't think so. And yeah, so in terms of it's only their second series, should we get excited? I think we absolutely can do, because you got to call out the good play when you see it. Shanji tried to ult through the wall, can't quite get it, teleport back.
Oh, he's Kashanji, The railgun comes up through, but it's a solo kill for Shanji. TP out from Droll keeps him alive. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope for NIP.
While this happens, top lane turret does fall, so that's going to be another objective picked up. But I think that AL, great phase of play in the last minute or two. As we said, important to call that one out. But they lose track of the extra summoner coming in from Draw on that teleport. Now, Arla might have to get a defensive teleport from Shanks, unless it's just not here in time.
I mean, lots of counterplay available there. He spent more
deep
time
teleport.
off
Look at the deep teleport.
In the floor. Very deep teleport from Shanji.
What?
He's just abandoned the play. He's just gone to the wrong side
Come
of the map.
home!
And in the meantime, the rest of the team is being blown to smithereens. Votic stepping forward to try and sell for Shanji, but he's still a million miles away. It's the worst teleport I think I've ever seen.
What? Where have you gone? Go home, Shanji! Go home, they need you! They're knocking on the door, they're delivering you adverts or something, but gosh, what the hell was happening there? They tried to go for the real big collapse on the pushing unit. It would have been huge if they could have broken this pressure, which AL have managed to have over the last, again, 4 or 5 minutes at this point. But the execution is sloppy, and AL once again showcasing how decisive they are. Hope is disgustingly strong at this point too.
That was a passage of play of all time. No 2 ways about it. It's a 7,000 gold lead now for AL, and they are in their element. 6 grubs, 6 towers, in comparison to 1 single tower for NIP. They still have that Herald. Hopefully, that'll be able to finish off a mid-tower. But then again, I don't know if they ever get control of mid lane to be able to take that tower.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge problem. Shanji, he just leaves! He takes a one-way tricket! He's just gone! Where's he going to? He's just left his entire... They don't have a front line anymore! You can see the angle, shut down the push, but the ward is in such a crap location that he's never going to be there in time, and yeah, this is just such an awkward phase of play because AL decisively shut them down before he can reach the play.
The timing was really unlucky. Shanji, I don't think, realized Kale was about to dive. He thought that he was the one making the play, but turns out he was evacuating. It's a kind of dodgy Herald, honestly. That feels a little dangerous positioning-wise. Shanji, forced away, does get on the right side of the Sandal Charge, and Croco's overstepped again. Twice in a row now, they punish the jungler of AL. Looking for more as Shanks as the bomb comes in, and Ala's on the top side of the play, wants to get in the mix. That's another one as they dive further in. Kale has no fear, and neither the rest of the team. Shanji stuns all three of them. The rail get in, but it's too little and it's too late. NIP torn asunder. The gold difference is just far too much. Photic has nowhere to run, and Shanks is happy to pounce.
It's body hopping for days. Shanks making a BMX trick out of that team fight. Oh my word, AL. What a series it's been from them. We had hope. Well, they had hope realistically, and they have themselves a heck of a start to this season for this split so far. What a great performance from this team. It has been decisive. It has been good individual play. More importantly, like we called out earlier, it is good team play. It is decisive. The decision making is correct. It is decisive. And as you see the Herald coming in here, you can see that, yes, Croco gets caught out, but Draw and the rest of the team are already heavily committed into the fight. Ziggs gets to get a whole load of damage for free because he's not the target. Ala is also set up to respond. And at this point, you basically can't escape this team. I love how Shanks waits for kills to come down, and he hops just before them. So right here, before Aki dies, he hops first, then Aki dies, unlocks a second hop after that point. He could have just missed out on a jump that way, maximizing his distance covered in the team fight.
I love how that clip is literally Ala going to Shanji. You call that a deep teleport? This is a deep teleport. Gets the flag, sets up the play for his team. And Shanks is loving every second of this series. You just know it because he solo killed Rookie in game number 1 and now game number 2. Yeah. He's dominating these team fights. And like 3,000 gold lead in the mid lane. 5,500 gold lead in this. Obviously, that's against the Senate. It doesn't really count, but the Ornn is massively behind as well, so still massive gold lead for the Ziggs.
I mean, so the thing is, you're meant to have like mirrored gold leads. Whatever the gold lead is between AD carries, it should be between support or something like that. That ain't mirrored. That ain't mirrored. It's not like Joe is 5k ahead himself. So that is not a fair trade deal, and that is not a fair combo.
The sun and the bombs come flying on down. It's like something out of Mad Max. There goes Joe as well. He tries to save his mid laner and he pays for it with his life. And now Shanks blows that mid lane open. It's like Gas Town all over again. AL pushing in on the bottom side as they look for 2 inhibitors. And honestly, I don't know if there's anything NIP can do about this one. AL can keep the push going. Because remember, this is the demo squad. They annihilate towers.
They have 6 grubs, they have demo squad, they have a Baron buff. This is the end of the game. NIP, you have 1 shot left.
Weaver's Wall does absolutely nothing from Rookie. There goes the tower. 1 tower remaining for AL to finish this game, and Ala has found Aki. Shanji tries to get in. The Ornn horn sounds, but there's no follow-up on the engage. And in the meantime, the Nexus tower has gone down. Shanji alone. AL making it happen. They're against a top 4 LPL team, and they remind everyone to put some respect on the name. The absolute legends step in once more.
We cannot mention enough why this team is considered to be one of the dark horses for this split. They have themselves the pieces. We've seen Hope and Shanks on various different rosters, even just last year on WE as well. These players have what it takes. I think particularly with Ala stepping into the top side, you can look across every role and say, yeah, actually, if they went up against top LPL teams, I don't think they get blown out. I think that I look particularly now at Kyle on the Leona as well. He looks like he's stepping up to a level which we didn't quite see from him even in spring as well. And Croco looks really at home on both of the champions he played this series as well. This team, this is the dark horse to look for when it comes out of those teams which were in the middle of the pack before.
Do you know, I'm starting to wonder, is this a dark horse or is this just a horse? Maybe they're just a horse and we were wearing sunglasses all along, you know? Maybe it's not so dark after all, because honestly, this is only their second game of the entire split, and they've managed to go 2-0.
You just got me. Oh, God.
I mean, 4-0 right now. 4-0 in games, 2-0 in series. And at this point, with how Weibo looks, NIP beat Weibo and then just got absolutely smashed by AL. AL are looking to be the first seed out of Group D at this rate.
I mean, so folks, you heard it here first. If you're a fan of Arla, if you're a fan of anyone's Legends, you're a fan of Hope or Shanks, you're horse people now. You can be the horse girl of your dreams. Don't let us tell us you can't be that. Just say Joe sent you or something.
Yeah. Do you know what? I'm not going to go any further into that line of comedy because it gets real dodgy real quick. Fantastic stuff from AL though, because I mean, I think the thing that makes me so excited about this team is, again, we talked about in the game, it's consistent. This is good League of Legends that they're playing. This isn't just like, a couple of mistakes from NIP and the game was like, AL are setting up really, really well. They're setting good compositions that they can use efficiently. Like in Fearless Draft, we've seen quite a few teams struggling to actually build good compositions. Doesn't feel like AL are struggling with that at all. I don't know, they're just ticking so many boxes for me right now.
And, you know, in spring, when they had Harry in top lane, he was serviceable, but he wasn't the level that they needed to truly be a top-tier team. He was, you know, surviving lanes, but not thriving them. And I think that Arla, even on the, you know, the EDG Doom squad, actually was doing very well in his own right. This guy was a bright light in a very dark canvas for that team. The fact that he can come onto this team and showcase that actually, yes, he is still that good. Yes, this is still the Arla, which we know from so many years of great play in the LPL, is a great thing to see. And this is a team which I'm fully expecting to develop as time goes on. I think they've really adapted to the meta. I think that they've shown two very different compositions coming into this as well. So it's not like they're just a niddly team. They're not just you know, a lane dominant team or something like that when they play through winning counter big lanes. This is really exciting to see. Now on the other side for NIP, of course, I think the big news from this series is for a lot of people watching and being fresh to the LPL or whatever, we have to talk about AL as they are the lesser known team because NIP were the top team in spring. For them to get back there again, I think that Rookie needs to step up. This guy had an awful series today compared to his standards. He was the second best mid laner by far in spring. He was blown out today, and he has so often been an unshakable rock in that mid lane. This is a bit of a concerning series for him.
Yeah, and honestly, that first series against Weibo, Rookie looked really good. But we have, since then, seen Weibo play again, and Xiaohu not really looking like he's in that good form. Maybe that was Rookie looking good in relation to where Xiaohu is right now. And then you've got players like Shanks who are actually looking really good. And Shanks suddenly moving himself up that tier list for me in terms of like actual form right now and how the players are individually performing. I feel like very, very clean stuff coming out from Shanks, very calculated stuff in these fights as well. Obviously the Tristana game, great. Like most players in the league are playing Tristana very well, but his first game as well on the Corki looking fantastic too. He clearly has a great handle on the meta.
Absolutely, and that's something which I can't say the same about for NIP right now. I wasn't in love with Aki on the Karthus. I think that if they're going towards AP junglers, Aki might struggle, and NIP, typically the litmus test for them actually is how well is Aki doing. And if he's not doing very well on the AP junglers, then it means that they're locked into just playing the Viego, the Shinsa, the AD skirmishes, while Rookie still goes back to the roaming AP mids with some push and roam. If you can't make that meta work against the AP farming junglers and then the AD mid laners, that is a huge, huge issue. And then you're waiting on a patch change to bail you out, which is the worst situation for any team.
And the rough side of that in this matchup specifically is we already know that Croco can play the Lee Sin, the Xin Zhao, all of that stuff. We've seen that last year, you know? And now we come into this AP carry sort of meta from the jungle. Fantastic Nidalee game in game number 1, fantastic Brand game. Obviously a couple of slight mispositions on the Brand, but that was more like counter-engage from NIP. I don't think Croco like massively messed up necessarily across this game. I think it was still a really solid Brand game coming out from him, so really, really impressed. Ala obviously looking absolutely fantastic up top. I mean, Ala's just, I don't know. Ala's one of these players where when he's in form, he's just on another level. I feel like he's not always in form, but when he is, he's right up there with the very best in the LPL.
It's like that. Half the time it works, all the time. Yeah, Ala used to be that streaky player. I remember back when he was on the World's LNG roster, which back in was that 2020 or was that 21? It was
21.
That one, yeah. Back when he was there, and that was the team with Lights as well, that was a very flippy team because Ala would be on and off, and he'd have some great carry games and then have some anti-carry games and stuff like that. Similarly, you know, in the next series we've got coming up, so we've got Breathe as well. He's having another resurgence split for him as well. So it feels like these two top lanes, which have kind of been like locked on these legacy orgs of EDG and then RNG as well, which have fallen on hard times, have left and found greener pastures for themselves, and they've looked really good at the start of the split on both accounts.
Yeah, they've been looking saucy. I'm excited for it. I'm curious to see what's to come from these two teams. But in terms of this group, honestly, again, I said at the start of the broadcast, I'll say it again. Group B, definitely the most exciting of our groups. NIP and Weibo are going to be scrapping for that second seed. But right now, I don't even think it's close. I think AL are comfortably the shoe-in for first seed. Hope's damage versus that of anything on NIP is
that's
ridiculous.
a 1,000 DPM game in a 23-minute game on a scaling champion. You're not allowed to do that.
It's not
you
bad,
should be
is it?
getting these. You should be able to get those numbers against tanks in like a 30-minute game. This is 23 minutes. You're getting. It is so much harder to get high damage per minute in quick games because you just there's not enough HP to get those numbers with.
Yeah.
Where did that come from? Where did you find that hope?
The Luden gun, that's where
Yeah.
you're getting. Honestly, for me though, even though Hope and Shanks both played extremely well, I'm saying Kale should be the MVP of this
Yes.
one. This Leona performance was absolutely phenomenal. So many of these situations only work because he's hitting every single skill shot and finding these windows to engage.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that Kyle on this Leona, like many LPL supports, has done a lot. And again, we get to see the great journey of the Goober stomping Tristan with that one. And as you said with the Hope, the Luden's gone. It's for like when a wizard runs out of spell slots, they've multi-classed and then they do damage like this, which is just not really fair. Doesn't even hit the center spot there and is doing huge amounts of work. Gosh, this was a really clean game from AL. I think that one phase of play in mid lane where they kind of baited out the engage, took 2 turrets, took a play topside as well. That's some of the most beautiful, clean mind game and macro that I've seen in a long time from a lot of these kind of mid to bottom table teams, which we saw from Spring Run in AL. They were not that confident as Spring. They could have been great, but they couldn't quite reach it. This game, though, what a performance from them. Yeah, there were a couple of moments they got caught out here and there, but on the whole, the decisiveness was absolutely beautiful to see.
Fantastic stuff coming out from AL. This TP as well from Ala, just in response to Shanchi's previous TP. Something beautiful, Kale. Again, I'm not sure he missed a single Zenith Blade all game long, to be honest.
Not that I saw.
And then Shanks just able to roll away with things. And honestly, when you're playing Ziggs and the fights are like this, where no one ever really comes close to diving onto you,
Yeah.
you can't ask for anything more. This is the perfect style of fighting for Ziggs, where you can just play at maximum range, throw out these bombs, and just finish things off. Another solar flare lands. The
So
follow-up is
stupid.
disgusting.
God, it is, again, just like calling in an orbital strike. We saw a couple of these comps last year with Leona coming back. I mean, I remember LNG playing a load of it, Gala and Hung were playing that with the Ziggs Leona, Ziggs Nautilus and stuff. It wasn't like teams didn't play this. It kind of disappeared in spring, sort of once or twice, but to see this come back with AD carries being present on the board elsewhere is a big thing. Like last year we had the Jace as a really big AD mid laner, and of course the Tristana was still around then too. The fact that we have AD mid laners coming back, unlocking AP options elsewhere on the board really blows open the meta. Actually, the thing which has held the meta in place for a little while is the fact that you had to play AP mages in mid lane a lot of the time. Going towards this flexibility with some AP, but then also going towards the stuff like the Corki, the Tristana, the Yone, and the Jace as well. It opens up a lot more different compositions, and honestly, I'm loving the meta at the start of summer right now. It's been really a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, it's a really fun meta, right? The meta across the table is just really
There
fun
we
right now.
go.
The Observer's agreeing with us, or whoever it is that votes for the MVPs. Kale, gonna grab that one, and I think rightly so, 81% kill participation. But again, just, we were talking about it in the replays. I'm not sure he missed a skill shot. I'm not sure he missed an engage. Leona can sometimes feel
wrong.
useless, right? But not when you're playing like that.
Something is wrong when Leona doesn't die. Like, this champion should never have 0 deaths. I'm just saying, if you end up having a game and you haven't killed the enemy Leona, you're done goofed. Something's happened there. Kyle just 2 got on this champion is so tanky throughout the game too.
Yeah, I feel like that it's a classic case of this composition's real good at snowballing fights. You know, like the follow-up on those Leona engages, like there's no way you're turning that one around. Fantastic stuff. And that is already our first series done. I thought we were going to 3 games.
I thought we were going to go for
We're
6.
absolutely not. With no chance today. 2-0 for Anyone's Legend, finishing things off nice and clean. We're going to jump towards our second series, which we'll be moving over to Shanghai for, so do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes' time.
echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember,
Welcome back to Shangers, everybody. It's Shanghai on your screen. And we're going to head towards our second game, our first one in Zhou. This one's going to be in Shanghai as we head towards Ultra Prime versus Weibo. That's what the whole gang was calling it when we lived there
Shangers,
in 2020.
yeah.
It was Shangers. We were the Shangers
such
gang.
a Britishism. You know, we both come from Knots. We got to call it Shangers. It's just.
It
I
just
don't know,
sounds
man.
better
It's
than
uniquely that.
Shangers. It's just great. Yeah, Weibo vs Ultra Prime going to be coming your way, and we're going to have a very exciting opening ceremony as well on the stage, as it is the Dragon Boat Festival in China right now. But I think before we jump into the opening ceremony, we may have to cut this conversation at any given moment. But let's talk a little bit about these teams.
We'll wait till they're ready.
On paper, an incredibly strong team. However, really not living up to that potential right now. Or in fact, let's talk about Ultra Prime first.
Yeah, I think that Ultra Prime, you know, they brought in Qingtian. I think for a lot of spring, it was Jamada that was saying this a little bit in spring when he came in then, was talking about how it felt like Ultra Prime were like a solid top laner away from having some really good results. They got very close in a lot of series. I kind of have a soft spot for this team. You know, they've got a very active social media team on Twitter. They're very funny. They're great. Obviously, go see what they're doing over there. But also the fact that they were so close in a lot of different ways. They might just be able to beat Weibo today, given their current form as well. We'll see what's happening with this team.
Yeah, Weibo all over the place. I will say Breathe still looking pretty good. Light looking very, very good, right? Light is very much in form right now. It feels like he's having a good split so far. So, I mean, look, this is a roster where you can believe that they turn it on. Like every single player on this roster, you can believe that they flick a switch and suddenly they're really, really good again. However, the switch is yet to be flicked, so we'll see how they do against Ultra Prime. On paper, Weibo should be a heavy favourite coming into this series, but it's the fact that you can believe that they're not says a lot about how Weibo have been doing this year.
Because I think the mid-jungle duo has really struggled to be proactive, even with proactive champions. I think Tarzan had one really good Nidalee game that really helped with them. But, you know, I look across the board and I can see some openings here from Ultra Prime, despite them coming in as the Pool 4 team. One of two Pool 4 teams. No, sorry, there are Pool 3 teams, so apologies for that one. But one of the Pool 4 team within this group is the lowest kind of standing one from Spring. I think on the other side, though, I mean, Weibo, I think they do have some consistent members. I think particularly Breathe and Light, those two. Light, we already knew this about the entirety of last year, despite the moniker of consistently inconsistent. If they reach late game, you have like these teary eyes looking for around the rest of the map going, Light, help us, put the backpack on, please. He has done so much late game carrying for this team, and that hasn't stopped, and I think Breathe has joined him in the teamfight impact.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. We'll see if it can consistently happen. I'm going to be honest. I zoned out what you were saying there. I was too busy watching the players. Like, there were so many like stoic expressions, and then they're like distracted by the camera. I'm like, oh, hi guys, like a docile wave. Yeah.
Oh, that's. So
we got some cosplayers coming out as well for the Dragon Boat Festival. I'm excited to see today's opening ceremony. I'm excited to see. I feel like this is going to be a full audience today.
The thing is, like, I love having the crowd shots from over in China as well, because the crowd really just buy into just kind of the festival-like event as well.
So, very exciting little bit of sword play on the stage to kick off what could be quite an exciting match here. Ultra Prime stepping out onto the stage. Ultra Prime wanting to buck the trend of this organization's placements, wanting to show up. They do have a decent bit of talent, bringing Qingtian in that top side. Qingtian having a really rough series versus Ala, but Ala is in insane form right now, so not that crazy to lose to him in lane. Hoping to see a little bit more from Qingtian.
Yeah, he had one really rough game versus Ala, and then I think there's actually a second game. He did quite well in the lane phase after that point, so we can see again. Qingtian, he had some pretty poor moments over on top esports, sharing time with Wayward there as well. I think both of them struggling. We've seen actually both of them do quite well outside of that roster now to some extent, though. It is going to be a test here today, though. Breathe, as we've been saying, really good in his own right. Weibo, all of their players potentially look really good. It's just getting them all to show up at the same time. They're here physically. Will they be there on Summoner's Rift in the form that we need to see?
See if they can make it happen. I think it's always the same story with this team. It's always the story of, like, you know, the theoretical peaks of what they can do. This team into the World's Finals somehow. Obviously not exactly the same iteration, but not many people believed that they could do it. They still did it. This is a team that defies belief regularly, and belief, it feels like it's at an all-time low for the squad right now. Maybe this is the moment where they come alive.
Oh, this team is just so nonsensical when it comes to that. You can take your eyes off of them and suddenly they're in a World Finals somehow. This team, need we say it again, consistently inconsistent. You can see them great in one game, doesn't mean they're going to show up like that for game 2 as well. We've seen that over history as well, and look at this, swords afloat as well. We are really flying into the festival.
Dragon Boat Festival is always good fun. Running their hand foos there. I mean, I've not seen the swords previously. I think that's a new thing. I don't know whether that's Dragon Boat related or if that's just swords are cool. But I agree with the final statement. Look at that. Look at the moves.
A lot of the time that kind of sword is a dress sword as well, so they're kind of there to be very kind of filigreed and they look very cool. And it is, of course, part of that flowing martial arts as well. So it's kind of an extension of your arm. You can do very acrobatic things with it. And part of the festival is, of course, racing dragon boats as well, and eating special kind of dumplings and just having a genuinely good time. I could go for a bit of that right now. Maybe I'll find myself some dumplings later.
Oh, there was this amazing dim sum place in Nottingham. I don't know how or why it came to be, but it was.
You're happy it's there.
Like it was like a hole in the wall place that I went in, and I'm the only guy speaking English there. There was genuine shock and surprise on their faces that someone that doesn't speak Mandarin had walked into this restaurant. But oh my god, the dim sum was incredible. And they're closed. They're closed.
Oh,
I can't believe it. I'm absolutely heartbroken. It was
I'm
right
heartbroken
near Rock
and I
City,
never went
so
there.
I'd go right before a gig.
That's a great
And now it's
place.
gone.
You know Rock City? So there was a famous venue within our team, very different area than what I'm in. It used to have a very famous sticky floor because it was a really run-down festival. When they renovated it, they sold off like square bits of the sticky floor, which I'm just like, nowhere else in the world would do that, and I'm kind of glad they wouldn't, but I'm also kind of sad I didn't get a piece of that. Like, it's rock history.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if I'd want a piece of the floor. Do you know, Ocean Nightclub also did that in Nottingham. I don't know if they got the idea for a Rock City, but yeah, you can. There are horrible, greasy bits. It was a carpet.
If you two know anywhere else across the world that just sells bits of flooring for random historical reasons,
yeah, we'd love to hear about your sticky floor.
Tell us about that. Yeah, that's great.
Get in touch on Twitter. Yeah. Sorry. Formerly Twitter X.
I just feel like celebrations just aren't the same in our area of the world, Joe. They've got like wonderful dragon boat racing, and they've got like eating social dumplings. I love Chinese festivals so much. Like there's so much color and so much festivity to it, and I personally can't get enough of that.
Yeah.
I hope we get to experience some more of that as well.
Honestly, I was really disappointed that we kind of missed out on this stuff on the year that we were in Shanghai for LPL 2020. Obviously, that was the year COVID hit, so lockdown came to play. We missed a lot of this good stuff. Big public things didn't really happen until right at the very end of the year. Summer Finals was one of the first times where people were starting to get together, but even then, even the arena events, there wasn't an in-person audience, so...
There's something very special, actually, about just how much of an impact, particularly in China and then Korea as well, a lot of the leagues around there, how much League has just came into their ecosystem and their culture. So when we went out to Xi'an for the finals last summer, we had some really fun meetings with people out there too, kind of meeting a lot of the League players out there in China itself. It has sunk into the culture well and truly. And this team of Weibo has really put itself up there in terms of fan favorites at points too, particularly when they had the Shy. They've had a rough time kind of adapting to the departure of him, at least in spring. Breathe coming through in summer has been a breath of fresh air, very topically from him. He won't get that Skarner, they're banning it away in the top lane.
Let's see how this top lane matchup is going to go. The Rumble gone, the Skarner gone. Could still be Cassante angles, that sort of thing, but we'll have to wait and see. Carry jungler's also been targeted from Italy, and the Carpet's taken off the board. And then the Ashe taken away from Light and or Crisp. Generally speaking, the Ashes have been AD carry this year.
Yeah, Crisp is a very good range support player. The Crisp is weird. I could just leave it there at that point, but weird in the sense that there was a point where last summer, just before they went into Worlds, Chris had all of his wins on ranged champions and basically 0 wins on his melee ones. He's kind of flipped that around now, because he is one of the huge range support players within the LPL, but his Leona has also been historically good in the World Championship with both that and the Thresh.
I do sort of find it funny that that was such a big storyline that Chris can't play Hook Champions, right? When actually,
no, he's so famous at them.
Historically, like LPL was like Hook Champions or die, you know, like those are the options. So, but obviously that year, like he was really. Anyway, I digress. Nautilus going to be locked in, so he is going to have a Hook Champion.
Yeah.
Let's see how that storyline rounds out.
Yeah, the thing with Weibo is that you'll point at most of these players and you say, well, historically they've been great at this, but what's the current form? On Weibo of all teams, you have to ask that question. On the other side, Yukai, he had a great spring, I think, considering the level of Ultra Prime. I think he stood out to me. His first series wasn't great. I think he has to recover a little bit from that one. Nikat coming up from the LDL, though, he came in immediately first series, had a player of the game. I think this guy has been a really good pickup for Ultra Prime. And that Leona. It's Leona Nautilus meta again, everyone. Yay, LPL engaged supports.
Honestly, I'm okay with it. I know people got bored of this, but it just means that there's more fighting. I'm so down for that. I'm so down for that. Hacker gonna go with the brand. So AP jungler, bit of carry potential. Oh, breathe. He's gonna go for Camille. This is a
been banned away from the
pick
lot
for him. I mean, this is OG. This is
okay.
Back in the day when he used to be called Curse, it was all about the Camille, all about the Fiora. He has that skill. Time to express it.
And in their previous series, even though Breathe would have been blind picking it, he has had it banned away from him in the first 2 bans. We've had Jax and Camille banned away from this guy. I think that there are 2 sides to the top lane coin right now. I think a lot of people are very happy to blind pick stuff like the Skarner when it's open, stuff like the Cassante as well is completely fine to do that with. But then on the other side, you can still play Camille, Twisted Fate, the Jax, and carry through top lane. And I think that that's a really good thing for a player like Breathe. Breathe has been, again, on the upper echelons of that for a while. It's also a way to lock down the brand and the Corki in this draft, which can lock onto big picks with the Nautilus and the Talir. The Go combo from Weibo is really powerful if they're on the same page.
It's also very telegraphed, like when they're gonna go, you know about it. Like a wall appears on the map, Nautilus throws an anchor in, and you expect Breathe to be bouncing off of the walls to try and get in amongst the action. Renekton and Jax banned away, 2 of the tougher matchups for the Camille. I'm really curious what Shintian is going to bring to that top side, because I feel like Renekton, typically one of the picks that he has relied on over his career. Things like the Cassante up and available, but Cassante kind of struggles into the Camille. The tree damage really makes that a tough matchup.
Could be a Qingtian Darius angle. We'll see. Played a game of that the other day, and well, it didn't go so well. It was into the Rumble, and maybe we don't talk about that specific game. But no, Qingtian has not shied away from carries in his own rights. I think it'd be harder to play something like the Twisted Fate out of those options because Camille's cap closes on you so efficiently. And you get burst out as soon as you hit 2 items on the Camille, effectively the game just ends beyond that point. Tarzan going towards his Lee Sin, very famous pick from him. On the other side, of course, Weibo replacing Xiao Hao and ZDZ from Spring. These 2 top side talents. One's brought in to fill in the gap.
Bongo looking at potentially some very aggressive bot laners there. The Kalista and the Draven being hovered. I would love to see that aggression being brought down to the bottom side, and it will be the Kalista locked on in. And remember, this is probably going to be the lethality Kalista. A lot about that poke damage alongside the Corki. Brand also plenty of follow-up on that initial burst damage. This is like a annihilate one target angle. You mentioned it already. Jingtian brings out his Darius once more.
I mean, it's a skill matchup into the Camille. If whoever gets ahead with the first solo kill tends to really snowball the game from that point, but as you said, with the rest of the composition from Ultra Prime, it is kill first target, and why not give yourself a Darius getting able to stack up the passive, stack up that damage from the ult as well, get that resetting across the rest of the team. That can be very, very powerful. It's quite hard to play the Darius in this comp though. A lot of things to lock you down. If you get the Nautilus hook through a minefield, the center W on top, Darius cannot afford to get hit by any of this CC. I think the rest of the team can just about get away with it. I think Brand and Corki can play with a little bit more range in the Kalista. So weirdly as well, the conversation around Kalista, you go back even 4 or 5 years ago, Kalista into Talir or things like Ashe, you'd be saying, oh man, you can't play into these champions. With the lethality Kalista, you do not play from your auto attack range, you play from your Q range, and that means that these champions which typically counter her have a much harder time reaching her. Ultra Prime finished that first target. Weibo, they want to CC again, the first person that dives in, if possible. They have a really good counter combo if they also pull it off well.
To see win conditions looking reasonable on both sides, right? Does feel like both of these compositions have functional ways of closing this game out. I'm looking towards Jingtian though. We've seen a Darius game this split. It has to be mentioned that against Ala, he went 0-6-0. Yep. It was truly an incredibly rough game to watch for Jingtian. But remember, this is a player that has been all the way at the upper echelons of the LPL. This is a player that has finished first in the regular season, that has been in the LPL finals, who's behind Wayward generally on that roster, but played some of those big games himself. We know he has high highs. He's in a skill matchup. Now we got to see him redeem that previous Darius performance as we head into the game. Weibo, on the other hand, looking to redeem themselves pretty much across the board. This is a team that has struggled, but the quality of players across the Rift is really, in theory, on paper, some of the best in the league. But can they make that come true on the Rift? It's time to find out. It's time to head into game number 1. Support showing up today. Ultra Prime. It's good to hear. It's good to hear that the fans are still behind this team.
And like I said, I have a soft spot for this team. I have a soft spot for a lot of underdogs anyway in Ultra Prime. They did feel like that plucky team, which was so close to success in a lot of their series. Couldn't quite close it out, and they were kind of ending up down towards, again, the bottom end of the table for the last few splits now. Weibo on the other side, they've been pretty damn good. I mean, coming into 2023, they were kind of put as a super team. They put together a hell of a roster, and then it ended up going flip-flopping for the entire year, and somehow ending up in a World Finals anyway. This year they've tried to get through that again. Breathe, buddy, you're going to have to start a hook shot here, aren't you? Yep, that one's going to be a bit awkward for level 1, and we're going to get ourselves a lane swap coming through. We did say that these are occasionally there, but Weibo have matched it. They've sniffed it out, and it will be Australia lane. Where's Hysterics when you need him?
Berlin, I believe. Just like you, actually. He's literally around the corner for you.
Yeah.
go give him a shout. We'll see if he's available. Yeah, bot lane is up in the top side, which does mean plates are less of an option. And luckily for Breathe, he's going to be the first one down to that bottom lane. So even though he's starting hook shot, like, he's still able to get priority in this lane and hopefully get to level 2 pretty damn quick, because he's going to need another ability.
He needs the second wave to come in, of course, to get himself up to that level 2. And yeah, it's a big problem going into Darius with that, because particularly with Camille and Darius, you're both so much based on your spacing, because you both have the tactical sweep and then, of course, the decimate as well. Trying to play for that sweet spot can be very important, where he does hit that level 2, but gets hit by the sweet spot in return. Level 2, Jingtian spacing well.
Nice Nicely done there by Qingtian to trade. Tarzan's moving down though. I think Breathe is going to try and look juicy on this one. Dives in, doesn't find the stun, but just starts to fight Qingtian. Ghosting in the wrong direction here. He's in the 2v1, going to be slowed. The Q lands, and can they finish it? He's pulled up the Q! Tarzan's in trouble here as Qingtian forces for more. Lead stacked on Breathe. It's not enough for a kill, but Qingtian outplays him.
Oh, it's like those war flashbacks of this time in spring last year when Qingtian got that triple kill in his first Darius game of 2023. This guy has done some great damage on this champion before in the past. Very nearly 1v2s there. Darius has always got that brief threat of it. Just about gets away with it, but now with no summoners, feels a little bit awkward in this lane. He's going to get some CS to get himself some more XP. But playing Darius in weak side, that's not really what you want from Ultra Prime.
It's literally the opposite of the champion's entire MO. Like, he is not a weak side champion, he is a strong side champion. Him and Draven both. Yeah, great start though from Qingtian. We said he needs to kind of redeem himself from his previous Darius performance. Really fantastic start. Had he been level 3, I think that's probably a kill on Tarzan.
Hugely so. I think not having that W definitely doesn't help either. You can see that Breathe is actually coming back up towards this top side now. What we're probably going to have is Chris recall teleport bot side, and they're going to leave Breathe alone in this top side. Need to see whether Doggo and Niket see this one coming through. They don't right now. Qingtian is heading back towards bot side. We need to see what Weibo are going to do with their lanes. I feel like Weibo's read on this early game has been pretty good, and now you have the Senna and the Camille. We see this from the Senna. Remember, the Senna is basically a support. They can help your top laner to kind of like either 2v1 against the melee top laner or 2v2 if the enemy team has switched up there too. So Breathe very happy with this, and also freezing the wave on top side as well, necessitating that Ultra Prime need to come and break that. I actually really like what Weibo are doing in this early game. This is much better than we've seen from them in some of their other games.
Worth quickly mentioning as well, Fly is actually going first strike on the Senna, which, you know, it's often harder to notice the Senna runes, because where the rune slot is for a lot of champions, that's where the stacks are for the Soul. So just wanted to point that out for the audience, for any Senna enjoyers out there. A little bit of gold generation. Oh, Tarzan actually gets the smite last possible second.
Oh, that's important to you, because one of the things that could break this game is that while Tarzan is kind of like messing around and trying to get into lanes as only really Lee Sin can in this early stage of the game, Hacker can just kind of pull ahead and farm an absolute ton of camps and gets to the 1-2 item spike of AP farming junglers, which has been a hallmark of the meta. Again, if you missed the memo coming into summer, these are the first games that you're watching. AP farming junglers are really strong because of a new item called Blackfire Torch. It gives you mana, it gives you cooldown reduction, and it gives you a flat burn as well. Means that they're very, very powerful. So Hacker losing this dragon. Help. Brother.
He lost vision. That's unfortunate. Breathe though. In the meantime, in a lot of trouble up on this top side. The bleed is plenty alongside the burn. Qingtian with first blood.
I don't know what Breathe is doing there. He uses hook shot to get beyond the tower to put a try and put a ward down in enemy jungle. Rogues walks into Hacker, and as we said, Hacker didn't get that red buff steal away, but he does get himself kill participation. Qingtian gets ahead in this matchup as well. We said how flippy that is. Hacker gets free access towards these robs, and Brand takes these very quickly. The passive will stack onto all of them, and you can see it here. Passive stacking across all three makes it so quick. Ultra Prime just got their lifeline in an early game, which felt very Weibo favored.
Nice stuff coming out from Ultra Prime. Great stuff from Qingtian specifically. You'd see 500 gold up. He's now going to proxy the next wave as well. And he's more than happy if Tarzan plays on the opposite side of the map. But hang on, it's a hook on Doggo in the route to follow up from Light. He's flashing to find that. The flick back from Xiaohu. Doggo surely goes down here. Crisp flashes for the route, and Doggo falls. Crisp low, but Niket can't really trade the damage. Great play from Wave.
Oh. It was, but what is Doggo doing there? If you're not fully contesting that dragon, you need to be very careful. No cleanse, went for the barrier. More changes to AD carries, by the way. Barrier is just very strong right now. Slightly longer cooldown, but very high shielding amount even in the early game. Doesn't stop CC though. Now Niket trying to save this wave state. Going to take a load of damage for it. Doesn't really manage to get that much done. It's going to slightly freeze the wave, I suppose, and get Doggo into a better position there. But still, awkward positioning means that he goes down, and that's exactly what they didn't need after they just got that lifeline in the early game.
Tough one there from Doggo. And he's got a serrated Dirk now, so, but, I mean, this path, like, you should have just gone with Niket, right? Even if you want to try and get some vision, You don't need to be walking that way.
Niket is so tanky at this point. See, I actually like what Niket tries to do here. He tries to body block the last bit of damage coming through from Weibo, but sadly can't quite get that positioning. Almost buys his AD carrier's life. Of course, Niket, new player up in the LPL, did some great work in the LPL just before this. Can't quite save his AD carry though.
Decent look from him so far this split. One of the rookies that I think a lot of people have their eyes on right now. He's looking like he could be a serious name in a couple of years, you know? And that's the exciting thing about when we get these rookies coming in, like IG as well, bringing some rookies in. You get a first glimpse, and when that first glimpse is promising in the way that Niket's currently has been decent, you can sort of see a later version, because yes, there'll be some weaknesses. There's naturally going to be some weaknesses coming on through there, but once those weaknesses are shored up, you look at the strengths and think, okay, if they had this strength without those weaknesses, how good of a player are they? Sorry, and that's when the conversation gets really exciting.
And you know, Niket's had some teammates go up towards the LPL just before him. Nio, we saw him on Rare Atom. Both those players were on top esports challenges. The team that they were down there in the LDL. If you want to do some further research on those players and how they were doing down at that level. We've had a lot of good LDL cross-space recently, though. Of course, Milky Way, XDZ, his mid laner from that time as well. He was on RNG, or rather, that's World Club, rather. That's their LDL team. That's the old name, used to go by way back in the day. They both, of course, in the LPL as well. XDZ. Oh, that's a bad cancel there from Yukai, though.
Forced the flash here. Tarzan going to be happy with that one. Mid laner flash down. Xiaohu potentially with an opportunity. Xiaohu so good. Both flicks we've seen on camera hitting. That's going to be a flash. The last one set up for a kill on Doggo. Nice game so far on the Talir, because Xiaohu and Tarzan, both players that we were coming in with a close eye on. The series so far from Weibo, they've not been looking that good. So far, so good here against Ultra Prime.
Yeah, really well played there. Of course, he's got the tier 2 boots as well, which really helps out with being able to, again, space out this matchup. If you're able to get into that sweet spot, can really help. Of course, he doesn't have a teleport. He needs to be able to cancel that every runs to join the play. What he really wants to is an early game Camille. Ultra Prime will watch that dragon go down, secure a little bit of vision from the bot lane crash as well. Things calming down a little bit. Ultra Prime have themselves the gold advantage. Is this a full dive? I don't think they saw Hacker on the bot side of the map.
Crisp is kind of hard to dive, but Niket is happy to tank the tower. He could have took another shot if he needed to. Doggo grabs a kill and a bit of redemption after the early game.
Hey, that's nice stuff. You can see that Ultra Prime, they hit Hacker just behind Niket, who ends up going in and clearing the vision. Weibo didn't have vision on where Hacker was. Easy dive. Leona, one of the best diving champions in the game with the Eclipse Shield and getting the Aftershock on as well. Very hard to kill them, even with the tower helping.
Nice stuff from Ultra Prime. And again, this is a team that, you know, in terms of power rankings, they're not exactly a top team. But they have some serious potential in the roster.
Don't zoom in on it! No!
Every time the observers zoom in on a cannon, you know the player's going to miss it. I swear, they must watch the game 2 seconds ahead so that they can spot this kind of stuff and then highlight it on the stream. It's brutal.
Without fail, Ashin, when he's casting, always highlights how savage the observers are. And I remember the first time he mentioned it, I was like, oh, it can't be that bad, right? It's that bad, folks. It's that bad. They will do this to you. No one escapes this, whether you're the best player in the league.
I've seen
worse. They will do the same.
Just a Flamer player before. Like, they really have no chill whatsoever. It could be 6 grubs here. Tarzan wants the idea of contesting it. It's not going to happen. 6 grubs, fighting the Weibo. If they find the hook, Niket happy to block for the time being. The Pyroclasm is good. The knocker from Niket, Life Force to flash. Will get away with his life, but that's 6 grubs.
Can I just say, Niket played that fight so well. Ends up tanking with Leona, body blocking for Hacker there, and again, it's early into this game, but Leona, I really think he's played well to be a vanguard for his team, just play that bulwark in front of them. Weibo can't quite get past him right now. Maybe that'll change when they get some items, but Weibo, they lose the 6 grubs over to Ultra Prime. They can't get any gold back there either. They have the 1 dragon, and if they stacked it up with a second one, then they'll have some macro options, being able to maybe just forget about dragons after that second one and allow Breed to play side lanes with Xiaohu. But this early game right now, it feels like it is Ultra Prime favored.
Does. It's a great start for them, and it's exciting to see a team like Ultra Prime stepping up and challenging Weibo. A team that, you know, again, I've said it before, on paper should be a favorite, but in reality, not necessarily see what we're seeing from the team. Great to see a punish. Great to see that Ultra Prime know their win conditions. They see a mistake from Weibo, and they are instantly on it. They're instantly ready to punish.
I wish I could follow up on that, but all I'm thinking of is, I think it was a Season 5 clip where observers would sometimes highlight really satisfying wave clear as well. There's a famous clip out there somewhere of Lulu full clearing away with a double glitter lens, and it's a thing of beauty, folks. I'm just saying, I kind of miss the really satisfying wave clear clips. If you ever see one, just send one my way, I'll thank you for it.
Pretty sure that's how, like, isn't that like where Crit's channel started as well? Didn't he start off doing like the most satisfying wave clear, or maybe it was Skin Spotlights?
Oh, that makes sense. It feels like one of them would have an origin story like that.
Yeah, they'd go on the A-ramp map and just stack up 19 waves and then
Oh,
have
yeah, with
a
like
Rise
Amumu not
EQ
taking any
all of it, yeah.
Yeah, it's like when Amumu, you can get so much, so many stats, you don't take any damage from minions, and you just ult to clear like a million of them at once. That is very satisfying. You know what? I'd forgotten about that. That was like a little black hole in my brain. That's wonderful. I need to go back and visit them. And Breathe is getting a visit himself. He has flash, has ult. Does he have the stats though? He's level 10, so he's a level up.
Well, they're spotted, but there's 4 of them. Breathe, you gotta make some kind of miraculous
An even
outplay
fight,
go
then?
on here. Let's see if the hook shot is good. The solar flare goes wide, pulled in here. Let's see, never mind, no outplay. He's just CC'd it down.
For moments you had again those visions of the past. Shipmaster outnumbered 3-1. An even fight? No, there's 4. It's not an even fight. That was not fair. The full turret falls. 6 scrubs makes it very easy to do that. And Weibo can't even respond on the other side. Senator are not the best tower killers on the other side of the map, and the plates fall, so it's a huge plate advantage. Ultra Prime, they're continuing on top side as well. No global split. That's 2 towers with plates involved, to Weibo getting 1 tower with only half the plates.
It's looking like the best Lord of the Rings film at this rate, because that is a tier 2 going down as well as the tier 1 on the top side for Ultra Prime. They're basically 3,000 gold up over Weibo right now, and they're looking clean doing it.
Did you know that Niket broke his foot when he kicked Breathe in the under the tower type? See,
Yeah,
that's funny because it's a Lord of the Rings reference, which everyone references. I'm clever.
Yeah, Viggo Mortensen up in the top side there. Although not really an Axeman. I feel like, if anything, with Darius on your side, with the Kalista on your side, maybe Ultra Prime.
Are we the baddies?
Yeah, they're Isengard right now. And Weibo, they're just wondering, where was Rohan? Where was Gondor? When 4 people
When the top lane
died?
fell! Where was top lane when the top... Oh god, that's great. I love that. We get ourselves Dragon spawning now. Actually quite important for Weibo. Herald goes in. Niket very tanky. Can't really punish him popping out of the Herald there, and the 6 grubs become the Zerg Rush. That's how making 4 Horde is slightly more valuable. Gonna get Weibo, sadly for them, can't even answer with 2 dragons early. We said that there are macro options by them ignoring dragons. Harder to do that when you don't get too early, because by the time the 3rd and 4th dragons come in, you don't quite always have those advantages. They have split the map, they do get themselves that top lane out of turret, but once again that's responded to by a bot lane out of turret. So it's not even like Breathe is getting ahead of the individual matchup, but ahead of Qingtian as well, because he gets himself the tower there too. And really, Weibo are starting to bleed more gold than they're comfortable giving over. Now, Ultra Prime still need to leverage this gold lead and this objective lead, but they've been doing it well so far.
Certainly have. And honestly, it's games like this that I want to see from Ultra Prime, because these are the kind of games where we get to see what kind of team they are, you know? With a lot of the time, bottom teams in the LPL, they don't necessarily get leads that often, and you don't really get to see what they could do if they got a lead, right? Ultra Prime have a lead, and they've got champions that can snowball really efficiently. Like, this Darius is a problem. He's got a Triforce, he's not that far away from the dead man's plate. That 2-item spike is devastating from Qingtian. Excited to see what he can do with that. Doggo in a similar position where he's already got his opportunity, headed towards a second lethality item. Like, that 2-item spike, another devastating moment within the game. I want to see how Ultra Prime use it.
They have built themselves an army worthy of Mordor, and it feels like Weibo are very much up on the ramparts, shivering their boots a little bit.
We're setting them up for failure right here, because, spoilers guys, if you've not seen it, well, it's your fault. It's been out for decades. Isengard doesn't win that fight.
No!
The Rohirrim arrives. Where is Gandalf? Where is Eomer? That's what I'm asking. Light's wondering the same thing as he's forced to flash away. And it is the light that comes on the 3rd day.
Yeah.
You know?
I was going to go for the last light of Arnor, just about making it out of that one. Flickering the darkness and Ultra Prime all the same though. They are doing pretty well at getting themselves some stuff for free. Qingtian has himself that really good item Cryo Spike of that, we've already talked about a lot of it, right? Breed's really waiting for his second one. Feels like Ultra Prime are ready to go now. They have the 6 grubs. Don't have the best siege, but they have enough to force them off away from the defenses. They'll get themselves that one. Yokai side just so I gets away with that. What a way he's going to Breed!
Breed is just going to kill him! Breed just kills him in half! Oh, it's a disaster! Breed, maybe the main character. Maybe it's him that broke his toe after all.
Oh, what just happened there? He teleports right in front of Weibo, gets away with it. You think, oh, he's out safe. No, he's not! Breed just absolutely decapitates him! And Ultra Prime. That is the first real mistake that we've seen from them really in this early game. I mean, I guess Doggo had that one place where he was caught out earlier, but that's dangerous! You can't be giving that goal over to Breed. While this happens, Xiao, who gets another wave down towards bot side as well, and they get themselves a bit of a reprieve. Ultra Prime had a bit of a chokehold before this point.
This is suddenly a little bit scary for Ultra Prime. I'm a little bit nervous that Breathe has found himself a kill. Bit of a whoopsie from Yuakai. And of course, we're going to see a replay of that one. As we mentioned before, the observers have absolutely no chill. Gets his true damage ready. Hextech ultimatum. Look.
And the beacons are lit, and Senna calls for aid on that one. He's got a huge railgun across that. There's courage yet, still.
See how far we can go with the Lord of the
Dude,
Rings
I'm
quotes and
searching deep for these.
I've got a solid one, but
yeah.
I need the right
You're not going to waste
for
it. What was the one you wasted last game? You had one for the first series. Like, damn, should have used that in a better location. Was that one of the Mario ones?
I can't remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, should have been a team fight. It wasn't.
The things that we do for content, folks. One thing which I, not to reference too many things not happening again, I loved when Care was playing Annie, because just such a sitter for Care Bear. It was even better that he missed basically all of his Annie or all of his Tibbers in the big Annie games that she was playing. Sometimes they just sit in your lap very nicely like that one, and yeah, sometimes they don't, sadly.
Sometimes they don't work out. We'll have to see now how Weibo are going to come back in this one. We've been a little bit silly on the cast here, but it is 20 minutes in with only 5 kills, so I feel like we've got reasonable amount of creative license there. Baron spawns onto the map. It's a Drake apiece, as an Infernal Drake will spawn in 15 seconds. Infernal Soul would definitely be nice for Ultra Prime.
Would be, and the thing is, again, you can see that Weibo, they're trying to sack dragons now to get Breathe in a side lane. Once Breathe gets to 2 items, I think the game changes. With the kill that happened earlier, with Breathe getting free access to side lanes, Weibo still have win conditions here. Again, this is, the light is not quite yet out in this game. Breathe, I think, compared to ZDZ, is a much more consistent and capable carry player. ZDZ had great games for Weibo, but they were not, I don't think, as consistent as we've seen from Breathe in the first 2 series that we've seen from him. Even when he's been put behind the game, he has impact. Getting 700 gold from an inner turret, trading that for a dragon. Weibo, I think they got a really good trade for this last objective. Very important so for them. If he gets 2 items now, I think the game really starts to change. I think Weibo can start looking for fights. And there it is, Ravenous Hydra.
It's a scary moment in any game when a big breakpoint item like that is finished off. 2 items on both of these top laners. The early lead diminished now for Qingtian. Let's see how he does later on. I will say, in most of these kinds of matchups, the longer the game goes on, the better Camille tends to look. She's a very good champion when it comes to scaling. It's still a skill matchup. It's all about whether or not that pull-in lands. It's all about whether or not Breathe can get his stun, get his true damage off. We'll have to see. I mean, it's reasonable that maybe they never actually 1v1 the side lane at this point, but
I actually think Qingtian would want to avoid this matchup now because he's down half a level, almost a full level even. Breathe is level 14. With that, and then also just Breathe having such a good spike at these 2 items, it gets really hard to play it out. You see that Yukai has actually been sent to that side because at least he can wave clear from beyond, you know, Breathe's safe engage range. He can kind of stand next to the opposite wall away from the left side of the lane, which he's kind of afraid of. He can Valkyrie out and potentially stay safe. Maybe even that will change a little later on. He has himself Infinity Edge though. Yukai going towards the Trinity Force Core. It's not the crit Halo Blades one. He's very, very happy to start taking fights on this item spike himself. But as you see, Weibo, the Observer has been on him the entirety of the last 5 minutes. It really is about how Breathe can put Weibo into a good spot.
And he's got a champion that he's known for making an impact on, and he's been
Teleports.
found, or has Niket been found? That's the question. Solar Flare comes in on the TP. What a play from Niket, turns it around, and it's Xiaohu to go down. The TP far too deep.
Again, this support play, a bit of real revelation for Ultra Prime in the first few series. The teleport, it's the right kind of call for Weibo to play around Breathe on the item breaks point, but they just don't see the enemy members coming. They don't have the deep vision to see where Hacker, where Niket are, and they end up winning with that play. Breathe has to back off, maybe potentially on the bot side of the map. Chintian has himself a free wave on the top side too, so Ultra Prime stopping Weibo's first attempt at trying to play through Breathe in big numbers.
Oh boy, it does feel a little bit like Ultra Prime are getting the best of some of these scenarios. It does feel like Weibo are in control of the map right now, but when it comes to basically all of the times that the players have interacted in this game, Ultra Prime are coming out on top. Breathe though, he's being a bit greedy here. Hacker's moving over, the stun lands, and that means Niket is free to finish the job. Yuakai gets the kill. A beautiful little play, but again, greedy from Breathe.
And the sword is shattered in top side. Well, I guess it's in bot lane this time, but the top laner who is meant to carry this game for Weibo in 2 plays in 2 minutes has just fallen. There is a Liandry's on Hacker. He hasn't even bothered the Blackfire Torch. He'll have incredible Baron speed. And it feels like Ultra Prime may have just found themselves 2 quick plays in a row, which could seal them the game. Weibo must stop the Baron.
Why do I hear boss music for Weibo right now? I'm not sure that this is a fight that they can take. Tarzan's over the wall and he wants to try and find a Miracle Snipe, but he can't even get over. Baron taken for Ultra Prime. I can hear the music of Isengard ringing in my ears right now. The Black Tower has risen.
I was thinking more Moria, because I think Weibo, they delved a little too greedily and a little too deep down towards that bot side. The teleport, the overstay. They didn't hear the drums in the deep from Ultra Prime. And it feels like now, with the Baron being able to kind of wrangle the rest of the map, with the Dragon coming up in a minute, I think Ultra Prime are going to be in a really good spot now to force Weibo away from the side lanes, which they should have been winning. We saw Breathe at a big advantage. It's been cut down from 1k just over that to about half of that now. I think that Ultra Prime are very, very happy with how they've played. And, you know, they haven't made the same early game mistakes we've seen just yet in the mid game. Of course, there's every chance that still will happen. The damage on Weibo is there now. They have the items. There's even a fire cannon coming in on Light as well with the opportunity. The extra follow-up damage. They can very much int this game away, but the ball's in their court for now.
It feels like maybe Chintian turning into the Balrog in these team fights. And usually I'd ask you at this point, like, what do Weibo do to come back into this game? But I know that the sound strategy right now is fly, you fools. This is not the fight that you want to be taking. What is the quote? Like, swords and arrows won't do anything here, or I can't remember. It's a quality quote. Yeah. I can't remember it. Gandalf's full of quality quotes.
He's got some good things. Anyway, the board is set. The pieces are moving. Ultra Prime going in towards this mid lane with the whole horde of these grubs coming alongside it. They have the 6 grubs. It is so easy for them to kill turrets. Weibo might look for a flank TP, but they don't have the wards for it even then. They need to find a way to stop this. Here goes Niket.
Niket finds his angle. Fool of Italia. Throw yourself in next time and rid us of your stupidity. It's a bit of a harsh quote actually to say about a player, but Xiaohu caught there. Won't get away with his life. In the mid-in here, probably going to go down here. Chintian, in the meantime, using the Baron to try and...
Xiaohu is going. He's going to use his ults.
It's a hell of a TP. Let's see if the Weaver's Wall is good enough, but Crisp has already gone down before Xiaohu can even arrive. He's late to the party. The 3rd day's arrived, but Helm's Deep has already fallen.
There is no set of cavalry charges which will win this away, but they didn't have the TP wards. They couldn't get there in time. The 6 grubs is too much. Weibo, what have they got? If they got a teleport for Breathe, they have no wards on this side of the map. They can't respond in any kind. Ultra Prime, they push in very effectively. They clear the wards effectively, so there's no response either. And it's been controlled start to finish, it feels like, from Ultra Prime. As soon as those 2 plays went down on the side lane, it felt like Weibo struggled to wrangle the map again.
The irony of Xiaohu's wall not being enough when the bomb under the wall is what broke Helm's Deep. Dragon started by Weibo. They're going to try and rush this objective before Hacker can get here, and they do manage to deny the Drake. So a silver lining at very least, and they will walk away, but still 6,000, almost 7,000 gold down, 2 inhibitors down, and you see Ultra Prime immediately move to the bottom side. They want all 3.
And it's textbook League of Legends from them. Again, they'll march in, all in rank and file. Here comes the cat, doesn't hit him this time. They choose the Pokemon in the Ultra Ball. It's not going to be choosing a battle this time. They'll flee for now. Weibo will be safe from those ultimates.
It's looking a little bit like Frodo's visions in the mirror. I don't know what it's called. Oh no, I can't remember what it's called. What's the mirror called?
I actually can't remember the mirror in that one. I remember like there's the visions which of course Pippin gets in the Palantir, which you can find out from obviously there's that one. I can't remember the mirror. Dude, I've forgotten too many of these.
Galadriel's got her mirror, right? And
oh yeah.
Frodo sees
Great
visions
and
of
terrible
if they should fail. Right now, it's not looking so hot for Weibo, and we've assigned them to be Rohan in case anyone was just tuning in and wondering what the hell we're talking about. Right now, Ultra Prime Isengard, Weibo, Rohan. And oh
look,
boy.
the thing is, folks, look, us poor LPL casters, we're not used to. I'm not saying we're iPad babies, but we're sat here with 8 kills in a game that's gone 28 minutes long, and we have to make our own entertainment at points. Look, Ultra Prime, serious credit to them for forcing it.
I need a little window of Subway Surface on the side to keep me entertained during the game. There's not enough team fights.
It's
Give
like,
me more
remember
kills.
kids, when you have the LPL caster in your car, you need to leave the air conditioning on and like we'll leave the window open and crack, because folks, we're just left here just like biding our own time for the next big journey. And seeing if Weibo can finally break open this game. Sadly for them, Light is not on one of these carry late game champions, which has really worked. And here it goes again, Tarzan Corp.
Now for Wrath, now for Ruin, and for the Red Dawn, Weibo do their final charge. But it is met under the sword. Ultra Prime cut them down where they stand. Breathe finally arriving, but it's too little too late. Crisp hooks on in. One last ditch effort, but it's not going to be enough. Decimation is the name of the game for Qingtian. He finishes the job. The towers fall. Helm's Deep has fallen. And Ultra Prime step up in Group D.
Shall return from whence they came to the Undying Lands. Quickly moving off the stage, Ultra Prime, job done. Game 1 done. Now we know that Weibo, they can be an inconsistent team. They can show up in one game and absolutely not the other, but it feels like in this one, Ultra Prime, as soon as those side lane plays happen to shut down the Camille split push, as soon as she hit those 2 items, effectively the game is over. Breathe was given all the resources the first time that they tried to play around him, and then the second time after that as well. It fell apart, and Weibo just didn't have a plan B.
Yeah, did not have a plan B, and unfortunately, plan A was just not up to snuff, even if they had them, an ace machine. That's going to be game number 1 going the way of Ultra Prime. We'll see if they can do it twice in a row, because Weibo, they're consistently inconsistent. Let's see if that's going to hold true in the series after the break.
My king, how
back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Nymera as we head towards our second game of our second series. And my goodness, I predicted a 6-game day today. It's not feeling that way. A 2-0 in our first series, now Ultra Prime, winning game 1 in extremely one-sided fashion against a team that, by all accounts, should be a heavy favourite.
On paper, Weibo are an incredible team. This team has so much talent put across it. Hacker walks away with the MVP. I want to give a real shout out to Niket as well, coming in again as an LDL player and having a real good game on that Leona. But Hacker, I think, being able to be a big part of huge plays too was a big damage source.
That's got to be the first time I've ever seen a brand MVP with 0 kills. Like,
that's a really good point.
When on earth have you ever seen a brand finish a game without a single kill? Even support brand usually has 10 kills. Like 0-0-11, flawless game, 11 assists. That is not something you see every day. But yeah, great game coming out from him, and he's having a good split. Tarzan on the other side of the jungle matchup.
Oh my god!
It's a yikes. It's a big old yikes.
What is that damage number? Okay, so 30 minutes-ish. 900 damage. What's that calculation? That's what? That's 30. Wait, damage per minute. So that's 900 divided by 30. That's 30 damage.
30 damage a minute, right?
30. That is less than an auto attack on champions per minute.
I mean, look,
Tarzan,
880 damage. That's like 1 QE combo once you got an item or two. Like,
that is absurd to me. And you know where that would have been? Almost all of that would have been in the level 3 gank bot side onto Jingtian, which he survived in the 1v2. That's almost all of his damage for the entirety of the game. I don't even know if he auto-attacked a single champion after that point in the game. He got 0 kills, 0 assists, and Tarzan came in to replace, a struggling jungle top. Even then, I think you could argue that it wasn't necessarily even Tarzan the problem. Xiao Hao, that was the complete issue with that roster of Weibo from Spring. But, on the other side, you look at champions like the Brand against the Camille and against the Lee Sin. You would have expected that Brand to have died or taken significant damage. Yeah. He didn't get any kills, but he got, great damage as we saw from that graph. He didn't die against what was potentially quite a threatening composition as well. Was there to shut down the Camille and that very important point in bot side as well. Like, Ultra Prime, this was a very good game once they got control of it. There were some points in the early game I thought with a good lane swap read from Weibo, where they actually went for the match of the lane swap. Felt like Tarzan had himself a good gank angle onto that first few minutes as well. That felt good, but as soon as Ultra Prime got steady, I'm very impressed. I don't think they would have been able to win a game like this in Spring in that fashion, and that is a good thing to see the development of the team.
I honestly think there's been a few teams towards the lower end of the standings that have looked pretty decent so far. Like this Ultra Prime, I wouldn't have expected this game to be as clean as it was. Like, definitely impressing. I think Hacker is a player that has really stepped up this split. Jingtian showing that just because bad games happen doesn't mean good games can't.
Yes.
I think across the board, this roster is looking pretty decent. Niket, like you mentioned, really, really solid game coming out from him on the Leona. We're seeing some really big Leona performances across the course of today. We'll see what he does when he's not on that Leona, but still, like, really, really big positives to take away for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, so in the next draft, of course, it is Fearless. We have a load of champions you can't play again. We'll see kind of what S-tier picks were off of the table there, I suppose. Weibo, the Lee Sin and the Camille, they're not necessarily S+ tier picks. You've still got a lot of picks you can go towards. I think, though, the Talia away from Xiaohu is one of his more comfortable champions. Even then, he didn't look fantastic on it. And, of course, Crisp using up one of those S-tier picks as well. I feel like they maybe lost quite a lot of valuable things towards that bot side of the map. Need to see whether Light can get onto a champion which can really impact the game with. I felt like he was very muted in game 1 too.
I feel like this is one of the issues of, well, not issues, but one of the repercussions of Fearless draft is if you have a really good draft in game 1 and you lose with it,
good luck.
That's all of your picks. That's all of your good stuff. You didn't even get the win. Like, now you got to get 2 wins without the good stuff, It's a mountain to climb. Ultra Prime on the red side this time. Rumble banned, Nidalee banned. It's going to be Skarner, Karthus, Jax taken off by Weibo.
And I think the bans which are coming through from Ultra Prime and the two picks that we saw from Weibo in their 1 series, which can take a game and just run off with it. The Rumble, we saw that, of course, versus... well, we've seen a couple of Rumble games. I actually can't remember exactly which time that was through. But then the Nidalee as well for Tarzan. It just means you can continually play aggressive and not have 30 damage for the entire game. Now, one of the big champions to let through, though, is that Tristana. Very easy to play around. Maybe Xiaohu can have more value on this.
Certainly hope so, wouldn't you? Tristana feels like the flavour of the month right now in that mid lane. It's a pick he's played plenty of. Let's hope for form. Feels like he's had a pretty rough split so far. Over to to the other side, Ultra Prime. Looking towards Yukai's quite solid pick, something he's played a decent amount as well. Just a very safe one.
So I'm wondering the angle which Weibo are going to go through this as well, because after a really quite disjointed game in the last one, I think you want to pick something that's easy to play. You know what the easiest composition in LPL to play is? Tristana Maokai, mid-jungle. We saw it huge amounts of last year, and a lot of teams leverage that pick to really get really big wins. I think that Tarzan's a great Maokai player too. I think that could really help, kind of giving you that free engage button, even if it's not necessarily the farming AP jungle like the Carthus or Lilia or something like that. It feels like it's just so easy to play, and they've taken that advice. Keep it simple. Play around the easy mid-jungle. The TF for Breathe as well. Another great lane-dominant pick, and Xingtian can't necessarily play tanks into that now because they just get shredded. You can lose out on the sidelines very, very heavily. This is much better from Weibo in the draft.
Honestly, I keep going back to this when we see it in the draft. I prefer Maokai to all of the AP picks in the jungle, just in terms of everyone's been practicing this pick in the jungle for like a full year at this point. It works really well with Tristana. It's so easy to play around. We get our second Malphite
It's just
of
rock
the
day. Dude, I mean, I appreciate rock music, but is it like, is that just the theme of the day? I mean, you're against the double AD carries, and you can get odds to, but like, what is this?
We got rock in the top lane, we've got metal in the bottom lane as well. And then Yukai's getting all artsy, so we'll call that jazz.
That's good, I like that. We could get Jin, the Virtuoso as well. Can we get that somewhere? You want to lock that in for Doggo? Maybe that would work. Not too many tanks in Weibo.
He's better right now. It's
he is, yeah. We saw Ruler have an insane game the other day. I'm just saying there's a chance if they'll humor us a little bit more. And it does look like now.
The last pick, just as the... I mean, we've already got support, it's not going to happen. Anyway, moving.
Yeah.
Senna going to be taken off the board as well as Lucian. Both of the lovers removed.
Getting rid of some of the more kind of like stable mid-game duos that can kind of survive through laning phase and get through to one item and have really big impacts across the map. Of course, when you've got Niket on the Nautilus as well, it's a really good pick for him to do very similar things to what he did in game number 1, which is be tanky, engage. He won't have the Kalista ult to keep himself safe this time, which is one of the big things, and that's why they banned it away on the other side, would allow Chris to do exactly the same thing. What are they going to fourth pick here, though? I'd imagine they pick in the jungle because that's against Maokai. But sometimes right now, if you're going towards more carry junglers, you want to see the entire enemy team composition and kind of make a judgment on whether you can carry a game from jungle in that way. There is a chance that Hacker maybe just says, look, just pick bot lane, taking away another AD carry, fourth pick that, and allow me to have a whole look at the enemy squad before I go towards any particular picks.
Not that many carry junglers available since Zao taken off the board. I wouldn't be too surprised to see something like Elise, honestly, from Hacker, just with the fact that there are so many bans on the AP junglers. Lilia would still be up. Diana, maybe.
Yeah, I think that there are a couple of different options on either side, but I'm just wondering if he just wants to see the whole composition just yet. The Viego's not bad here. You have a great first pick. I mean, let's be honest, if a hook lands, someone's getting just deleted from the source code. Like, it's going... What? Excuse me? Okay, so, Hacker locking in Ola. You can ignore the Maokai, you can ignore the gold card, you can run at the AD carries, and you can get onto the backline at the same time as the Malphite. I haven't seen this a lot in jungle. It did have itself a couple of jungle-related buffs, though, to help its clear speed. And that can be potentially game-breaking here if you can get permanent access towards those AD carries. Hard to do that, though, through a brawl.
Went to the signs in the audience, yeah. Chris, though, locking the brawl, playing defensive down in that bottom side, trying to be that brick wall. All disengage on Weibo with the brawl and the Maokai. A lot of long-range damage. Let's see. Doggo wants to round this composition out with Nautilus
yes,
there.
Let's go.
It works so well with the Nautilus.
Dude, you know what this comp is from Ultra Prime? It's just pedal to the floor. Everyone presses the R buttons and just runs to the first target hit. Weibo on the other side, they do have some options to go forwards. I think they do have some pretty good objective control too by using the Maokai and the ult to peel people off of that. I think they have winning side lanes with the Tristana and the Twisted Fate. But I think if it comes to a straight up engaged fight, if Ultra Prime get a target down very early, I think they run over the fight really effectively. So Weibo positioning around objectives, very, very crucial. Outside of that, Ultra Prime needs to be very careful not to allow Weibo to try and play through side lanes. They managed to do that in game 1, but it'll be a harder ask in game 2.
I'm excited for this one. Ultra Prime giving themselves tools to really bring it to Weibo. And Weibo equally though, playing the total opposite style, playing this full disengage style where you got a lot of long-range damage, a lot of ability to stop these fights, or snowball a fight if you do get that first pick. You know, Maokai very good at chasing people down. Let's see how it's going to work out. Light on the Ezreal once more. We've seen one Ezreal game from him already this split, and it looks damn good. He is playing a damn good split. Let's see if the Ezreal can carry. It's a fringe pick right now in the meta, but it's certainly safe against this kind of damage.
And again, every time this pick comes in, I talk about the mastery of Ezreal, at least on EU West, which is Ragdar, who was bemoaning the fact that Ezreal's been an awful spot, at least on this patch. He's got some buffs coming, he's got some item buffs coming, but Light has shown that he can still make this work even now. You got Triforce from the Mana into the Bloodthirster, you're fairly tanky, you're just very good at that early spikes. And of course, in this kind of composition, maybe you can just space out the engage. Very important to do that. Kite well enough from the front line. One of these AD carries can surely carry this fight, right?
I hope so. I'm looking towards Tarzan as well. He's got to have a better game. He needs to have a good game or he will never live this series down. Game 2, here we go. Let's see, Weibo stacking a brush, not going to find anything on the level 1. One thing I just want to really quickly mention in the AD carry role here, Light has picked the Ezreal. Kai'Sa, somewhat of an Ezreal counter. It's one of these picks that if you do find the 1v1 and you can find the long range W, you can just pretty much 100-0 the Ezreal. It's all about positioning, it's all about dodging those skill shots, right? But definitely an angle there for Doggo if he can find his moment.
Yeah, and we'll see what build Doggo goes towards. We've been seeing Kraken Slayer, Rage Blade, and then Nash's again, where you get like triple upgrade of 3 items. It's very powerful at that point. It can take a little while to come online. Hacker, very quick clear speed on the Olaf nowadays as well. It's not quite as oppressive as old Olaf when we used to see that very, very commonly, but we did see some bonuses to Olaf's clear speed in the jungle, some extra damage to monsters put onto some of his abilities. Bot lane, Nautilus can't really do that much versus the Braum because that passive exists, so you just walk up and you sometimes even start W level 1 just to get through some of this early trading, while Kai'Sa takes care of the wave play.
I think the changes to jungle sustain, it's quite a while ago that happened now, but it's a big difference for Olaf. There's a nice dodge on the queue there. Like, old school Olaf, you basically had to start blue buff. There was really no option because you just couldn't throw out your axes otherwise. Level 2 hit, big damage onto Niket, not quite as much respect as perhaps he needed to give there.
You need a couple of levels in Kai'Sa Q to really get wave control in the same kind of way. You can see that Crisp is being very accurate with his winter fights right now. And particularly when you're in a melee support meta with heavy dive and the Olaf and the Malphite getting stuck into the meat grinder melee teamfights, Braum always has value because you can start stacking passive on him. Yes, Olaf can start, of course, ignoring that later into the game, but even just getting hit by a Q and getting slowed before you want to be popping your ultimate can be pretty big. Also, Hacker hasn't gone for Ghost, interestingly. He's gone for the Flash, maybe to avoid some of the bigger skill shots and stuff like that, but even then, I feel like Olaf is so movement speed reliant, quite interesting. Niket tried to farm that with his movement speed. Looks a bit awkward, but whatever.
Quite get away with it. Obviously, we mentioned Kai'Sa being a Ezreal counter. Obviously, not for the first few levels. Ezreal, I feel like he's often underestimated in the very first couple of levels. Like, he's somewhat of a late one. Like, the fact that your Q is essentially a bonus auto attack, you do a lot of level 1 damage, and especially with Braum, you're so good at proccing the Braum passive, because you just, he Qs, you auto-Q auto, that's a stun instantly. Like, it's a really obnoxious level 1.
Arguably, Ezreal is maybe even the strongest average AD carry at level 1, 2, 3, particularly with a Conqueror as well in a matchup like this. If you get Conqueror stacked up, the bonus stats you get at that point are absolutely disgusting. Shadows going forward, Tarzan has Flash. What's it going to look like with the bomb here?
Fear from Yukai, but he's flashed on and taken down. Xiaohu, first blood. Wait, Hacker's chasing. Oh, wait a second. We got a Lumberjack versus a tree. This never ends well for the tree. Hacker flashed away from Tarzan, will survive.
And I think the damage was just split a bit there. Yukai flashes Tarzan under the turret. I think he was waiting for the W to do that, but Hacker put his burst onto Xiaohu instead. The QW hits. The passive, not quite enough. No items built up beyond that. Got to be careful getting double tapped by the way. That's where a lot of his damage comes from, that passive afterwards.
So Xiaohu survives, got first blood. He's going to be very happy with that, especially after Game number 1 of this series, and to be honest, this entire split so far has been looking pretty rough. Good to have a really solid early gameplay to start off with.
And I think, you know, there are questions about Xiaohu. He's had basically a full half a year to a year fully where things have looked pretty off for a guy who has such a great track record. And for top players, you're not often allowed that kind of level, that length of time of having poor form. I think that the Tristan and the Talir, they've been more stable for him, but Xiaohu on the whole has been very hot and cold, and it does bring questions about what stage in this guy's career is he in right now, because he's had like a whole year of him being a little on and off.
I mean, this is the question, isn't it? All through last split, I kept on asking, because Scout was having a rough split as well. I kept on asking, like, you know, Xiaohu and Scout, when are they going to come back? You know, when are they going to start performing again? And, you know, Xiaohu looking really good to start this game off, but if he continues to have bad games like he has been having this split, that conversation maybe starts to slide away from when and more of an if. I really hope that doesn't happen. Xiaohu is a legend of the league, one of the very best, maybe the best mid laner in the history of the LPL. I certainly don't want to see that direction happening. We'll return to this conversation later on in the split. And when.
It's good to have that benchmark put in all the same way, but consistently consistent, and Xiaohu very much core to that at some points as well. Hacker, not necessarily going to be massively getting ahead in farm, and sadly for him, couldn't get himself a kill in that first skirmish of the game. What can he do around bot side? Tarzan, no flash. He could be in a bit of danger if he gets CC'd.
Chris, we're going to be there. Xiaohu flies into the side of the plate as well, but Tarzan's just gone already. Light zoned away by Doggo. Hacker, low on HP. Yuakai moving into the top side of the plate.
The passive!
Light can't get away with his life. Taken down by Doggo. Nick and tanking in the meantime with a spiraling despair. Onto Xiaohu as well. This is Ultra Prime taking over. Weibo are meant to be the favorites, but they're being destroyed by Ultra Prime.
Oh, go beyond plus Ultra bot side skirmish, very much in favor of the team which smashed through game 1. I really think Hacker and Niket had a really good fight there. Hacker, I thought, could get closed down, but he used that flash to great value. Qingtian with level 6 now as well, doing better in this individual top lane matchup too, stuck up here on top side. But that's a huge amount of gold in the early game, which will spare the blushes a little bit of that first blood in mid. Ultra Prime, gold in the right places, some onto Doggo's Kai'Sa, some onto this Quay as well. But look at how Hacker and Niket play this out, right? Hacker gets hit by the Brawn passive immediately in danger and just notices, look, I've got to get out of here. Goes down towards the Honey Fruit, and the passive times out before the auto attack comes through. If that had come through, I think that maybe this is a clean sweep fight for Weibo. You get a reset for Xiaohu, you'd have so much extra damage in your favor. Xiaohu even getting his jump cancelled at the end by the second hook coming through from Niket. And another great game potentially on the cards for Niket, the LDL rookie. Ultra Prime walk away with the one fight.
And I think that the key thing to look at there is the fact that Yuakai and Doggo are literally just free fire the whole time. There's so much focus on trying to finish Hacker and then trying to turn onto Niket, and they take so long to go down that Doggo is just autoing away, getting that passive off. Chris will walk away with his life. That looked a little dicey for a second, but he'll be okay.
Very dicey when you consider that Hacker and Yuakai were in River as well. Like, this goes long enough. If there was a level 6 there, I think you would have seen a kill, but not quite the XP just yet.
So Breathe continuously gets this push on the top side. Qingtian, the plated steel cap's definitely going to be needed in this lane. I will say slightly different build to what we saw earlier on from Ala. Ala going for the Frozen Heart first, and I think that armor kind of paying dividends. Having the farmy Cinder is nice on the Malphite, but I feel like getting that armor for the earlier laning phase maybe would have been nicer.
I think what he's trying to do right now is just get to a point where he can wave clear through to the point where Breathe just can't take the rest of the turret plates with the because that's the big thing. If you just get to snowball off the turret plates and break that turret early, then it's a big problem. I think basically Ultra Prime is saying, look, we're not going to gank your lane this time. We don't have, you know, what was it? It was the, you mean we've had, was that was the Nidalee with the Malphite. I was trying to remember the composition from earlier just today. I think you're kind of on your own here, for at least for a little bit. He wants to be wave clearing, just making sure Breathe can't get the rest of these turret plates and snowball off them tons of gold.
See if he can clear those waves. So far, so good in terms of CS difference. I say that, we pan to the top side and there's 2 full waves for Breathe to soak up, so maybe not so good in terms of
It could
the
be
gold
worse.
difference.
I've seen worse top lane advantages.
I've seen worse top lane advantages from Chintia. So, yeah, in that context, yeah, it definitely could be worse. But yeah, not too bad. You're okay with being 10 CS down on Malphite, realistically. That's kind of Malphite's comfort zone. That's often the way these lanes go. Looking towards the mid lane as well, where there is a 10 CS lead for Xiaohu. Both of these mid laners with a kill and an assist from the early action. But looking towards Yuakai having a good performance here. Xiaohu, we already discussed, but Yuakai, a player that I feel like in last split he had some really, really high highs. He also had some pretty questionable games. I feel like he's a player that's still finding his feet in the LPL, but has shown some real potential to be a contender.
Yeah, he had some wonderful... The way that I will explain Yuakai for me is that he often ended up outplaying himself in really big moments. I remember like he was flashing in for huge Azir engages and not quite hitting them. He had huge Akali games as well, but then occasionally he'd dive a little too deep for them. I can understand some of the need to overextend when you're in games where your team is just kind of getting diffed a little bit. We've got a big potential pincer in mid lane. Yuakai knows he's in danger. He's credit to him, you know? Actually, credit to him, as again, one of the newer mid lane talent in the LPL, to kind of sit there and go, well, I'm in danger, I'm not going to walk up. That's something which other players don't consistently do.
Just having the wherewithal to not int, I feel like it's an underrated skill in professional League of Legends. We see some of the legendary names not necessarily having that skill, so definitely credit to Yuakai for reading the play.
It's okay. You can mention that Flandre came back this year as well. You can mention.
Hey, Flandre on his World Championship run, one of his biggest strengths was not inting. Actually, was playing weak side and just clearing waves and denying dives.
We have a dive potentially, by the way. Again, Qingtian has the Barmy Center. He's just trying to clear out the wave ASAP. This is why he's got the Barmy Center. He wants the wave clear ASAP. Has flash, has ult. I think he's stuck under tower though. Yuakai would have to teleport him for a defensive TP. Can they do that in time? They're trying to stop him from recalling. He has his passive. There'll be a Q to stop this off potentially.
Well, the shield
passive doesn't stop it, but the CC
the
does.
Lands gold card comes in. He's got to do a Flandre, but it cannot be done on this one. Twisted advance, even to drop the aggro as well. Nice answer from Ultra Prime though, getting plates in the mid lane.
Yeah. And I think Qingtian makes the right choice. He says, look, I'm dead. I can teleport in with an ultimate for the next play. So what this means is I think Ultra Prime would rather fight over the grubs if at all possible. But giving over the full first turret and giving money over to Tristana and to the Twisted Fate is a little bit dangerous. Yuakai taking some tower shots, but he'll be recalling for a teleport anyway. This is important though, because when you have the Twisted Fate in the game against these winning side lane matches, you can't give over multiple Void Grubs. If they take all three, it will be a denial of even the more Void Might buff as well. You need 4 nowadays to unlock that one. So this is still strategically pretty okay. And that is a very important moment, because if that Ezreal had taken it, they would have had Void Mites.
Yeah, that was about as close as they come. Like, nearly. Get it, Xiaohu dived on by Qingtian, and Doggo is here to follow up as well. Passive proc kill for Qingtian.
I think Xiaohu almost buffered out of that, but he just pressed the W a little short, and so the reaction time was on place with the mouse positioning, not quite. Weibo though, they've just taken top lane, they took plates on bot side, and they go towards mid. Yuakai now getting 1v2'd.
Smiling Despair onto Breathe, can he survive?
Oh, the move speed!
Tarzan flashes, but not in range for the W. And Yuakai walks away.
Great use of the utility spell from Yuakai to get that slipstream, gets the extra movement speed, means that Tarzan can't get in wave, can't get in range, and that's knowledge of the Hui's kit there. Chooses the right skill for the drop, doesn't go for the shield, goes to the move speed.
Football from Tarzan. Yeah, he's not doing well on Twitter today, has to be said. I'm not sure these players are going to help him that much. However, Weibo are ahead. They're 1,000 gold ahead right now. Qingtian going to get another plate.
No flash, no ult, and there's a Braum coming for him. This is probably a flash Q or a flash auto. I'd imagine this is a dead.
I would say so too. Gets a little bit of movement speed. Is in the wave, and he's pretty tanky. That's Crisp's ultimate coming on through. Qingtian is going to go down.
Takes a while.
Okay, it takes a little while, but yeah. In the end, he falls.
Sucks. I mean, again, this is just what Malphite does. Tanks up a load of damage. Can't really solo kill at a 1v2 like the Darius can, though. The cat is going towards the bot side. There was, of course, the ult use from Chris, big tool down. But you can see that Weibo have, in the last minute or two, had really good access to tower plates and to just damaging towers. They've just fallen now, but well played for Weibo to pick up a lot of extra gold from about the place. You can see that Ultra Prime, they are getting to their 1 to 2 item spikes themselves now. I think when they get Seraphs on Yukai, when they get towards, well, looks to be actually a Collector coming through from Doggo second as well. I think that Ultra Prime be ready to burst back with their big ult combo where they kind of send in the entire fleet at once. But for now, Weibo doing well to just keep pushing and keep getting gold.
I've got a quick question for you, Alex.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not typically talking about AF builds kind of guy. I leave that to the experts, generally speaking. However, in a game where you're playing Malphite against 3 AD carries, is Hollow Radiance really the option? Are we really building MR where the only magic damage is Braum and a tank power?
So, Ezreal has a little bit, and of course Twisted Fate has some as well. You know what? I can't remember the exact maths on it, but this is something that Adam, top laner for Team BDS, talked about as well, because he was kind of slated for the, he was sledged for this a little bit when he built it on the mouth somewhere. I seem to remember going towards this item isn't actually as bad as it was. I can't remember the exact maths of it though, so if anyone can find some stuff on that, so the actual maths, you're going to have to correct me on that one. But still, because Malphite gets so much free armor from maxing his W, it's not as bad. Oh, that's a flash. Oh, Tarzan! No flash!
The turret! Oh god, it's a disaster. Doggo gets the kill credit as well. Bit of gold into the Kaiser's pocket. 202 on the pick. Weibo should still be able to siege this tower down like it's really good damage down on this Ezreal as Breeze moves in. Xiaohu's here too, but Hacker doesn't want to let it go. Here we go, reinforcements arriving!
No!
Right between the goalposts, Xingtian. He whiffs it, but light goes down anyway. Hacker trying to chase for more at this point, and Chris will walk away.
He was just ulting to get into Barbie Cinder range. Just keep coping. It was for the Barbie Cinder. It was taken for that.
He doesn't even have a frozen heart to rely on.
Oh, God. Xingtian didn't quite have vision of everyone in the brush and maybe thinks he can kind of like mind game Weibo there, but at the end of the day, it's just a miss. They stop the push onto mid lane. They'll save the turret for a wave. I don't think it's going to save it for the grand majority of it. They'll have teleport with no ult for the dragon fight or for the next phase of play. At least Ultra Prime stop the push and get a kill, but the less said about that one, the better.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a positive play for Ultra Prime, all things considered. Cat wants to get...
Oh, the cancel!
Gets after the W. Beautifully done, Xiaohu. He knows he's going down. Just takes their tower. Mick getting dropped in the emotes. He is feeling it. This rookie support is feeling it today.
Oh man, I think the cat, he looked at his teammates making it up to LPL before and go like, why aren't I there? I can definitely do this stuff. Fantastic cancel onto Xiaohu. He said, you know, Xiaohu is a player, the last year of his career or so has been very up and down on an individual level. A moment there where he gets the tower, yes, but honestly that cancel, feel like you could just see that, just hold it and be a bit more patient rather, play that one out. Nautilus Hook is fairly telegraphed, all things said and done.
I feel a little bit like maybe Xiaohu's tilted in this one. I don't think I've ever said that about Xiaohu before, but these last two plays, like, knowing that you're dead, going for the wave, going for the tower, fair enough, but
I mean,
Tarzan.
You want to talk about that for Xiaohu? I mean, this is not the first time this has happened with the flash forward. You can flash Malachi into a position that you want. It's a problem with Vi as well. You can bring them back out of position. At this point, yeah, observers. I don't know,
He's
man.
trying to predict Light's E. I think he's trying to outplay Light, but...
Okay, if you put it like that, I somewhat understand it. You probably could have just held on to the ult until... So this is a big thing with anyone with like big important CC. If someone is already under threat, you don't have to open with your CC at that point. Open with the Q, so you can use it after that point. Something I as an Ahri main do with my charm a lot. It's one of the things I appreciate about Rookie and Xiaohu. They're very patient with the charm. Xingtian maybe needs to just chill out just a little bit with those ults.
Saw 4 targets and the targeting computer just got overloaded, unfortunately. Nice try from Xingtian, unfortunately doesn't hit. 7-4 though. Weibo still with a gold lead, 1,000 ahead at this point in the game, but there's 2 Drakes for Ultra Prime. And I'm just, it's where the gold is that's the problem right now, because Doggo 3-0-2, 2 items already on the Kaiser. Yukai not far off his second item as well. Is Xiaohu caught out again? I'm just looking at the bottom of the map. Hacker trying to chase him down.
Hits the
W
cat.
cooldown. That's going to be TP.
You can't cancel it. Olaf doesn't have a cancel.
Xiaohu gets out, but my goodness, TP and Xiaohu. These positioning errors are just. It's a problem.
he has a good individual gold lead, and he's pushed hard to get that, and there's credit to him. He's lucky to get away with that one, though. Not having that global could be very, very important with Dragon spawning in just a minute. He won't have that to play around the map, and particularly because right the way from draft, we were very, very outspoken about saying Weibo can win through side lanes. Now, one of the ways you win through side lanes is by using people in side lanes with teleport to get back to a play when it happens. I mean, credit to Xiaohu for drawing the pressure and then teleporting out and living at least, but not having that teleport around one of the most crucial points in the game could be very dangerous. As you said, item breakpoints really hit to Ultra Prime because they had to respond to bot side and then try to try top side as well. Leaves mid lane open to taking. Ultra Prime open up an important section of the map. And now them with a very heavy engage pick combo can potentially use this to good effect.
Xiaohu,
close.
Ever so slightly away. Again, takes the route here, gets into the brush, and actually they've been abandoned by the team. The carry's nowhere near on this one. Nicket's going to go down first. And next on the chopping block, if they can keep these slows going. Flash from Tarzan.
How's it going?
Close the gap.
Breathe.
TP coming in from Jingxian. This could be huge. And Breathe is just going to go down. Doggo finishes the
Jingxian!
jump. Knock up there onto Xiaohu, who just about gets away with his life. Dodges the severing bolt. But Doggo is still going strong on this one. Slow onto Crisp as Jingxian looks for more. Crisp hit by the severing bolt. The long range damage is painful, but it's not quite enough.
Alright, that time Xingqiang finds the mark, and you see that Weibo, they have a really good ability to chase down the likes of Niket and Hacker, and the first bit of that fight around the red buff, as soon as that hook misses, Niket doesn't have the flash to get out, just use it to go forwards, just use that hook. You can see that Weibo can chase them down, but they over-chase into teleports and the Malphite. You can see that they're not always checking all of the boxes, not checking all of the cooldowns. They're lucky to get away with that one. I thought that Xiaohu might have gotten away with that one for free. Start again. Once again, Niket very, very close to picking out the mid laner of Weibo. But this time, the reaction check is well in hand. Maukel, fantastic from Tarzan to at least block out half of that backline. Like chunks out some of them as well. See at the front line, they're not in a great spot when they're on the back foot. That's where things get dangerous. Serious, serious credit to real Xingqian for at least splitting out the team with a great teleport. I think as soon as that TF starts landing there and the teleport's coming through, Breathe kind of knows he's messed up.
Yeah, Breathe, I think TPing basically at the same time as Qingtian, so really, really good response from Qingtian, punishing that over-aggression from Weibo. Look at the win percentage on the bottom screen. It's so dead even in this game, and this is what we wanted to see. Ultra Prime really stepping up for this series. Weibo being tested, but they will not go down without a fight. Thank God that's the case.
Yeah, and we can see that, you know, some big items being hit. We talked about the 2-item spike for Yukai and Doggo a little earlier. We talked about it for some of the other champions as well. Of course, Ezreal on the huge Triforce Mirror Mana spike. This is the strongest you get as Ezreal in the current meta again. It's not like you can really go towards the Sorilda's third item like you could in years past. However, the Frozen Heart is also through from Xingqian now. It's going to be very important if he is going to be diving into the backline, disrupting and trying to buy time for the rest of his team. Maybe you can ult in range for the Frozen Heart.
Drake spawning. This would be the third one for Ultra Prime, but very much a lot of presence on that top side right now. As Hacker moves down towards the Dragon Pits. I mean, there's no presence from either side, really, so he should be able to pretty much solo this.
Tarzan's already, like, doubled his Drake count from, you know, the streak which he had. He's already got 2, he added an extra one on top. He's like, okay, I've got 3 dragons in this series, that's my job done. We'll give it over now.
He's increased his amount of dragons this series by 150%. He was on 2 before the series, now on 3, including game number 1. Yeah. It's been a tough split for Tarzan, honestly. It's worth talking about, really, that like this is a player.
Well, we talked about it for Xiaohu, but it definitely applies to Tarzan too. I think you're completely right.
You expect a lot more from a player of this caliber. You expect a better performance than what he's been having so far this split. And that's, I feel like, true for a reasonable amount of the Weibo players. I feel like Light is playing pretty well. I feel like Breathe is playing decently. Chris playing pretty decently. I do feel it's the mid-jungle that are the biggest issue for the team right now.
I also think on the other side of it too, Light, I think in last year he had a lot more picks which he was comfortable just 1v9ing the late game on. I don't think he's got that same champion pool right now, who's often relied upon by Weibo to say, regardless of what happens with the T-He funny flips and topside, you can carry the late game. I don't think that's always been the case. I think the Ezreal's been good from him, and again, he's been okay in this one. They're starting to rush the Baron now. That was top talking about that. Qingtian doesn't have teleport for another few seconds. The Malphite can't get there.
I mean, this is free. This is free. Hacker's not even going to be able to get to it, although he does have flash. Maybe the Olaf flash comes in after all. Gets the pit, but can't get the spike. Yuakai trying to protect his front line. That's Nick gets to go down, but Hacker's still moving forwards here. Qingtian TP's into the play, but Hacker's just going to go down, and Weibo might just snowball this one. 2 kills for Light here. Ultra Prime forced away, Baron taken, and 2 bonuses.
Oh, they showed Qingtian on the wave seconds before he's had his teleport available, and he teleports in as soon as it's available, but it's too late, and he has to ult out of the fight. See that Hacker goes in for the steal, can't quite manage it, and Weibo walk away with what could be a game-breaking advantage at this point. We said they can win through side lanes with the Baron buff on top of it, and with getting the flash away from Hacker so he can't force plays in the next bit too. I think that could be really, really important. Right here, you can see that, you know, Qingtian's having to flash, like walk his way over. Way too late though, as you can see this, his teleport still is on cooldown at this point. The Hacker, when they have to go on the back foot, much like you saw around the red buff fight earlier, can't really do that much. Fantastic ult from Tarzan once again to split open the team and lock down the front line.
I'm pretty sure Hacker's smite there was 40 damage away from a steal.
Oh,
that was about as close as they could have come. And honestly, great for Weibo, they got themselves the Baron, but definitely a dicier way to do it, not a consistent way to play the game, 50-50ing the Barons. We've had plenty of top teams criticised for that before in the past. But nonetheless, they get the Baron, that's what's important in this game right here. 4,000 gold lead for them. Ultra Prime backs against the wall.
The flash.
Oh god, it's 2 in a row for Qingtian.
Oh, he flashes, but he's just about on vision out there, and Light wins the hands check. That's going to be really important. No flash now for Qingtian to force another fight, potentially around the Dragon coming in 2 minutes. That would be solved for Ultra Prime. They could either have looked to shut down the Baron push with a big engage like that, or they could have looked to fight for the Dragon just after and try and get themselves Hextech Soul. I think that Soul could end up being a game-winning advantage if they can claw it back. They're going to have to do it from a gold deficit now. Weibo, after getting that clutch Baron, in a good spot for themselves, and with Light being harder to get to now, get it on his power picks as well, power points rather, with his items. I think it's going to be Weibo starting to lock down this map.
We're going to see how Doggo can influence things here as well. Obviously, it's going to be difficult during these sieges, but if a good engage can come on through, Doggo full AD on the Kaiser here. 3 items he needs to be the carry, and this could be the opportunity. Light forced over the wall, Crisp left all over. Yuakai's gone down in the meantime. The rest of the team has fallen apart, and Xiaohu jumps back into the base. Doggo falls to Light. That's probably game. That's going to be an ace for Weibo. Out of nowhere, they get Baron, and they flip it into a game win. Light with a triple kill. My god, how the hell have they pulled this one out?
They pulled that one out of their last bag of tricks. But what do we say, Weibo? You just can't tell how this team will turn up in a game. Apparently even just on one game in the Rift 2, losing up until they won, they clutched out game 2.
They've managed to do it again. We're going to 3 games. Ultra Prime fall as Weibo take us even here in Shanghai. I don't think they're too happy with the win. You can see stoic faces on the players, and understandably so with the amount of pressure that's coming towards these guys from the fans. Not unwarranted pressure either, but they get a win at the end of the day.
Make it make sense. Make this team make sense. They ended up being so clutch around that Baron take. If they see one mistake from Qingtian showing while his teleport's still on cooldown, they go into a full court press style, they avoid the engage which comes in after that point, find a game-winning fight on the next evasion of the next big play too, and the game's just over at that point. Like, this is just clutch stuff, but where does it come from? Make it make sense!
I really don't. I have no answers for you, I'm afraid, my friend. One thing I will say is we're going to 3 games, and that means this draft probably gets a little bit spicy. It's Fearless draft, and there's a whole bunch of picks that we can't go for. Let's see how it pans out right after the break.
courage. For here we stand in the path of victory. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain.
Through our last free breath and back again. We've seen our scars burn red and seen them turn to flame.
We are the fire that guides our destiny. Yeah, the tide to finish us. We fight until the last. Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand in the path of victory. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. How many came to fight and die here? How many legions overcome? How many scars are left behind us? But there will be no rises. There's always light within us. Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand forever from this day. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain.
And we still remain. Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Those cravens backstab me, deceive me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted. Such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Hold down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah. I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Yeah!
Well, we are into this series now, aren't we? Game 3, here we come. Fearless draft. This is going to be something else. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Nymera as Weibo have somewhat redeemed themselves here, getting a win on the board, a much needed win on the board here. Let's see if they can finish things off against Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and you know, game 2, very, very decisive and clutch decision making in the late game. I think that there were a lot of things that were done well in the team fights by Tarzan, even with his scuffles elsewhere. I think that his flash is getting flashed away as a Baka W kind of sucks. But actually, if you look at his ults through the game in the red side jungle, around the Baron as well, of the plays that were made, they were the two big ones that stand out to me. So I don't mind him getting an MVP hit, despite the other awkward plays.
Yeah, the W is not good, but the ult's really good. We'll take that.
Why are we showing Tarzan 885 damage?
We're just flaming him.
Why are we doing this? Why are we showing Tarzan's damage again?
Worth mentioning, coincidentally, that was the the third lowest damage of any game of LPL history, I believe, was the title he earned himself there. We showed
I can't believe we've just done that.
Post-game just to absolutely flame the guy.
What?
Production are ruthless today, Jesus.
What have we done? I mean, that has actually broken me. The fact that it just comes off of actually, don't get me wrong, It's not been a great overall
It's like,
series.
yeah,
It's
do you know
broken
what?
me.
You did get MVP, but remember this. Remember this, Tarzan. You can't,
But at what
One
cost?
MVP doesn't redeem this.
Again, if you're sat there as a Weibo fan, maybe from the times that they reached World Finals last year, and you thought, wow, I want to follow this team coming into the next year as well and what they're doing in summer. This is what you signed up for!
Yeah, this is a whole thing, isn't it? Yeah, maybe we'll have a post game for that one. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll just go into Game 3 draft. I don't know. Let's talk about how the actual game went, though, because I feel like there were still positives for Ultra Prime. Honestly, I feel a little bit like a lot of that game hinged on whether or not Qingtian hit Malphite ults, and he just sort of didn't.
Yeah, and I get there was some really good setup into kind of denying vision control or playing around good wards, so you had wards over the walls so Qingtian couldn't come out of Fog of War as easily, but like, bluntly, there were just some really bad misses, and as much as we meme about it, getting a range for like Barmy Cinder and Frozen Heart, that ain't really what you're going to be doing. Big credit on the other side, Light, fast fingers on his reactions, and then also not falling for the mind games where maybe there was a flash predict or an E predict or something like that. It's getting quite slim pickings. Qingtian from one actually quite good game on the Darius to not so great on the Malphite. We'll be polite for now.
Yeah, bit of an odd build, couple of whiffs on the ultimate. Didn't look comfortable, did it? Didn't look like it's a pick that he's exactly practiced on. Not that you need that much practice on Malphite, but I digress. Let's talk about the draft. It's game number 3 here in Fearless Draft, which means all of those champions in grey on the bottom of the screen are going to be limited. If the team has played that champion, they can't play. So Ultra Prime cannot play the champions underneath their draft. Same for Weibo. But the teams can play the champions that the other team has played.
Very interested to see what Xiaohu's going to pick out. Now, in terms of other picks, of course, he played the Tristana and the Talia, which are 2 very big comfort picks for him. I guess Ari's maybe the 3rd one on there. His LeBlanc as well, but they banned it, of course, on the red side. So it feels like Xiaohu, for me, is where a lot of questions go towards for Weibo. And then on the other side, at least there have been some weirder picks from Qingtian and then from Hacker as well. So they have some picks left up on the table.
It could just be a Corki angle here for Weibo.
Yeah, true.
They didn't ban the Corki. Xiaohu's not played it just yet. Does
They
feel like a
could.
very free pick.
The Nidalee's gone, otherwise I would have suggested that. You also don't have a lot of the prime engaged supports for Niketsu. That's going to be a problem later on into that draft again. Now, what's your valuable first pick? I mean, we've basically foregone virus priority in this draft so far in the entirety of this series. Doggo's completely fine at that. But yeah, I think Corki is probably the easy lock-in.
Ultra Prime though, what do they go for first? Because they have already played the Corki, they've also played the Hui, Tristana's banned, LeBlanc is banned. We are very much moving to the outskirts of the mid lane pool, but no, it's just a first pick. I thought it was just a hover. Doggo just first pick blind straight.
Right. I mean, there's still
Callista's
Callista.
open,
There's
right?
still Callista for Light. Don't you just slam in a lethality Callista, lock in whatever support you want, so the Callista can keep them safe? You can't go for the Callista Ashe, don't get me wrong, but even you don't even have the best lane pairings left for Drake. You don't have the Leona or the Nautilus. I mean, what, you've got Alistair maybe? I do not like Draven first pick like this.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of it. I will say Callista typically quote-unquote countered by Draven, right? But that's usually the on-hit, not the lethality. But still, the early lane is rough for Callista against the Draven.
Yes, you can't hop away from axes, which is rough. Yeah, that's the big part of it. But then they went they went away from the Corki first pick, which we said was really valuable, and that means that Xiaohu gets to play it, which is, again, one of the primary S-tier picks in the mid lane right now. Of course, Ultra Prime can't play a lot of those engaged supports. Chris hovering over it. They don't need to lock in the Leona, though. It's not like it's going to get picked on 2-3, because, of course, Niket can't play it. Played it in game 1.
Curious what Niket will actually end up going for in this one. Still things like the Rel, for example, available if he does want to go hard engage support. We'll have to wait and see. Blitzcrank too if they end up against the range lane. Sejuani locked in for Tarzan. It's his most played of his career. 70% win rate over 80 games. And Hacker slams the Karthus. It's a power pick in the jungle.
Yeah, and he's had it banned away from him a lot. This has been the primary jungle pick. In terms of the AP farming junglers, you're looking at what else can come out across the board. Sejuani, of course, cannot keep up with the clear speed from Hacker at all in this kind of case. It is so deadly. Leone comes in for a bit of engage. It's an AD pick in that mid lane, which can do well into the Corki. I know we've seen a lot of Yone's picks into the Corki. I actually think Corki does completely fine in this matchup. Now, so it's going to be a little bit more on kind of player piloting it rather than just the matchup itself.
We'll see how he's going to be able to do on the pick. Yuakai, a player that we've not really seen that much Yone from. He's played one game ever, and it was not a win. Oh, in fact, no, sorry, it was a win. It was a win. But not a pick that you know Yuakai for. We'll see how he's been practicing, how good he is on that pick. Light, though, going to go for Ziggs down in that bottom side. So again, looking for these turret plays. I feel like Ziggs is loving this new format, right? He's loving Fearless drafts because he finally gets some more play.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, now, because there are so many AD mid laners in meta, you can put your AP elsewhere. We've said it's really good in jungle. You can also play it at bot lane. It's completely fine if you've got the Ziggs there. Haven't really seen that much variation in terms of majors and bot side. It's not like we're seeing, you know, Zoe and Syndra, like season 8, season 9, that kind of deal. But still, you need to have a hard CC support with it. You can't play the Nautilus on either side. You can play the Leona. That's why it's banned. And what else has Chris got? You've maybe got, I think you've probably got Rakan and Alistar as the last two real heavy CC picks that could go towards that bot side. And, you know, the Alistar's not fantastic with the Ziggs, not the best level 1 for laning, especially against the Draven. That can be very, very deadly. I'd expect maybe a Rakan ban from Ultra Prime, so Chris doesn't have laning support, and that means that maybe Weibo needs to go for a lane swap early on.
See if that ban comes through. The Thresh as well, just to make sure that Doggo doesn't have that safety net. Even potentially, I was going to say it could be a Braum angle for Niket. It does mean that you don't have much engage coming out from your team because you've already got your jungle pick, and I mean, maybe you go engage on Qingtian. We'll have to see where Ultra Prime go with this one, honestly. I think it could just be 4 support bans with both teams already having played Nautilus, Leona removed, and Rakan's gone. Like, what on earth are we picking?
We called out, look, if you're playing Ziggs, you need hard CC. Now, the thing is, you need something that can lane as well. Okay, Rel's the one which actually slipped through there, and of course that was played earlier in the day, not in this series, though, which is why I was like, oh yeah, Rel's not going to miss at this point. But it's not that great at laning, which is a problem here. Because now Niket can look at this combo and say, well, what can I win lane with, and allow Doggo to really just murderize what's happening with the Ziggs Rel, and see if they can get something.
It's Alistar, right? Surely the answer is Alistar. It's really good versus Rel. Yeah. It's a tank support, it's an engage support. It ticks every single box that we've been asking for.
Can also just tank the Sejuani ult too. I mean, the Sejuani is a single target engage. Also means that if you're picking a melee for Breathe and topside, which you'd really like to do, in fact, we've even seen a Pantheon Sejuani combo come out. I think it was from Detonation Focus in the LJL, and that looked really, really good, and I'm wondering if other picks go towards that too, because you can just burst people out very hard. But regardless, if it's the Renekton or something else, which is melee and bursty, you need to find a way to combo up with that Sejuani. They say, no, screw the melees, the Alistar, the Xanse don't want that, let's go Vayne. It is not great into Karthus and Yone when they go for that big combo. You can get outplayed there, but it does do massive work into the melees.
And I love that Breathe gets skill expression. His Camille game went a little bit sideways, but all 3 games gets a carry for himself. And, I mean, look, Vayne is one of those picks, isn't it? We saw a ton of MSI where you can really take over a game, but also if you're not that good at Vayne, it's very easy to look real bad coming out with a pick like this. Breathe certainly has the hands for it. Let's see how he performs.
The thing is, also a lot of the dashes, a lot of the engage coming through from this team from Ultra Prime kind of locks you in place for a little bit, or it's quite telegraphed. You can very much condemn away an Alistar if you don't play things well. With Yone, it can be a little harder because you can't stop the little knock-up coming with the dash forwards too from that Q3. Still, lots of tanks to rack up huge, huge damage with. Tarzan is here not for the melee synergy. He's there to just pin down a target so they can get blasted out. Huge value now from this Alistar to make sure that they can hold the door closed. Make sure that Weibo don't just start running rampant in terms of DPS checking.
I mean, it's a huge amount of pressure on Niket's shoulders. The new guy on the squad, the rookie moving in for Ultra Prime. He's looked decent in this series. Let's see if he can continue that on the Alistar pick. Breathes Vayne as well. He's played it twice in his career, won both of those games. He's got the angle, he's got the draft for it, he's got the Xanse up against him in lane. Let's see if he can leverage that advantage. It's time to get into game 3, and Fearless Draft delivers once again. We've got a Yone, we've got a Draven, we've got a Vayne top. This is carries galore between Ultra Prime and Weibo. And honestly, I am hoping for a high-octane game here. It's not Weibo's tendency, but I reckon with these drafts, it is their destiny.
And we are getting ourselves set up for a level 1. Now, of course, when you have something like a Vayne in your top lane, yes, you don't want to have that laning into your Cassante.
So, you were saying?
Yeah, I was sat there like, oh yeah, Xiao's. But the level 1 is really important there because it's ranged versus melee, and that's why I really felt the need to speak about that one. Often you will see that a lot of teams will drop a ward into the top lane bushes to make sure that Vayne can't stand on the bush closest to you, walk beyond the wave, auto-attack you, drop back into bush to drop minion aggro, and then just bully you out. Of course, suppress the attack being very strong AD carry rune right now, and Vayne being a very good user of it. You can't allow a good level 1 for this champion. In fact, Breathe was so scared of a lane swap being shown through that he was hovering around that red buff so he could quickly get to the other side of the map if he needed to, and instead will now go back towards top lane, but has allowed Qingtian an entrance in onto the wave at level 1, so that's still something in that matchup which can be really hard for the Cassante.
Yeah, honestly, like, MSI we saw a bunch of Vayne top, but lane swaps kind of ruined it. This is Breed getting Vayne top versus Cassante in isolation during the laning phase. You can already see how painful this is. Just level 1. This isn't even with the true damage online. So it doesn't get easier.
You can get that level 2 off this wave. Honestly, it should be worse from level 1, so this is actually better than it is, and it already looks pretty bad. See that Breathe tanked up the wave a little bit there at the level 1. There was a chance that Qingtian could potentially look through for a Q3. Didn't quite manage to keep Breathe in the wave long enough to use his safe distance, and Breathe as an individual laner, showcasing once again how good this guy is, what we were expecting for him on Weibo. Feels like Weibo really had a good pickup from him in that top lane, even if the team still maintains that inconsistent moniker.
So we'll see how this one's going to go now. I'm cautiously excited with the Vayne top, with the Draven in the bot, and also Yukai on the Cassante, on the Yone. I do feel like there's potential for a big game here. The thing is,
there's gonna be a condemn.
Oh,
yeah,
he got it.
So that's what I was saying about.
He got it.
Oh, okay. Because you could see that Qingtian wasn't positioning next to the tower because he's like, oh, I don't want to get condemned into the tower and get the double damage from it and everything like that. Breathe just hopping in and out of tower range. While he's getting the XP, he ain't getting much of this gold, folks.
This is just so painful to watch. I'm surprised Breathe didn't start cold, to be honest, but maybe afraid of the lane swap. Felt like he needed the health. Hacker moving into this bottom side, he'll be able to grab that Scuttle Crab. It's even in the jungle so far. Neither jungler getting any cheeky pathing off or anything like that, so it's just going to be a standard clear on either side. One crab apiece. Yukai gets a nice little trade against Shahu, although Shahu trading it back pretty efficiently. Oh no, Chris!
Oh, he cancels it!
Nick gets the combo! Ignite down! Nick at first blood!
This guy has had a hell of a day on the Rift. Cancelling out Xiao, who's Tristana in the last game multiple times, as Leona in game 1, my kind of unsung hero too, starts things off well on the bot side. Doesn't even matter that it's not really a big cash in early on for the Draven, because he hasn't got that many stacks yet. Would have been nice to go over to him, but you'll take the kill either way. Problem is though, this is a lead in the bot side. That's great. What's going to happen about top side all the same? They put a lot of resources down there for this play, but this Cassante still left alone on the island, and this time it's just Chris. Why are you guys checking that? You're on the weak side of the map. As long as in enemy topside jungle. Thinks maybe you can get out with a W. That thought is very wrong. The cat, fantastic play once again.
It's really painful that Chris used that flash as well. Still ends up going down. Not ideal for him. Tough situations. Yukai just trying to make sure he gets all of these minions, both supports in the lane there. Then obviously Corki very likely to get a CS lead to start this lane off. So once all of these abilities come through, and speaking of, Yukai using said abilities to get a really nice trade on Xiao. One auto away from a solo kill.
Yone sure is a champion, Joe, isn't he? Yeah, that's sure a champion right there. That's one of those real special champions out of that mid lane. You can remove his lethal tempo from whatever lane he wants to put it into. The fleet flow X still completely fine for the laning phase. And that E with the ramping move speed and damage makes this matchup, again, a little bit scary. We have seen Corkies do well into the Yone. I think it was I mean, we've seen a couple of champions do wall runs, a couple of players pilot on. Okay, Tarzan going top side, looking for a dive. If they can get a kill here, this is really bad.
Minions. It's TP coming on through. Stun doesn't quite land onto Breathe. Ghost for Ghost in the top side, and Breathe will walk away with his life. TP forced from Yukai, which will mean Xiaohu can push that wave, deny some minions mid.
And this is one of the big problems. So funnily enough, we actually saw this from BLG versus Genji. So I wonder if Xiaohu is going to fly over the wall. At MSI, where effectively, when you're going for these big plays versus big farming junglers, every time you fail a play like that, you're letting them get another side of the jungle. But he's going to go right into Hack now, forcing a flash potentially, gets himself a W.
I mean, Sichuan, loves these 1v1s. Hack is just going to get solo killed by Tarzan. At least it's a Dark Harvest, but that is all but a consolation prize.
You have to flash early. Maybe he thinks he's going to die anyway. Xiaohu just hit level 6. There was a good chance he died. Tarzan taking a lot of damage from the Grubs, but he's pretty happy to get that kill himself. We said that there's an opportunity cost. You give up a load of farm to the Carthers when you make these big plays across the map. Cat's coming over here, doesn't have flash. Has Ignite back up. Tarzan's in danger. He needs to be careful here. Gets the level up at least.
Tarzan levels up, gets a lot of sustain from hitting the jungle camps as well, walks away with about 500 HP. Hacker's back on the scene, so this will be 2 Grubs, but honestly, Tarzan happy to just deny one, happy to get a bunch of gold for himself. Like, how often do you get to solo kill as Sichuan in the jungle? He's going to be over the moon with that one.
And I think, well, Tarzan, you know what? Of the great Sejuani players of all time, Tarzan's pretty high up that list. Going through his time on Griffin, and then the times, of course, he's pulled out for many years now into the LPL. This guy has been so good at this pick for a very long time. I remember him in LCK finals playing like Spellbook Sejuani way back in the day, back on Griffin. And it does really feel like in this meta, if you fall behind, if you mess up one of those plays, you just kind of lose the game to stuff like that. Carthus starts farming it again and again. So you have to hit those shots.
Ooh, recall not quite denied there by Light. Nice try. Unfortunately, just a split second too late. And as you mentioned, this is kind of a vintage Tarzan pick. 60%, or I think it was 70% win rate from when I looked earlier, over about 80 games as well. Like, this is his most played jungler. He looks comfortable on it, and I think that's much needed. With his form so far this split, it's good to see him on comfort doing well.
I think with the level 6 hit as well, you can potentially go into a lot of these different lanes and cause some issues. Now, it's still quite hard to go into a lot of, go into the Alistar and the Cassante when he has W up and get real big value, because they just press various buttons to ignore your CC. Yes, with the Alistar, it's okay to trade ult for ults, and of course that'll be coming up in the next minute or so from the Cat. Of course, with the way that lane swappy weirdness happens, you sometimes lose out on XP for supports in particular, but once that level 6 comes online, you have a lot of that.
That's going to be something that comes in a couple of minutes' time when this Drake and the Grubs spawn onto the map. Tarzan has his ultimate, and as Sichuani, that's often when you're going to look for a big play, look for a way into a lane, but Yukai playing with enough respect not to fall prey to it. But that flash ultimate from Sichuani is always a threat.
You know what, the more I think about it now, I really need to see something come from Doggo soon as well. If he gets an early cash in, I think his game is okay to play. If he's behind the game, he's currently had a little bit of gold, but if he loses stacks and the next kill, the next big play of the game, I think things get really awkward for him. It's really quite hard to play this game into stuff like the Ziggs Minefield. It's one of the reasons why Talia is also weirdly a Draven counter, because you just don't want to walk in that kind of slow. It means your team fighting so hard. You need to see Doggo get involved soon.
See the rest of the team setting up as well, playing towards that Draven. Perhaps that Drake we talked about will be the option. It's up in about 70 seconds. Ultra Prime did get the first Drake of the game, so... And Tarzan's not exactly got a good record of getting Drakes so far on this split. I'm not sure that that's actually a trend that is going to continue throughout the year, but funny while it lasts.
He very much prefers a Song of Ice and Fire compared to a Dance of Dragons. Good George R. R. Martin about that one. Just doesn't like the things. He'd just rather get kills elsewhere in that farm.
Yeah. Trying to get Grubs, I guess, as well. Although, Tien tried his best.
There's a lot of people topside.
Tarzan going to be a target here. Tien doesn't choose to go for the all-out. I wasn't sure if he was going to try and commit and pull Tarzan back into the team, but didn't see the angle. Decides to move back up top, catch this wave. Cryo for Breathe, as always. Hacker is in the top side, but I'm not sure they'll really find an angle off the Vayne.
It's not exhaust Karthus where you just walk up to people and press it and try and 1v1 them, and even then I think that Breathe just on the kind of boots 2, it's really quite hard for Hack to ever really walk anywhere near the Vayne. He gets run down very quickly at this point. He's getting himself towards that Blackfire Torch, which of course has made Karthus very strong. Load of different stats because once he's going to go for the second Dragon of the game. This is important. I mentioned this a lot in our cast recently, where effectively, if you get 2 early Dragons, you can ignore the next 2, 3, and choose to get gold instead in the mid-game, which is obviously a big part of how you play mid-game. So by getting these 2 early, gives Ultraprime some options. The problem is, I do still feel like Breathe is very happy just laning into the Cassante for as long as he can.
Breathe is more than happy. The longer that isolated 1v1 goes on for, the better it is for him. One thing I want to quickly mention as well, Tarzan's build here, Locket of the Iron Solari first item.
True.
And I like it. You're against Karthus. This is kind of the Karthus counter item. Obviously late game, the shield's not quite going to be enough, but in the early stages of the game, that shield will essentially mitigate Hacker's ultimate.
It's like when Soraka's ultimate was known as the anti-Karthus ult, because it just does the AoE heal for everyone. It's like, well, that's how you cancel it. You just cancel out the Karthus ult, you just heal and shield everyone at the same time and see if you can get value from that one. I think it makes a lot of sense over something like the Night Star, which we commonly see as the first item in more armor high builds for the Sejuani, and of course in this game there is only one magic damage threat, which is Hacker. He's going to find his way down bot side with Satchel. One of the things about Zig's bot lane, if you didn't notice, folks out there, I think this was maybe Shifter or PewDiePie that was disco in this one too. You use your Satchel to get a free Q. You basically use the Satchel, combo into the mini knocker, which gives you a free Q, which means you can get yourself like 1 free Q per rotation without having to get there like right on target of the air as well.
And what you'll see with the really good Zigs as well, it's kind of like watching a good Gragas, where they'll preemptively queue for where their ult is going to land with the AP Gragas and get the one-pop combo. You see that from Ziggs as well, where they'll throw the Q and then W the enemy into that Q, confident that they'll
It's like Gragas, but like a fifth of the weight.
Yeah, and a lot less damage and a much short cooldown on the combo. You can get a bit of trade onto Tarzan, but importantly, blue buff taken away by Tarzan, which really sucks for Karthus, I'm not going to lie.
I mean, at this point, at least he's got the mana item, but yeah, he always wants that, and just the cooldown, it's just everything for him. It's not really like Karthus gets huge value out of the red buff. You weave it like a single auto for red buff when you have it in later levels, and then that's kind of it. Just taking farm away from him any amount is a really valuable thing, though. As we said, that one of the things you need to be careful of against Karthus is that if you make plays elsewhere, then Karthus gets like a whole quadrant of the jungle. You fall behind. You know, various players are going to have to start picking up that kind of skill set as we get into this kind of meta.
So, I want to take a second and talk about scaling, since I have so many seconds to take in every single Weibo game I cast. This feels like it's probably going to be a fairly long one, since neither team seems particularly keen on forcing the issue on anything. We've got a Karthus, we've got a Yone, we've got a Draven, not bad scaling picks on the side of Ultra Prime. Sante's going to be a monster in the late game. However, you've got a Vayne, like Corki, even though he's building lethality, he still does a lot of damage later on into the game. Zig's definitely a great scaling pick. How are we feeling about the kind of clash of compositions later on?
The thing about scaling is that a lot of people take it to mean if we hit target dummies at level 18 with 6 items, who does the most damage? It's not always about that, it's about who can do damage. I'm worried about this Draven. If they get a kill now, I think that conversation turns a bit more Ultra Prime favored. But around this Herald, we need to see the ult misses from Tarzan.
And it's a Herald taken by Hacker. Satchel charge, but it won't matter. Oh, hang on a second. Xiaohu's been found by Jingtian. The all-out comes on through. Flash used, but Ghost in play for Jingtian. He's trying to chase him down. Oh, wait a second. The Requiem comes down, and Xiaohu falls.
Hacker gets involved. No, it's not the kill for the Draven. That's still yet to come, but the damage onto Xiaohu and allowing Xingtian to get onto that tower and bot side, important nonetheless. Nakat can be stopped out on this recall. I don't think there's a play to be forced just that. So it's Herald, it's a kill for Ultra Prime. No real cross map coming in from Weibo. Big moment for them. Maybe it can use that Herald to force a big play with something like you know, like a big kind of engage coming in from Yukai, maybe. They don't have that many ways to hit towers. One of the weaknesses of Ultra Prime's composition is the Cats.
Combo onto Tarzan here. Chris playing to try and
Doggo.
block for his jungle, but Doggo's on the flank as a Draven. Doesn't get the cash in though. Kill went over to Hacker. Yukai trying to follow up for more, but he's stood against the wall. Bomb across 3 people, but the damage just isn't here for Weibo. Xiaohu arrives behind the play, and he's tearing through the health bars. Suddenly it all flips on its head as Xiaohu saves the day. Big 1-on-2. Hacker nowhere to go. Drops Herald. Wait, he's going to try and ride
He
Herald.
wanted to use the ward.
Climb aboard, ladies and gentlemen, but he's going to hit the wall, surely. No!
He gets the
Touch
knockdown!
of the team! Hacker, you
Hacker!
lunatic! 2 HP in a dream! Hacker thumbs up and walks away!
Here's your taxi, sir! Get the safety! Oh my word, I've never seen an escape like that! But he gets a kill and he gets out. Still, big mistake from Ultra Prime to not give the kill over to Doggo. He has over 400 stacks. That would have been the gold they needed. I think that was just a bit of a see hero, kill hero moment. If that damage had gone over to Doggo, I really think they'd be in a better position in this game. As we said, until Draven gets that cash in, he can really struggle to play against stuff like the Ziggs Minefield and the kind of the range of which Weibo are playing at.
How many stacks is he on? 473 right now.
It's a lot, Joe! It's a lot!
It certainly is. If he gets a singular kill, it doesn't even matter who on. He is going to be rolling in money. Tarzan trying to contest. This is third Drake, remember, for Ultra Prime if they can get it.
Doggo, use that flash in the last play. That's important. Who else used flash? Of course, Niket doesn't have his. Xiaohu, Tarzan, Breathe. They're the three which can't flash away right now. Breathe needs to be very careful. His positioning gets a lot harder if there's engaged tools left up and he doesn't have flash. Weibo recognize this and they just said, look, let's just not tempt fate. We don't want to do this too easily. Tarzan does have a... This is a late setup for them.
2K on the Dragon. I believe it's going to go to Ultra Prime here. It's actually Doggo that gets it. Hit by the ultimate, but cleanses immediately. Crisp the target.
The cash in!
1,000 gold into the pockets of Doggo. And a Requiem flies across the team as well. That should be enough to dissuade a fight for Weibo. They want a bit more. Bomb on in. Qingtian on the front line. Dashes to safety. Yukai the next target. Breathe wants a bit of the action. Yukai still has flash. I think he's fine on this one. But Breathe wants to prove me wrong. Trying to get under the tower. 6 autos and Yukai's almost dead.
Now, the question is, can they wave play this turret? Because if you lose mid lane turret, then it is a loss. That's going to be the Hex Flash back on the turret. Yukai, you need to recall. Yes, it goes on to the walls, rather. But I think with him taking such a long time to recall, this will be mid tower potentially falling. Doggo has Bloodthirst, so you can heal it pretty well, but they can't defend the turret. So, Weibo, lose Dragon, lose a cash in, but the mid turret is an important objective all the same.
I'm amazed at how much Ultra Prime really tried to contend that mid turret. That felt a little bit dicey at the end of the play there, but ultimately, 2,000 gold lead for them, and Soul Point with a Hex Tech stall. It's a great little spot to be.
Starting way back here. What is this? This is the first play around topside where they failed to get cash in, where, I don't know, man, maybe was it the Defile which ended up killing that? I'm not sure, but either way, it could have been the Dark Harvest proc as well. And that's another point. Hacker's getting low to them in these kind of fights. As you rightly said in the heat of the moment on this one, Xiaohu finds an awesome angle on the Corki. We see right here.
Of course we got to replay
this is why we're going back to this, because this one is like, I don't know, what car movie do you particularly like, but all the same, oh my word, if you need an escape driver for a heist, call Hacker.
2 HP. I can't believe he got away with that. He can't keep getting away with this. Oh God. I mean, that's genuinely miraculous. If you're a fan of Ultra Prime, thank your lucky stars right now, because we can pretend that's calculated if we really want, but realistically, how many Herald chases has Hacker been part of over his career? Not that many, I'd wager. But all things considered, Ultra Prime in the driver's seat. They do kind of need to snowball, like you mentioned. Draven find this a lot worse if he starts to fall behind.
So this is the thing. I think particularly with champions like Draven in this kind of game, where they basically walk up and they stat check you with lifesteal and pre ID, which he has a ton of. Right, that's a Carpet Assault. They're going. Were they just using that to stop Xiaohu from backing? I guess sees it. Guess this. There's a kill onto Breathe on the other side of the map.
Wow, okay, I guess that was an ult actually for Breathe, and we were just looking at the solo later. I'm sure we'll get a replay of what on earth happened elsewhere on the map.
Well, there was Doggo with an ult, so Doggo cast his ult, Qingtian cast his ult, so did Hacker. I would imagine there was a double global onto a poor Vayne somewhere else. And at this point, Vayne's actually only 700 gold ahead of Qingtian, despite having the what, 50-odd CS lead. Thereabouts 45, 40, that's the one. Numbers work like that. But Breathe has not really been able to run over the side lanes the way that we want him. Gonna get a replay of this, I presume. Okay, he just gets, so there's the extended E range onto the minion from Desante with the extra allied range from that one. Gets everything on target with the W on top of that too, and then just globals come absolutely flinging through.
Oh, it's the burn.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
It's the burn afterwards.
Okay.
Oh my word. The burn. Draven ult was also in flight, would have just missed, but they called in the artillery. Once again, we've seen a lot of artillery comps. They get that kill onto the vein.
It does feel like this Karthus is just sort of taking over the league at the minute, isn't it? It's such a powerful pick, and so many players are getting caught out by it. So many players are so used to fighting on a knife's edge with their opponent, but you're never actually in a 1v1 when Karthus is in the game.
The thing is, even before this itemization patch kind of came through between MSIs, they were going to get a fight.
Oh, that felt dicey from Doggo for a second there.
There have been some people who have been calling for the Karthus and the AP mids for a long time. I just think that Blackfire Torch, effectively, the junglers finally had such a big kind of stat buff in that sense to convince all of their mid laners to pick AD champions instead of like the AP mages, which was a big holdback for a lot of these things. Your guy's going to pop back himself to make sure he gets the local gold on that tower as well, which he will do. And this is going to open up the map a little bit more for them. Mid lane out of turret though from Weibo is still up, and Dragon's cupping up in 30 as he just called out. Ultra Prime don't have the easiest access in towards that because Light is going to be wave clearing for forever. So Ultra Prime, what are you going to do here?
See
actually
how
rush
they
Baron, they have
they can just threaten the trade, right? They don't actually need to go full
Absolutely.
trade.
Yeah. I mean, on the other side, you do have Vayne who can help with just taking the Dragon. Dogger's going to clear through that. I mean, you have a Leandri's card. You have to respond. Coming in here, Hacker's tanking alone right now.
They've seen Breed bots, so they know that this is a 4v5, but they do it so damn fast.
It's what happens to the game too.
Niket trying to body block for his team. He's the bouncer, denying entry. Tarzan used the ultimate just onto Niket, but he's punked it away, and Jintian knocks him off. The damage is there, though. Requiem now across the team. Yuakai gets one. It's 1-4 so far, but the health bar's alone for Ultra Prime. It's double for Breed as they look for a little bit more as well. Breed trying to close the gap here. Ultra Prime, empowered recalls. They might be able to get away with this one if they play it right, but they need to find space here.
Doggo's getting Bloodthirster.
Yuakai trying to get a good trade. Because in the meantime, Hacker's just taking grunts. He's just getting bonus farm at this point. Doggo still full HP, and he's got so much damage to work with. They've got to play it perfectly. It's a 4v3. Crisp can't get in
He got
because he's
pressed
so
attack.
jumped. Doggo dodges the knockback and Breed goes down. No, he doesn't. Into the brush, he survives somehow, and so did Tarzan. Now being chased onto the other side of the map. What is this play? This is absurd.
Doggo!
Flash from Doggo to finish the job. It's the dog that puts him down this time.
Ultra Prime get away with murder! It has been a heist all game long. The first you get the Herald escape from topside, the snatch away of Baron from under the noses of Weibo. They deal to Weibo what was dealt to them in game 2 with a top laner without teleport, falling into the wrong side of the map, and then Baron going alongside with it. Because Weibo was so delayed in taking everything to the top side, Dragon's potentially going over too, but we might get a fight over it.
I mean, Weibo want to fight. I don't really know if they can, to be honest. Hacker's just going to be finishing the string while the rest of the team plays to deny entry. Tars on the target, Xiao who jumped. This is going to be Soul. Ultra Prime, 2 objectives in a row. And Weibo just contest, and Doggo with a snipe on the back end of the play.
Whirling death from downtown from Doggo. Ultra Prime springing to life around the Baron, much like Weibo did in game 2. You know, we had a funny feeling at the start of the day this could go to all 3 games between these 2 teams. I'm so glad to see that things have heated up in game 3. It was a bit of a slow early game. So much gold onto Hacker and Doggo now. I think it's very, very hard for Weibo to play in the game, given so much gold on the Karthus and the Draven. This is the kind of conversation we were talking about, the scaling factor. Scaling isn't hitting target dummies at level 18. Sometimes it's about having the double globals flying into you from all the way across the map, and you cannot avoid that kind of damage as Weibo, and they can't even survive it apart from maybe Tarzan.
This is beautiful from Ultra Prime. They have been a bottom team basically since this organization came into existence, but they want to prove that they have got better. They have got the players, they have got the skill to change that story. An upset over Weibo today would be monumental for them in terms of moving forwards. And we've talked a little bit about this Group D. It is the most turbulent group. I'm just saying, if Weibo do lose this series, they're liable to fall out of that top 3.
Yeah, they could get to a point where they go into Group B in the next stage of things. And for those of you that haven't caught up with the format, the group stage is a double round robin, fearless in a best of 3. But that qualifies you if you're top 2 in Groups A to C and then top 3 in Group D to the upper group in the stage which can qualify you for playoffs. There is a stage beyond that if you don't, but still, you'd much rather be in that upper group than the lower one, because if you lose in there, you end up going out, or rather, you qualify for 2025 instead. All the same, I love that part of that video, by the way, but all the same, Ultra Prime, they switch in Xingtian. I think that he's been playing very admirably, given his situation in this game. We won't talk about the Malphite, but even then, I think that he's been very good in this game at just being that front line and not giving Breather a winning side lane, kind of game-winning lead.
Yukai actually goes for an
They just
all-in
killed Breathe!
2v1 with the ultimate flying in. The whirling death from Doggo a little shy, and it means he won't get the kill in the end, but Breathe went in the meantime and like the next target. Nick kept tanking as they dive the tier 2.
Hacker just gagged both sides of the map at once! He just ulted top lane, killed Vayne, and almost got Xiaohu and Light at the same time.
I mean,
Get you a
look,
jungler that can do it like Carthus.
Breathe, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you, buddy. That's the second time that Xingtian just sets up for Hacker's ultimate, and both times it's off screen.
I think that Tarzan might just be about to kill Xingtian. They could teleport in. Xiaohu's in range. Can you get the passive down without the spell stoppable if you can? Oh, don't do this again.
He's not got all out, so I don't know if there's a big angle, but there is a TP angle
Yone.
coming out from Yukai. Niket arrives on the scene as well. Xingtian was just looking juicy. He was setting up for the team. Knock up onto Chris. The damage is there. Magnet Storm is not enough. And Yukai grabs a double kill.
They are mega, they are giga, now screw that, they're ultra in this game. Weibo were the favorites, but this team... How do you ever try to predict what happens with this team of Weibo? Ultra Prime have had such a good game 3 at snatching the initiative away from Weibo in the way that happened to them in just the game before. Really feels like Weibo have been overforcing now, and the amount of damage on Doggo, Hacker, Yukai is too much for them to contend with.
This is going to be at minimum 2 inhibitors. 5 seconds until Tarzan is back on the map. Ultra Prime still going strong. And this Hextech Soul has got so much value across the course of this game with the little bits of poke damage that are coming on through, especially from Hacker. Do not go through the portal, Weibo. It's not worth it, I promise you.
It's like all that you see is our land, but what about that shady pot? That is the fog of war which Ultra Prime are in. Never go there.
Yeah, except the entire back is that shady
Yes,
bit.
but look, nowhere in that statement did I say how large the kingdom was. It is getting ever closer. And again, this fog of war is horror survival.
Oh no, Chris has to be the one to face check. Does survive or
surely doesn't kill.
Laser from the sky. The burn ticket is not going to be enough. I hope that's not going to be enough.
Oh,
the game's in a bad spot if that is that like 500 damage burn comes on through.
The damage from that, damage from everything is going to give free entrance to Baron. I mean, Weibo had to face check that fog of war. They just about lived. We're seeing the gank on both sides of the map again. Xingtian has played around the fog of war and side lanes wonderfully. I do think that Breed needed to be much more respectful. When you're at this point in the game of those globals, you cannot afford to be stepping up that close to fog of war. You've got to know your geography, buddy.
And I have to say, Hacker is having a fantastic game on this Carthus, but we have to mention the guys setting him up right. Nick gets setting up the play spot side, Xingtian twice now, setting up kills onto Breathe. Yukai doing admirably in the mid lane as well. Xingtian is looking for Breathe once again, and Breathe knows that he's in trouble. This time backs away at the speed of light. Team Rocket at this point, as he's ready to fight.
Recall.
Yukai gonna use forwards there, won't find an angle. Okay. Things calm down for a moment, but Elder is coming up in 10 seconds time.
So, we've praised Ultra Prime an awful lot over the last few minutes. It doesn't really matter if they lose a fight around the Elder. We saw NIP fall prey to this in their first game against Weibo, where all it took was one lost fight in the game, just ended. Hacker gets caught!
Hacker, this is not the time when he flashes out safety. Yukai saves his jungler somehow. Hacker gets out of that one alive. Doggo Can't quite find his mark with his axes. Xingtian just walks towards the enemy. In the meantime, Yokai started off Elder. He's just going to try and solo it. Requiem comes out. Look at the damage coming out from Hacker. That is absurd. Doggo flashes into 4, cuts them to pieces. Breathe desperately trying to escape, but their soup is in the base on top of everything else. Ultra Prime take a bow. This was gorgeous.
Oh, there was a bite, there was a snarl. I'm calling hacks. That combo is absolutely disgusting into the late game. They got the gold, they got the damage, they got the damn series.
I wasn't sure if we were going to see Sky Lasers into Dragon Lasers, but they don't even need it. Doggo flashes to finish the game. What a beautiful play. What a beautiful series from Ultra Prime. And what an upset to round out our day.
The new players really getting some moments to shine as well. Was it a perfect series? No. Again, Xingtian in Game 2, amongst others, really struggling to land the marks which they had in Games 1 and Games 3. But like I said at the start of the day, there is a real soft spot for Ultra Prime as a team that felt so close but so far in many of their series in spring and even in last year as well. This team feels like they have now come across a set of players with some LDL players and then some more veterans as well coming in, which have started playing on the same page, that have some good champion pools. No longer is Hacker just the first 15-minute jungler that does early plays and then falls off. He has the AP junglers down pat as well, and on the other side, I mean, we talked about how a couple of the players in Weibo, they've had some real dips in their career. It's not just the point where it's one bad series or just one bad stretch of time shortly made. It has been for some players on Weibo now an extended period where they have really, really struggled to be the players we know and love them to be. This team needs a stabilizing factor. They've tried to bring in new players. I think that Tarzan struggled. I think that Breathe has had some fantastic moments, but even then, in that last game, even he is not immune to the Weibo inconsistency curse.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in Camp Weibo right now, but in Camp Ultra Prime, it's just joy. They get a party tonight, that is for sure.
With dragon boats and with dumplings. And,
exactly, yeah. What a time to find the upset as well. What a night to win it on. Fantastic stuff from Ultra Prime. Hacker having a fantastic series here, and showing that he can still evolve as a player. I feel like Hacker was a player that's kind of written off for a lot of people at this point. I'm really glad to see him having a really solid split and kind of showing up, kind of leveling up as an individual.
That's a really good point, actually. I remember some way through spring, there was some really harsh comments, understandably so, where people saying, why do people keep taking this chance on Hacker? Hasn't he proven himself at this point? What's this player got left to give? Apparently a lot of card assaults in this game,
honestly,
a lot of them.
I don't want to overstate things or anything here, but it feels a little bit like Elk. Elk was this player that had been in the league for a long time, was like a middling player, and like had some really, really good games. Don't get me wrong, I'm an old school Jormung enjoyer. I'm not trying to belittle him or anything like that, but they're massively leveled up when he got on BLG, and now he's one of the best AD carries in the world. Hacker has been middling to bottom tier jungler in the LPL for a while now. Maybe this is the moment where he starts to level up and starts to show some deeper quality that we didn't know was there.
And this is a continuation on the other side. We talked about individual players, but even last year, when they made a World Finals, Weibo was still the same team that could lose to any team in the LPL. They could also beat any team, somehow. They had a winning record as there were only 2 teams last year which had a winning record versus JDG, the super team, which were T1, who won the World Championship, and then also somehow Weibo as well, who beat them in both regular splits that they faced against them at that point. But this team needs to find replicable results and systems. When we said that we liked what Anyone's Legend showed earlier in the day, it's because what they did was replicable. They had great systems. Weibo, I don't see anything that they can replicate on a game-to-game basis.
I believe that Weibo can replicate this scoreline. I truly believe that. That's something that they can take away.
No, but the thing is, even if it was the same scoreline in the second round robin, it would happen in a completely different way, and I wouldn't be able to piece it together anyway, Joe. It's so confusing to me.
Gameplay-wise, I totally agree. Scoreline-wise, I mean, they've already been 1-2'd earlier this split, so it's looking like it's been repeated.
There's only been 3 split series this split. Earlier this split was like 4 days ago.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. Actually, technically, it was 8 days ago. Okay, so how do you like them apples?
Great.
Double the time. Moving on. Yeah, Weibo, a lot of work to be done for them. I'm loving this Ultra Prime. Also, can we just take a moment to appreciate Doggo? We didn't really talk about Doggo that much during the cast, but like, kind of back to that MSI form. You remember that MSI where Doggo just popped the hell off and then got picked up by LPL, and then we kind of never saw that form again? I feel like maybe we're getting to see that form again.
I remember when he subbed into PSG Talon in the World Championship when Unified was ill and he had visa issues. He had to sub in as an emergency substitute into another team and then popped off at the World Championships. That was where his legend really started, and then he became like the PCS AD carry for a while. He hasn't had a good year or two. He's had occasional games, but I remember him having 0-1 and 0 Draven games as the Nexus fell. That happened in spring last year. This guy has had a downturn in form, but every so often, and I think particularly in the first few series that we've seen, Doggo still has some of that upper tier potential on a couple of these picks. That was the first pick Draven, remember? First pick, which we didn't like even with the Fearless Draft. He got the cash in eventually, and then he was just chunking out damage.
I'm gonna say I was nervous that he wasn't gonna get a cash in for a while. And like we were maybe 15-20 minutes into the game and he still hadn't got it. I was like, are we gonna get to that point? Is it just gonna be denied? Like, because there's no worse feeling than farming for 20 minutes on Draven than losing the stacks. Like, I'm not sure there's a worse feeling in the game.
God, yeah, no, that's up there actually. I was trying to think if there's anything close. That's I guess failing to kill the Nexus with like 1 HP. Which
the worst feeling actually is when you lose your stacks and then you smash /FF and everyone says no. That's the worst feeling. It's just the cherry on top.
That's true. God, that's absolutely true. But no, I mean, yeah, Ultra Prime. Again, kind of mirroring. I'm gonna again quote what Jamada was saying a little bit in spring about this team. It did feel like they were a solid to good top laner away from a lot of good results, and you know, I think that Decade, who's still on the roster, I think he put in his time on Ultra Prime, but I think we've definitely seen that Jingtian, despite his blushes in Game 2, has been an upgrade in that position. I think that Niket as well. Every game I've seen him in, he has been brave, and that's often said with a bit of a caveat on it. I think in this case, it's actually pretty clean on that case. His engaged champions have looked really, really good. We've had I was a little bit worried that we'd have like an LDL kind of like barren period for a while. I didn't see that many rookies for a little while because we had like players like Ruler coming in instead. Players like, you know, from all across the board, we had some different LCK players coming in instead of LDL hopefuls. We've now had a couple really good back-to-back coming through. I mean, we've obviously had 1XN. I think he's had some great stuff. Milky Way's the top of that list too. I think that XEZ shows some promise, and Niket joining that roster. There are other players which are out there as well. That's not a non-exhaustive list, but Niket for me, he was on the same page. He knew exactly what he needed to do in the micro of each scenario. You could see him even in the Leona game, body blocking with his tank stats as well. And really, oh my word, Hacker and Doggo, probably all of that damage numbers, a grand majority of that is probably at like 4 ults in late game. That is nuts damage coming out.
Absolutely mental stuff coming out from Hacker and Doggo in this one. And I love that Yukai, not really that much damage in the grand scheme of things, but I love the way he was playing this Yone because he wasn't really trying to be the big carry. He was playing almost like a setup Yone. He was like a CC bot Yone, right? Where he's setting up for the Karthus and the Draven to take over the fight.
Yeah. And I think that, you know, Yukai just realized that all he had to do was safely wave clear, have threat in the right points to flow flashes and get enough damage, and just not give game-winning advantages, you know? Even in the laning phase, you notice him, like, walking back to safely E4s to wave clear a wave, rather than going for the closer E to go for a hard trade on Xiaohu and try and get solo kills, because potentially that could lose you the game. Like we said, I think there is an intricate conversation about scaling, which is basically, if you are behind on certain champions, if you're ahead on certain champions, does that affect your way to play your game? Absolutely it does, even into the late game. We see at this point, right from the early game, this guy, Niket, has been a revelation for Ultra Prime. I'm so happy to see him do well after showing some real good stuff on top esports challenges, the team down in LDL. We did see that Tarzan had a good early game. That was a worry on the other side. Trying to play a tanky champion into the AP farmers isn't always easy, but it was back and forth for a little bit.
Yeah, quite a good play there from Tarzan, because it was a little bit cheesy, but a kill is a kill nonetheless. And then this is where the game really started to explode, right? We saw these crazy fights in the top side. This wasn't even the only crazy fight in the top side, because after Baron, remember, Ultra Prime walking away on 1 HP on every player and somehow getting away with the play. But the fact that Ultra Prime got all 4 Drakes, got the Herald, got the Baron, they got everything in terms of objectives.
And, you know, for a little while, Ultra Prime had to grin and camembert with it for a little while while Weibo were taking some first. I had to take everyone. But then it got to the point where this guy, he has broken the meta so much. Honestly, Karthus has been good even before the Blackfire Torch meta, and I think there was a lot of conversation about why aren't people going towards different jungle meta. Now they've been forced to change. Now they've been forced to learn and practice. And I think that even if Blackfire Torch gets nerfed, we're going to be seeing a lot of these champions, particularly from Hacker. This guy used to be the only early game only champion, kind of like in the same vein as sometimes like Ning would play the game too. But these AP farming junglers, he has been one of the best Karthus, maybe even the best Karthus that we've seen. He's been fantastic on the pick so far. And you can see it carried them through to a win. And in Fearless, you only get 1 game of it. You have to make it count.
The Whirling Death landing on Shahu on the backside of the play. Look at how elated the Ultra Prime coaching staff are. And this is, again, the fact that we're seeing 2 of this play onto Breathe is...
Yeah.
It's
That's
just
actually super sneaky from GT. One time he did it from a brush, the other time he did it from around the wall, and Breathe was like, well, where do I stand here? And he gets caught out around that corner, probably maybe... I should have positioned a little bit more conservatively, maybe just dropped a minion or 2. And at this point, again, we saw points in the late game where Weibo would force very, very hard to try and finally break open this full court press coming through from Ultra Prime. This combo. This is where you're like, yeah, that locket, it's really good. Unless Karthus has a million gold and is ahead of the game. In another game, it would matter a lot less. And Doggo, he had the Bloodthirster. This build of Draven right now, ridiculous amounts of AD, gets that lifesteal through in a great amount too. And look how happy that it means so much to them. This team has been so close, but still so far for so long. And Hacker, Doggo, and the rest of the crew bring them over the line finally.
I love how his gold difference is almost the same as his KDA, 416 for 418. Very close, very symmetrical, but a fantastic
third of the damage from the jungle,
Hacker.
by the way.
Yeah, like mental game coming out from him. So great to see him finding another level that we've not really got to see much in the LPL before. I'm really excited to see more of this from Ultra Prime. And do you know what? This group is insane. This group is absolutely insane. Like, when you look at it, obviously, absolute legends to start off the day looking really, really good. They're 2-0. NIP struggling a little bit. Weibo struggling even more. Ultra Prime showing up in a way that we didn't expect. And then IG with this like full rookie squad basically showing a lot of crazy stuff. That's still really exciting to watch. Like, do not miss another Group D game for the entire rest of the LPL. Like, you just can't afford to.
Absolutely not. No, these are so entertaining, and you know, I had some worries about the format. We're not seeing the top teams versus the top teams all the time anymore, but in Group D, it just doesn't matter. It was a 2-0 from Anyone's Legend versus NIP. I think they came out of the gates looking really strong, and if you are going to keep track of LPL's top teams, put Anyone's Legend on that list. Ultra Prime giving us some extra questions about this whole landscape of the group will end up as well. The games that we just saw.
I'm just saying, on Tuesday, NIP play against Ultra Prime, and they don't stand a
Haha,
chance.
the big game.
Ultra Prime are going to destroy them. Here we go, Thursday's games. That'll be the next official broadcast. No broadcast tomorrow, as there's not going to be any games on tomorrow. It's AL versus Weibo to start us off on Thursday. WE versus BLG. Which, honestly, I think could be a pretty good series. Fofo especially looking really good.
So, because of what we've seen just now, clean 2-0 from Weibo coming up against Anyone's Legend. That's the only way we could ever talk about this one. Like, this team, even though they lost today, and it was a pretty convincing loss if you look at the way it works, but this is the wondrous nature of LPL. Even at this stage, when it's not about going in and out of playoffs, it is just so wonderful to watch these teams figure out how the hell the LPL works.
Yeah, it's... I mean, I don't know how the hell the LPL works, especially at the start
You've
of a
been here
split
a while,
like
you
this
still
with a
haven't
new
figured it out,
format
huh?
and everything else. Like, it's just all a bit mad. It's all a bit mad. That's going to be it from us. The cast's been a bit mad. The game's been a bit mad. The production has been a bit mad. Just absolutely flaming Tarzan. But you know what? We move. It's 2-1 in the end to Ultra Prime. I've been Munch. That's been Niberia. Thank you so much for joining us. The official broadcast will be back on Thursday, so make sure you join us for that. We'll see you there in chat. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.